Narrated by Eleanor Tomlinson. Prologue. 9 years earlier. London, Heathrow. The day after my 18th birthday, I left home with nothing but a prayer and a passport. I told everyone I was ecstatic to make my dream of travelling the world come true and get paid for it. But no sooner than I reached the motorway, I felt a bit sick. It couldn't be nerves. I'd wanted this since I was 10 years old. It had to be the violent shaking of the death trap vehicle taking me there. "Can you not change lanes so much?" I said. I dug my fingernails into my skin on my thighs. I'm starting to taste my breakfast in the back of my throat. "The girl who wants to travel the world gets travel sick," Nate replied. Man, I love irony. "I'm not travel sick, I'm van sick. Which I wouldn't be if this thing had suspension and seats that didn't vibrate. This van is the relic of my dad's fleet, Rubes. I'm lucky he lets me drive it," Nate said, prickled with defensiveness. "And you weren't complaining every time it took you to college and back." He put his foot down. The eccentric judder of the engine proved my point for me. My mouth filled with saliva. "Can you take it slow, at least?" I asked. "I'm not in that much of a rush." Yeah, you are." He nodded at the clock on the dashboard. "That's an hour behind, remember?" Shit! I checked my phone, then the clock, then my phone again. This wasn't happening. "Why didn't you say something?" "I did," he said, laid back as ever. "When we got to Southampton and you insisted that we turn back because you forgot that silly hat on your head, I told you that you didn't have time." "But the actual time said otherwise," I wailed in return, deciding to ignore his dig. "I couldn't go to France without a beret, could I?" "That isn't the actual time." "Well, I know that now." He shook his head and laughed. It was always the same. Me running around, frantically changing outfits, styling my hair while brushing my teeth, applying mascara while putting on my shoes. He would stand there watching the madness, one foot against the wall, twisting his keys in his right hand, saying, "I swear I spend my whole life waiting for you, Rubes." A rare over-exaggeration for the usually straight-talking Nate, but he wasn't far wrong. At least he wouldn't need to worry about that anymore. For a while, anyway. "If I miss this flight..." Nate's grip on the steering wheel tightened. This poorly paid opportunity to spend the summer working as a live-in host in the south of France meant everything to me. And he knew it. The owners of that small but beautiful Provence chateau had already taken a gamble hiring the inexperienced 18-year-old who'd scraped to pass in her travel and tourism A-level to manage their holiday rental. Nate said my bumbled video interview couldn't have gone as badly as I thought, or they would never have hired me. But given I was so nervous I called it Providence twice, and when asked if I had any questions about the role, panicked and said, "Can I flush toilet roll down the loo there?" I wasn't so sure. I was still in disbelief I had my first real job post-college, that I was finally getting out into the world. If I missed this flight, the chances of them paying out for another were non-existent. I'd be stuck in the New Forest indefinitely. The first step on my plan to explore the world, crumbling underfoot. Determination filled Nate's eyes. "You won't miss it. I'll get you there." Pedal to the metal and some questionable driving at a few roundabouts, Nate kept his word. "I can't believe I made it on time," I panted, running across the shiny airport floor. He jogged behind me. "You have the timekeeping skills of a rock and the luck of a leprechaun." Checked in, we rushed to the queue for security. People in uniforms instructed everyone to remove their belts and shoes. "No hats!" a man with a posh London accent yelled. I knew that beret was trouble, Nate said, but I couldn't laugh because the sicky feeling was back. But with no van to blame, I had to face the truth. I was scared. I was travelling alone to a country where I didn't speak the language, and couldn't be sure that my colleagues weren't secretly serial killers trying to lure me to my demise with promises of unlimited pastries. "It suddenly feels very real," I said. That was as close as I was going to get to admitting that the thought of travelling the world solo and actually doing it were two very different things. "You'll be fine once you get there," said Nate. "But if you get a bit homesick, remember you can look up at the sky and know that I'm over here, looking up at the same one." He visibly cringed. "Wow," I said. "I know, I heard it. I laughed. The corniest shit anyone has ever said." "Agreed." He closed his eyes and he scrunched his nose. "Can we rewind to 5 minutes ago and pretend I never said that?" I made a sound like a tape in reverse. "I can't believe I made it on time." Nate smiled. "Something about rocks and leprechauns?" People with little wheeled cases raced either side of us. I should have been running with them. But knowing it was going to be weeks before I saw Nate again, I stood there, taking him all in. The hideous, baggy maroon hoodie he always wore, the ripped jeans, the messy light brown hair, those big brown eyes. Saying goodbye was so much harder than I thought it would be. I wanted to tell him how much he meant to me, that I was so grateful I met him at that blustery bus stop on the first day of college 2 years earlier, but it felt a little overdramatic. I clamped my bottom lip between my teeth. Nate said what I couldn't. "The thought of you not being here." He took a slow, shaky breath. "You're my best friend, Rubes." "Ditto," I smiled, feeling a swell of emotion I hoped wouldn't peak with tears. "This is so stupid. We're going to talk all the time." At that moment, I thought we would be friends forever. I thought distance was the least of our worries. I turned to join the queue and Nate grabbed my arm, pulling me back to him. It was the first time we'd ever hugged, and he squeezed me tight, telling me with his bear-like embrace that he cared. I breathed in his cottony scent and squeezed him back. I swallowed down every ounce of fear and nervousness and painted a bright smile on my face. "Au revoir," I waved. "See you in 10 weeks. Nate called me that night. I didn't answer. I was busy having dinner with my new, not murderous, colleagues in the courtyard of my temporary home, drinking French wine and watching the sunset. I called him back as I brushed my teeth ready for bed. It went to answer phone. I don't remember the next time we spoke. But I do remember climbing into a strange new bed that night. Cold. And alone. Second thoughts about being there, if I was cut out for this, if I would do a good job, became my only thoughts. Until I opened the curtains and slid my bed across the tiled floor to the window, where I slept the whole night. Under the same sky as Nate Andrews. Chapter 1. Now. They say bad luck comes in threes. Based on recent events, I'm going to make a bold statement and say it must be closer to 33. And I don't say that lightly. I have quantifiable evidence. Like last week, when the hem of my skirt got caught in the tube doors and I had to ride the journey from Finsbury Park to Seven Sisters, flashing my knickers to a full carriage. Or when I was stopped at customs after my flight from Amsterdam and held for 3 horrendous hours because they mistook me for a wanted drug smuggler. Having a Hulk-sized man in uniform inspect your menstrual cup for narcotics is a humbling experience, for sure. Or yesterday, when a faulty traffic light caused me to drive my cute little rental car into oncoming traffic. The police said they couldn't believe everyone had walked away unscathed, which, believe me, I am grateful for too. But given I burst into tears when the rental company told me how much I owed them in damages, I'm not sure I can call it a lucky escape. Or now, dripping in a spicy margarita in an exclusive Mayfair Members Club bathroom, performing a back-breaking limbo as I tried to position my wet boobs under the hand dryer. There I was, standing ready and waiting to watch my friend Amara take one of the most monumental steps of her career and launch her brand new app, when an argument broke out behind me. "Who is she? How could you do this? I loved you!" There wasn't much context needed. Security was involved, tears fell, hearts broke. And then a drink took flight. And, of course, it didn't land on the cheating tow rag who'd brought another woman to the launch event instead of his girlfriend. No! Out of hundreds of people, said drink, chili and ice included, landed all over my white dress. If I said I hadn't considered placing a bet on being the next person to be struck by lightning, I'd be lying. "I'm so sorry, Amara," I say, fighting tears. "I can't believe this has happened on your big night." What's an event without a little drama? It's all good for publicity, she replies with a calm smile. Amara Ajani, 6-foot beauty queen, internet sweetheart, entrepreneur, and my work colleague? That feels too formal. But in the early years of being online personalities, when no one knew what they were doing, which brands were dodgy, how to cope with all that attention, she was the only one who understood what it was like. An online pen pal who slowly became one of the only real friends I have. She's blotting me with tissue paper, rushing to get me semi-dry. I grab her wrist. "You shouldn't be here. Head out there and do your thing." "And leave you low and wet? I could never," she smiles. "Besides, this way I get to do my badass stage entrance again. I walked too fast the first time." This is what I love about Amara. The confidence. The self-belief. The way even the biggest setbacks roll off her. No big deal. Note to self, be more Amara. Mostly dry. The margarita has left a snot green stain in the centre of my chest. I try and reverse the dress without taking it off, but that makes me look like my head's on backwards, so I yank the fabric back around. "I'm starting to think I'm cursed," I say. "You're not cursed," Amara smooths down her striking black dress. "Trust me. My Auntie Sunita once married and divorced the same man twice. Now that was a curse." I look at us side by side in the mirror. There are flakes of salt in my wet hair. My mascara is smudged into the worst cat eye you've ever seen. We're like Beauty and the Bedraggled. But if one of us had to suffer, I'm glad it wasn't her. "You ready?" I ask. She lifts her hand, showing me how much she's shaking. "You've got this, okay? This is going to be amazing." She gives me a grateful look. "Do you think you can try not to get covered in any other liquids tonight?" I lift an eyebrow. "So that's a no on me sticking my face in the chocolate fountain." She laughs, and I know it's eased some of the tension. I hold open the bathroom door for her. "Don't worry about me. Tonight is all about you." Back in the main room, the crowd are quietly chatting, and the screaming couple have been removed. Amara rushes ahead with steely determination, sleek ponytail swinging. At the mic, she thanks her investors for waiting, the millionaire offspring of some tech giant who dress like they've come straight from the sofa. In a room full of tryhards, it's not difficult to spot the ones who've never had to try at all. I attempt to return to my previous position at the front, but after all the commotion, the place is filled out and I'm stranded against the wall behind a giant black and gold balloon that the rattling aircon keeps whipping into my face. Amara clears her throat. "Apologies for the slight, interruption. Hopefully that was the last of them." There's a gentle laugh from the crowd. My cheeks feel kissed by flames. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. This app has been a dream of mine for years now. A combination of my studies in mental health, my experiences being an online personality, and the knowledge that sometimes we all need a guiding hand. She walks to the edge of the stage, and with a casual flick of the wrist, lifts a silky black sheet, revealing a giant phone screen, which I see for all of 2 seconds before the balloon slaps my cheek again. I wrap the ribbon around my fist. When I turned 28, everything went wrong, Amara says. The person I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with left me. I was fired from my marketing job for a luxury fashion retailer. No names, because no hard feelings. I moved back in with my parents. To my old bedroom they'd converted into a gym. My bedside table was a cross-trainer. I thought life was the lowest it could get. I thought I had wasted my entire 20s. That was until I learned I was in the middle of my Saturn return. I'm momentarily puzzled. Amara told me she was launching an app to give people confidence. I feel like I'm about to be asked what my moon, sun, and rising sign is, and I have no idea. I know what you're all thinking, Amara says to her intrigued audience. Saturn return isn't real. How can the position of a planet in the sky influence someone's life in such a dramatic way? Well, let me present the evidence. From a screen behind the stage, a short montage plays. Interviews with celebrities talking about their experiences, a close-up shot of Adele's Saturn tattoo, snippets of Ariana Grande's song about it, even articles from Vogue. Saturn return, the voiceover announces, is when Saturn returns to the same place in the sky it was when you were born, wreaking havoc until you find your true life's purpose. I glance around the room, across the sea of camera phones recording every word of this. They are eating it all up, the way I want to, the way a good friend would. I mean, biology, chemistry, geology, those I get. Astrology, though? It's just for fun. Well, so I always thought. The clip finishes and Amara steps forward again. The balloon, which I now realise is Saturn, smacks me in the face for the 15th time, so I grab it with both hands and shove it between my legs. During my Saturn return, Amara says, I knew I wasn't the same person anymore. But the problem was, I had no idea who I was now. And that feeling stayed with me long after my Saturn return ended. That feeling of helplessness, of knowing there's more in this life, but no idea how to get it. And then it all came together. The return. The giant phone screen displays the interface for Amara's new app. The return is your guiding light in the dark, with a state-of-the-art algorithm, she says, nodding to her tech-savvy team. Designed to tune into your mental well-being, your circumstances, to give you the advice you need at that very moment. A positive affirmation to remind you of your goals. To help you return to your true purpose, to the best version of yourself. When a relieved smile rips across Amara's face, I know she's finished, and I make a loud woo! Which I regret instantly because everyone else is far too demure for such uncouth displays. Plus, I'm now technically riding the giant Saturn balloon, and it's not a great look. Between the gentle pitter of applause, I hear someone whisper, Isn't that, what's her face? Ruby something? I don't know. If it is, she looks way worse in person. What a mess. I keep my face neutral, even though it hurts. It's by far the worst part of being an online creator. The open invitation for criticism. Amara handles it with grace. She is strong and self-assured. She knows who she is. And she lets the opinions of others wash over her. I was never built for this. Never really wanted it. I didn't begin posting online with the intention of starting a career. On that first trip to France, it was just the easiest way to keep in touch with everyone back home. I mostly posted pictures of French delicacies, the sunset, the beach, whatever I liked. Always over-filtered and blurry. I'd put little facts in the captions, things I picked up from spending my entire childhood obsessing over travel encyclopedias. Did you know there's an entire city in France made up of canals, no streets? A mini Venice? Or did you know the Eiffel Tower was only supposed to be standing for 20 years until they plopped a radio antenna on top? It was my own little travel safe space. I don't think I even had double-digit followers. I was posting under the name Ruby Darling, a sweet homage to what my mum always calls me. My real name is Ruby Oliver, but changing it felt like the easiest way to stop the worst people from school finding me. So I couldn't believe it when the gorgeous Ryan Larson did. A bit of a self-confessed Z-list celeb, Ryan had been the background member of a one-hit wonder boy band a decade before, but stayed in the music scene producing mostly. He was in Ibiza with a DJ friend when one of the sunset photographs I shared caught his eye. I was staying in a small boutique hotel in the north of the island, working as a live-in maid for a wealthy family. I was a few years into my solo travels then, taking whatever jobs I could get, nannying, cleaning. I even trained as a pool lifeguard at one point, anything to keep me travelling, to keep searching. The Wi-Fi was terrible and overpriced, so I almost missed his message asking if he could use the shot I took on the beach at Calabaneras for a club promo. We began chatting and met up the following night at a club on the Strip, VIP section, champagne with sparklers in the bottle. It wasn't my scene at all. I have never been comfortable with big social occasions, so I drank through my nerves and discomfort. Not that I needed to. Ryan was so warm and welcoming. He introduced me to all his friends and spent the entire night talking to me, learning about who I was and what I wanted to do with my life. Turns out, despite wildly different lives, Ryan and I had a lot in common. Daddy issues, a love of classical music, and an extreme urge to be anywhere but home being the biggest. And with his blonde hair, dreamy blue eyes, and the type of cheekbones I spent hours trying to create with contour, it didn't take long for me to fall. We were inseparable from then on. He stayed in Ibiza until the end of that summer and followed me when I took a job at a ski resort in Vancouver. When I landed, I posted a picture of a Welcome to Canada sign with, "Did you know Vancouver is the only city in the world where you can ski and surf in the same day?" in the caption. The only 2 likes were my mum and Nate. My only job was to keep the chalet tidy, the guests happy, and be seen and not heard. So I kept my little factoids to myself. The pay was barely enough to scrape by, but food and accommodation were included, and it meant I didn't need to go home. Not yet. There's one night from that winter I remember so vividly. It was airport transfer day, and I'd been up and out the door before sunrise, home at nearly midnight. The faux leather boots I'd bought were cheap and gave me oozing blisters. I smiled when I came home to a steaming bath, candles lit on the windowsill of the staff quarters Ryan and I shared. It overlooked the mountains that I'd been so desperate to explore, but never found a spare moment to. I slid into the water and sighed as Ryan perched on the edge of the tub, rubbing the soles of my soapy feet. "I hate seeing you so tired," he said. I yawned on cue. "It's worth it to be somewhere new." "Oh, while I remember, I bought tickets to the symphony like we spoke about. It's not until after my contract here ends, but I was thinking we could head to the city and rent an apartment until my visa." Ryan's hand tightened on my foot. "What?" Paranoia set in. I was making future plans he hadn't committed to. We were still in the thick of our honeymoon period, and I was working so much that I only had 1 night off a week and spent it either sleeping or having my weekly phone call with Mum. Ryan and I had barely been together 6 months, and I had this horrible feeling he hated it here, that he was regretting following me across the world. "If you'd rather go home, I'd be gutted, but I totally understand." He silenced me with an urgent kiss, climbing into the bath with me, fully clothed, completely undeterred by my screeching giggles and the splashes of water on the mahogany floors. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. I smiled against his lips. "You have no idea how happy that makes me. I want to show you something," he said, reaching across the floor to grab his phone, the pockets of his jeans full of suds. He slid back into the tub, flicked through his phone, and then turned it to me. A travel vlog began playing. Beautiful shots of Cypress Mountain, of the rental chalet we were bathing inside, and then I clocked the number of views. I didn't know that many people were even on social media. What the? You did this? He beamed like a winner. Had some time on my hands. I sat up, splashing us both. I replayed the footage. It hadn't been filmed on a little phone. This looked professional, expensive. This is amazing. How did you manage to... I used my savings to rent the drone and a laptop. The editing software was pricey, but it felt like a wise investment for the future. The future? Ryan laughed in disbelief. The Vancouver Tourist Board saw this video and offered me some freelance work. Ruby, I made more from this one video than you did in the last month. This could change everything. It was so long ago, a time before influencers and creators and branded content, the precipice of a new industry that no one saw coming. No one except Ryan. You think? I said. For both of us. Our eyes met again, and I felt the weight of what he was truly saying. That this was something we could do together. That we could make careers of it. No more 15-hour days, no more blisters and cleaning toilets, no more spending all of our time together in the dead of night. But I hesitated. What could I offer, really? I didn't have the skills or the on-camera experience. And there was something else. Something Ryan had mentioned more than once in the time we'd been together. My shyness. I'd long accepted it as a flaw. People would see my blank expression and confuse it for disdain or boredom. They mistook my quietness for anger or obnoxiousness. Meanwhile, on the inside, I'd be second-guessing every word, missing conversational cues while I drowned in the conventions of small talk. I was never going to shine on screen. Not like enigmatic, confident Ryan. I shook my head. I'm not sure I'm the right person to do this with. He pinched my chin. You are, he said, certain. You could be anything you wanted. I'd never had someone believe in me like that, so unwavering. I could get high off the feeling. And so I did. We both did. Camera-shy Ruby Oliver became internet starlet Ruby Darling. A perfectly edited, charismatic, always smiling, never a red hair out of place surrogate of me. Ryan became an even more perfect version of himself. Everything I loved about him, his honesty, his humour, his heart, the world fell in love with too. We built an audience, a hungry one. One Ryan knew how to turn into a living for us, negotiating our brand deals, always funding the next country, the next adventure. Ruby Darling and Ryan Larson, our online personas, superseded us as individuals. From that exhausted night in the Vancouver mountains, all the way to our live-streamed engagement 2 years ago in Paris, to now, living together in London, our base when we're not flying around the world. The only thing my father left me when he walked out were his blue eyes and a wrinkled plastic globe lamp that long past worked. The little girl who filled it with pushpins, dreaming of the day she'd travel to those places, could never have imagined she'd end up doing it for a living. I used to feel like the luckiest girl in the world. And now I'm standing in a crowded room, hearing schoolyard whispers. Feeling not good enough all over again. When Amara leaves the stage, she's surrounded by people clamouring for her attention. People barge past me like I'm invisible. Every time I open my mouth, someone else gets there first, louder, clearer. Based on the reaction of the room, it will be like this for hours, so I turn to leave, telling myself I will call Amara and congratulate her later. I'm 2 steps away when someone touches my hand. Amara has cut through the crowd so intentionally that it makes me feel like the most important person in the room, which I am definitely not. Thank you for coming, she says. I pull her in for a hug. I'm so proud of you, I say. I tell her this is going to be something special for her, and I can't wait to watch it. Within 30 seconds, someone else is singing her praises, so I let her enjoy her night. I step outside the club and take a long, deep breath of crisp autumn air. On the rare occasion I'm in the UK, it makes me restless, itching to get back out there and see somewhere new, as though I'm wasting time here. Not tonight, though. Tonight, all I want to do is get home to Ryan, to climb into the bath, into bed, into his arms. Even after all this time, I miss him when we're not together. I don't fancy the tube alone at this time of night, so I hail a taxi and give the driver directions to our flat. As we head north towards Finsbury Park, I download Amara's app. It's already climbing in the charts. Even if it's not my thing, I'm too proud of her to not at least give it a try. It prompts me to enter some personal details, my name, my date of birth, that kind of thing. Then there are a few more intimate questions about what I do for a living, how I'm feeling. I answer quickly with little thought, until the last question. The one that makes me sit back in my seat and pause. If you could have anything in this life, what would it be? It's such a sore spot, a raw wound, that I don't want to write it down. Don't want to make it real. But it's for Amara. She needs active engagement. So I type something I would never admit out loud. Something brutally honest. To find my father. The taxi pulls up outside my flat. I shove my phone inside my bag, pay the driver, and walk to the front door. All I'm thinking about is Ryan. I want to know how his day was, what he had for dinner, if he's tired, if he finalised the contract with the Maldives tourist board. I open the door, excited to see his happy expression when he realises I'm home earlier than I said I would be. I follow the distant glow of the living room light. Ryan's smooth, deep voice comes from the other side. He's probably on the phone. I second-guess dipping into the bedroom first to give him some privacy, but then decide I've missed him too much to wait. So, I open the living room door. I drop my handbag. I gasp in shock. "Ruby, no!" Ryan says, as my eyes fix on the sight of my handsome fiancé, naked from the waist down, furiously pleasuring himself. Chapter 2. "Oh my God!" Ryan shouts. He slams the laptop screen shut. His volume and the all-round surprise make my heart race, my confusion double. And for no logical reason, I scream, turning to the wall with my hands over my eyes, like I haven't seen his penis 1,000 times before. When I come to my senses and face him again, he's pulling on his gym trousers and fussing over himself like I'm the landlord who's walked into an obscene show and not his future wife. "I was just," he begins. "Having a good night?" I finish. Ryan laughs then, finally, and I feel some of the weird tension lift. He steps closer, flushed, a sparkle in his eyes. "I wasn't expecting you home yet," he says, before kissing me, once, gently, testing. My shoulders relax. "I've had a horrible day. Again." I say this between kisses, between Ryan sliding off my coat. "I wanted to be here." Ryan flashes a wicked smile. "Your timing couldn't be better." His lips find my neck, and I breathe in his damp from the shower hair. The minty scent of soap on bare skin. "I missed you," I say. His warm touch on my stomach, down my outer thigh, under the hem of my dress, almost makes me forget the horror of the day. Almost. This couple had a huge fight, I groan. Someone was cheating, I got caught in the middle, a drink got thrown and landed all over me. You know what this means. Ryan's hands move to the back of my dress. The zip hits the base of my spine. Time for another shower. I giggle as he fireman lifts me in one almost smooth move. That's what I love most about Ryan. How he makes everything better. With him, my troubles are never insurmountable. I never feel like, "Hey, Ryan!" A woman's voice bursts from the laptop on the coffee table. I can't believe that took so long. I'm all ready now. There's a loaded pause where Ryan and I stare at each other. His eyes are full of panic. Mine are full of mortified realization. "Hello, Ryan?" There's no refuting the guilt that smacks him in the face, making his cheeks contort, his expression frantic. "Who is that?" The woman again. He doesn't need to put me back on the floor because I push myself out of his arms, out of reach. "Hello?" the woman continues. "Ryan, you still there?" It's a race to the laptop. Him and me. Hips bumping, arms gripping as we fight to be the first to reach it. He gets there before me, launching his body over it as if it were a live grenade. "No, Ruby, it's not. This isn't what you think." "Ryan, what's going on? I swear, if you're standing me up again," the woman says. He shakes the laptop in panic. "Why isn't this off?" As I try and grab it, he hurls it across the room, where it smashes against the wall, before falling to the floor in several pieces. I stare at the mess for a second, trying to get my thoughts into one stream of consciousness. "What just happened? Who was that? Were you?" "I've never touched her, I swear." "Who was that?" I repeat, quieter this time, determined. "She's an online friend. We talk sometimes." He closes his eyes, and I feel the moment my heart stops beating. Talk. Because that's what he was doing when I walked in. Talking to himself. The answer has been right there all along, but I finally latch onto it. I'm emotionless when I say, "You were cheating on me." "No," he is adamant, as though he'd bet his life on it. "Not cheating, Ruby. I could never do that." The air in my lungs turns to fire. I look behind me, searching for a hidden camera. That's the only thing that would make sense. A viral trend, a mean prank you'll laugh at, eventually. But when I turn back and see the remorseful look on his face, I know this is real. That he's been doing God knows what behind my back for God knows how long. "Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot," I snap. "You're not, baby. It's a thing. I don't know how to describe it. It's a website, models and stuff. I swear to you, I have never touched another woman in real life, never even considered it." I throw my hands in the air. "Oh, well, in that case, thank you." I tug the roots of my hair. I think I'm having an out-of-body experience. The way my luck has been going these last few months, I shouldn't be shocked that now my relationship is imploding too. But here I am, quaking and nauseous that the man I promised to spend the rest of my life with has been having secret digital affairs with strangers. And it is an affair. As much as Ryan insists it doesn't count, that he hasn't technically cheated. To me, it is. Imagine this was me, Ryan. How would you feel? If you knew that I was sharing the most intimate parts of myself. I can't even finish the sentence. "That's what we do," he says, raising his voice so loud I startle. "We share our entire lives with strangers. They follow our daily routines, our holidays. They know that you had sunstroke in Thailand, that I'm allergic to strawberries. Even what brand of toilet paper we wipe our asses with, that's what we do. That's different." "Is it though?" he says, taking my silence as permission to come closer, to loop his fingers around mine, to pull me in. "It doesn't mean anything. It's behind a screen. It's not real." I swipe my hands away. "It's real to me." When I won't relent, he tries a different tact. Endless apologizing. He cries, he begs. and for a little while, I hear him out. I listen to his flawed rationale. Stupidly, because I love him, because my whole life revolves around him. My home, my career, my heart. It's 2 a.m. when I ask him to leave. He does, but reluctantly. With a few days' worth of clothes and a leather holdall, he lingers at the front door. As I try and close it, he stops it with a flat palm. "I love you, Ruby," he says, eyes bloodshot and broken. "I love you, and only you. Please give me a chance to prove it." I close my eyes as fresh tears hit my already stained dress. "Ryan, you had 6 years to prove it." The door closes, and I slide down it, bum hitting the floor, as I weep into my palms. I stay there sobbing until my gums ache, my lips taste like salt. The flat tells the story of us, from the small scratch on the hallway wall that we made carrying our sofa inside. We didn't need movers because we could do it ourselves. Like we do everything. Then there's the smell of sweet candles Ryan says make his nose sting. The pink lilies he bought me yesterday because I told him I was having a hard time. The wardrobe, the drawers, even the bathroom sink, all of it shared. Ruby and Ryan. Him and me. I can't be here. It's almost sunrise when I finally stand, with purpose and a hasty plan. I find my laptop and search for cheap flights, leaving today. I check the time. I can be at London City Airport within the hour. The list of destinations makes my empty stomach convulse. All the places Ryan and I have already made memories. Dublin, Ibiza, Mykonos, Rotterdam. Then I see Rome. I went there after France. It was a 3-week solo trip. I'd managed to budget my wages to have enough to cover the flight and accommodation, plus a ticket to a National Academy Orchestra concert. I survived on plain pasta and cheese for most of it. It was bliss. I always promised myself I would go back. I find a quaint little hotel that's open in the off-season, but it's expensive. Instinctively, I know it's too much, that I cannot afford rent on this flat without Ryan. And then there's the car repairs. But the need to get the hell out of here overrides logic. I push all financial consequences to the back of my mind, grabbing my handbag, which is still by the front door where I dropped it. As I pull out my credit card, my knuckles graze my phone screen. There's one single notification. Amara's app. It's a long message, and my eyes burn too much to read it fully. But a few lines stick out. You are in the midst of your Saturn return. Turbulent life events. Realign your priorities. Correct your life path. Become your most authentic self. I blink a few times as I try and focus. I'm so tired, so emotionally empty that it doesn't feel real. I recall Amara's speech in sharp fragments. She said something about turning 28, the age I am now. Although she did a perfect sales pitch, I can't say I was fully convinced. Shit happens, things go wrong. Your 20s by nature are supposed to be formative. But then I think of my extraordinary run of bad luck, the way it's peaked in the last few months, how it's felt calculated somehow, personal. A misfortunate conspiracy against me. And now last night with Ryan. The one thing in my life I would have sworn was untouchable, but nothing could break. And here it is. Just like the bonnet of my little convertible. Irrevocably destroyed. I read the screen again, properly this time. The challenges you'll face during this period will be transformational, forcing you to reevaluate the choices you've made thus far. You will welcome new people, places, and experiences, and you will bid farewell to them too. Stay resilient, but true to yourself. Peace will come when you align with your true path. It couldn't be real, could it? As I stare at the phone, little shooting stars appear across a black night sky. Then they morph into a single line of text. A daily affirmation. Words it claims I need to hear. It reads, "I can only feel the thrill of adventure by knowing the calm of home." Instant dizziness. I read it again. Then again, checking I'm not imagining things. It's unsettling. Like a fortune cookie that hits a pinch point. A horoscope that on any other day would be meaningless, but today fits perfectly. This must be how Isaac Newton felt when that apple hit him on the head. Serendipity, a sign from the universe. I'd been one click away from flying out of here, to jetting off to a city where my credit card limit would be less dented by a meteor. I envisioned the trip without the rose-coloured glasses, weeping on a sun lounger under dense autumn clouds, a bottle of wine for one, a king-size bed that feels as lonely as I do. That isn't what I need. Not at all. And this app knew it before I did. The calm of home. I'm certain it isn't talking about London. I force myself to think of a place I'd long ago left behind. Of my mum, aging every time I see her. Of the 4 friends I made in college that I haven't spoken to in years. And wonder if I can even still call them friends, or if they just think of me as an acquaintance. That girl they used to know. I think of Nate Andrews. I often think of him, truth be told. Whenever that old indie rock playlist he made me comes on shuffle. When I'm in another country and it's late and dark and quiet and the moonlight hits the hotel window in a dreamy kind of way. I wonder how he is. How life turned out for him. I don't know if this affirmation is a coded message from the universe or if it's nothing more than a deluded coincidence. But if there's truth to this Saturn return theory, then I'm only going to find peace from this cosmic chaos by finding my true path. And I might not know what that is, but maybe the beginning is a good place to start. I close my flights tab and instead open a train app. I book a one-way ticket to the one place I've never longed to be. The place I've spent the last 9 years avoiding. Home. Chapter 3. When I picture Lymington, I see moored yachts lining the coast and sprawling mansions nestled into the endless earthy-toned New Forest skyline. I see the private school kids with their blue blazers and long socks swinging their book bags as they walk through the high street on their way home. The most idyllic little English town where nothing ever goes wrong and everyone is happy and wealthy and healthy. And who wouldn't want to live here? Me, that's who. Because it's fake, this vision. Like the filtered pictures I post for hotels where there was mould in the shower and cold baked beans at breakfast. You only see what you're supposed to see. It's not real. Well, I guess to the uber rich it is. But not for me, who went to the local comprehensive wearing hand-me-down uniform and thought canned corned beef was a luxury until I turned 10. Real to me is my mum's front door, sandwiched between the butcher's and bakery where she still works her ass off. The creaky, uneven stairs in the darkest, narrowest hallway leading up to her 2-bedroom flat. I lost my key years ago, so I stand on the street next to the overflowing wheelie bin, questioning if this is the worst idea I've ever had. Trust the process, I say under my breath. Peace will come when you align with your true path. I knock on the red door, knowing exactly what I'll find on the other side. Outdated floral wallpaper, a beige bathroom suite, the daily crossword puzzle folded on the armrest of the worn leather sofa. The same way it was when I left this place at 18. I'm telling you, I can hear Mum saying from the other side of the door as she bounds down the stairs, her small silhouette getting closer in the frosted glass. Unless this is reincarnated George Michael coming to sing me sweet lullabies, you'd better have a good reason for knocking my door in the middle of my soaps. The door opens. I can try and sing, but I can't guarantee you'll like it, I say. Her face changes from pissed off to shock to finally confusion. Ruby. A small sob escapes, which makes my eyes fill up. And as soon as I blink, I'm in her arms, being violently rocked side to side as if she never plans on letting me go. She pulls back, gripping the tops of my arms. Darling Ruby, what happened? I thought I was coming to see you next week. I thought it was about time I paid you a visit instead. In truth, it's long overdue. Mum visits me in London every few months, and Ryan and I try and take her abroad somewhere special for her birthday too. But I can count on one hand the number of times I've been back in Lymington since I left. And none of those times were in the last few years. This place, it feels wrong. Like something is missing. Forcing on an old jumper that doesn't fit me anymore. You could say that, she says. Then she's crying, and I am too. Because she smells like peppermint, like she always does. And in the warmth of her flat, the heavy aroma of her cooking finds me. And I realise how badly I need to be here right now. Get in here, you're letting all the heat out. She ushers me inside, and I follow her up the steep staircase. She takes off my coat and analyses me. My hair is longer than the last time she saw me, down to my stomach. And my skin is glowing, thanks to a sponsored post I did for a local spa. But it's not the superficial things she's focusing on. I can tell by the way her eyes narrow as she studies me. Who died? What? No one. Her index finger rises. There's a reason you're here. I feel it. Don't lie to your mother. It never ceases to amaze me how stepping into the home you grew up in can shave 20 years from your life in an instant. It's a long story. She glances at my suitcase. I have time, and it looks like you do too. Yeah, about that. Can I stay here for a while? I ask. I am 8 years old again. Poorly. Asking for buttery toast. The most pathetic version of myself. I'll keep the spare room tidy, I won't get in your way. Mum looks cross. The fact you feel the need to ask, she sighs. This is your home. Weeks, months, years. It's always here for you to come back to. She moves into the living room. Framed pictures of my aunts and cousins line the walls. My aging grandparents. I stop at a photo of me on my 18th birthday. A small surprise party hosted by Nate in a pub beer garden. We're both wearing shiny silver party hats, and I'm giggling my way through my 4th Alka-Pop, leaning on Nate as he looks happy and relaxed. Sober, because he'd be driving me to the airport the next day. The thought strikes hard. I should call him. And then Mum asks me if I want shepherd's pie for dinner, and my attention turns to her 90s terracotta and pine kitchen. How welcoming it feels. Sounds perfect, I say. I steam some broccoli while Mum opens a bottle of white wine and puts her chicken-themed placemats on the 2-person dining table. From the other room I can hear my phone vibrating. Do you need to get that? Mum asks. I tell her no. Because there's nothing in that device I need right now. By the time we've finished eating, I've covered off my run of bad luck, Amara's app launch, and Ryan. Mum doesn't say much. She absorbs it all, studying my reactions, carefully considering her advice before she speaks. My own personal therapist. I think she could have been in another life, if she hadn't become a single mother in her late 20s. A toddler and no childcare severely limited her career opportunities. She's adamant she loves working at the bakery, that she loves the people, the convenience, the smell. But I always wondered if she wanted more. She is deserving of it. I didn't see this coming, she says. Her eyes fall to the awkwardly large diamond ring I'm still wearing. This is the first moment it's occurred to me to take it off. I slide it into my pocket. I thought when he bought that ring, when he spent all that money, that it was a sign of how committed he was to you. What was yours like? I say, and instantly regret it. Mum's wedding ring isn't some prized heirloom she'll hand down to me one day. It's not a symbol of loyalty and faith in love. It's the exact opposite. Mum stares at her bare hands, expression tight. She avoids the question. Did Ryan tell you he asked my permission? He did. She nods. A few years ago, the weekend you and I went to the West End, you had a headache after the show and went to bed early. He told me you were it for him, that he'd love you for the rest of his life. When he showed me that ring, I thought, now, here is a man in love. So sweet, so Ryan, is my first thought. Then my stomach sours. Yeah, well, I say. I can't finish that sentence for the lump in my throat. Why? Just why? Mum shakes her head in disgust, standing to clear our plates. It's a hard lesson to learn, darling. What's that? She has her back to me, facing the sink, when she says over her shoulder, that some men are only good at two things: loving and lying. Oof. Mum turns her attention back to the dishes, leaving me to sit with that ice-cold declaration. It would be one thing if I thought she was being overly dramatic or trying to help me lick my wounds, but she's not. She's said things like this for as long as I can remember. She believes it. I wonder how much heartache you have to feel in order to get to this point. I hope I never find out. The silence is broken by my vibrating phone, and I know I can't ignore it forever. I bring it to the table. There's a message from Ryan asking if I'm okay, if he can come to the flat and talk, but I can't give it any further attention because my screen is swamped with notifications across all my socials. Ruby Darling and Ryan Larson in cheating scandal, read most of the captions. What the... How did they find out about this? But as I scroll, I learn it's got nothing to do with Ryan's proclivities, but the arguing couple at Amara's launch. It's mostly clout-chasing gossip pages, but they have all the proof they need to curate an exciting story, including the drink throw, which, from the camera's angle, now looks purposeful. The cheating man looks as though he's by my side, the screaming partner appears to be screaming at me. It's like one of those funhouse mirror illusions. And then comes the commentary. The opinions. I am drowning in negativity. She was never good enough for him, basic bitch, someone writes. Ryan has done everything for her, took her from nothing, and this is how she repays him? Blocked, says another. I used to like her content, but then she got so full of herself, you can tell she believes her own hype. I cannot stand her. I'm losing hundreds of followers by the minute. Which isn't bad in and of itself, but it is from a business perspective. I need decent numbers to attract brands who pay me to promote their products and services, hotels, airlines, tourism boards. Wholesome, family-owned companies that will never associate themselves with someone at the centre of a scandal. Shit. I don't notice Mum is standing over me until maybe 10 minutes have passed. Everything okay? I look up at her furrowed brow, placing my phone on the table, thinking about Amara's app and what it said about me being in my Saturn return. Is this another part of my cosmic curse? Or am I overthinking it? This will all blow over eventually. The internet is cyclical. Every day there's a new sensation, a new controversy, right? Nothing important, I say. I reach for more wine, but the bottle is empty. That was the last of it, Mum says, drying her hands. She grabs her purse. You'll need to pop to the shop. She hands me a crisp note and looks me dead in the eye. Hemorrhoid cream. I stare at her. I'm good with wine, thanks. She tuts as she smiles. Don't look so horrified. It's your fault I need it. Bigger than a watermelon you were. Can you get me the kind, I forget what it's called now. It's recommended by all the doctors. It says so on the box. I refuse her money, and she spares me the usual back and forth where I keep saying no and she keeps trying to shove money into my pockets without me noticing. She hugs me like a sailor on a dock before waving me off at the door, which is awkward because the flat opens onto the main road, and she's still doing it when I reach the entrance of the shop. I grab a bottle of Chardonnay, Mum's favourite, and make my way to the medication aisle with no idea what I'm looking for. Am I supposed to be seeing a bright smile of an actor pretending to be a doctor on the box, or is it more like a toothpaste, 8 out of 10 dentists recommend type thing? I've spent at least 5 minutes reading every word on every hemorrhoid relief cream in front of me, when I notice someone hovering beside me. Ruby, a sweet voice says. Ruby Oliver. It's been so long since someone's called me by my real name that I almost don't acknowledge it as my own. I'm fully convinced I'm going to turn and see a camera in my face, some internet troll looking to add more flames to my social dumpster fire. Instead, I look up and see Kira Gatwa, one of Nate's friends from school, who at college adopted me as one of her own. She looks exactly the same as she did the last time I saw her, years ago. Black hair pulled into a bun, a baby face, and the friendliest smile you've ever seen. Except she now has a nose ring and is covered in thin-line tattoos, arms, chest, even the tiny bits of ankle I can see poking out from the top of her Doc Martens. Behind her is her mother, Odette, a taller version of Kira, no tattoos or piercings, but so similar in every other way. I only met her once when we were in college, but I'd recognise her instantly. Oh my God, Kira, hi! She pulls me in for a hug. It's been forever, how are you? I pause when I notice how her mother is looking at me. Cautious eyes, as if she knows my bad luck is about to rub off on her beloved daughter. Great, I chirp. Just great. Home for a few days. Mum, you remember Ruby, don't you? We went to college together. Quiet little Ruby became a bit of an internet star. Oh, no, I say, waving my hand dismissively. The humiliation threatens to devour me. No. Really. I post videos of my travels. It's nothing. It's awesome, Kira says while her mother looks unmoved. I've been following you for years. Travelling the world vicariously, everyone loves it. Odette glances at her phone. Excuse me, Paul is calling. Must have forgotten something. She squeezes her daughter's shoulder. I'll meet you there. Odette doesn't say goodbye to me, which I didn't expect her to, but it gets those anxiety cogs turning. That familiar feeling of being the last to pick up on something. To have missed a stop sign further back and be barreling towards danger. Is everything okay? I didn't interrupt anything, I say. What? Oh, no! My stepdad is playing a gig tonight. He played drums when he was younger, and that midlife crisis is working its magic. First time playing in public in 30 years. It's a big deal. You should come. Me? I say, as though she might possibly be talking to the exhausted woman in pyjamas behind me buying a giant box of nappies. We want to hear all about your travels. We're overdue a catch-up. She looks awkwardly at the hemorrhoid cream in my hands. Unless you have something you need to do. Oh, this? No, practical joke. I laugh, putting it back on the shelf. Sorry, Mum, I'll make it up to you. Who is we? I ask. She counts the names on her fingers. Adnan, Flo, you remember them, don't you? I nod, of course I do. I spent every day of my college years with them. Playing cards in the student centre, barbecues on the beach, dog walks through the New Forest, drinking around bonfires. the only friends I had in this town. Then she pauses. And Nate, too? Nate's going. I have a full-body reaction to hearing his name, as though I've been plunged into ice. Nate Andrews. Yeah, you'll come, right? You have to. I tell Kira that I'd love to, and while she pays for a pack of gum, I text Mum and tell her I've bumped into Kira and ask if she minds me going to see Nate, that I won't be long. Her reply is instant. Course, hope it goes okay, kiss. I read it a couple of times, feeling as though I'm missing some context, but then Kira ushers me out of the shop and I forget all about it. The Dump is, without a doubt, the most aptly named venue I've ever come across, and I once visited a Bali resort called Serenity that literally looked and felt like heaven. The Dump is the exact opposite of that. It's the kind of place where you'd expect serial killers to hide out, with jet black walls, ceilings, and floors. When it's at capacity, there's so much condensation that, if you're unlucky, it will drip on your head at the worst moment. After some faffing with the guest list, our hands are stamped and we're led through the packed venue. On the walk there, Kira informed me that Paul is the only one to have gone through puberty, which is how they got their name. 1 man and 3 babies. They play an eclectic mix of 80s covers, which their teen fans think are originals. I don't tell Kira that I haven't tagged along for the music. Paul's band are yet to take to the stage, so Kira buys us a couple of beers and leads me across the dance floor to some sticky wooden tables on the sidelines. Adnan and Flo, both sporting wedding rings and holding hands, greet me politely, as if they have no idea who I am. This is Ruby, remember Ruby? Kira yells over the warm-up act. They both express disbelief at seeing me, saying the red hair would have given me away, but it's far too dark and noisy in here to have any type of sensible thought. We laugh and shout at each other about how lovely it is to all be together again after so many years. Adnan works as a financial advisor, and Flo trained as a vet. She's planning to open her own practice in the next few years. They married 2 years ago, and there's an awkward moment where they begin to apologise for not inviting me, which feels crazy for them to do because they were Nate's friends first. I was very much the tag-along of the group, and we haven't spoken in years. I smile as I look at the pictures on Flo's phone, ignoring the rising sadness. Damn, I would have loved to be there. Where's Nate? I ask. I can't wait to see him. Adnan and Flo share a look I can't translate. He's getting a drink. I look around excitedly, adrenaline surging through my veins, and then I feel him arrive at the table, but not in a good way. He's an explosion of irritated energy, and at first I think it must be from the appalling lead singer doing his best to make our eardrums bleed. But then I notice that Nate is staring at me, his mouth in a straight line, his jaw working back and forth. Ruby's back, Kira shouts. Picked her up in the bum cream aisle of the corner shop. Where you find all your dates, Adnan quips. That happened 1 time, she laughs, putting her arm around Nate, shaking him with enthusiasm. Can you believe it? The famous Ruby Oliver! Talk about a blast from the past! But the fanfare she expects never arrives. Nate continues to stare at me, his hands gripping his beer bottle so tight I genuinely fear he might shatter it. He looks so different from the last time I saw him, from the ancient picture on his abandoned social media account. His light brown hair is shaggy and unkempt, reaching down to a long dark beard. When someone on the dance floor barges past him, he barely moves, as if he's made of stone. He was never like this before. Slim and gawky, always bundled into clothes that swamped him. Now his shoulders are filled out, his t-shirt pulls taut around his biceps. He's taller, too, by almost a foot. The legs of a rugby player. I wonder if I look different to him, too. If he still sees the girl he used to know, under all this makeup. Hey, you, I say. I move to hug him, but his shoulders stiffen so much I bail at the last second and grip my handbag instead. Long time no see. Yep, sure has been. His words are fine, but the tone he uses gives me pause. I push through the tension with a beaming smile. So, how have you been? What's life like for Nate Andrews? Oh, life is just great. He turns and walks to the bar. I'm quick behind, pushing between the crowds that surge forward as Kira's stepdad's band takes the stage. Nate, I call. Guitars strum. He keeps moving. Nate! Booming drums hammer as loud as my heart. In the empty space at the back of the venue, I finally catch up. Wait, I say. He turns, expression hard. Was that a bad question? I asked because I care. Because I want to catch up. You sure about that? His deep brown eyes turn almost as black as the walls. Because actions speak louder than words, and in the last few years, I've had about 6 from you. I blink away my confusion. We've spoken to each other, I say. A few belated happy birthdays and a hey, can we talk message you never replied to is hardly what I'd define as speaking to each other. So forgive me for not giving you the warm welcome home you were expecting. The truth rumbles under me, shaking my foundations. Hey, can we talk? I remember receiving that message. It was almost a year ago. I was running through the airport in Dubai, late for my connecting flight to Tokyo. I made a mental note to call him when I landed, but by then it was nighttime in the UK, and then I recall a hotel mix-up, a lost suitcase, Ryan stressing about a shooting deadline. Oh God, I never called him. I completely forgot all about it. Nate sees this realization sweep across my face. My guilt does nothing to make this better, and the disappointed look he gives me twists my stomach in knots. It wasn't intentional. The first few times I came home after I left for France, we tried to meet up, but either he was busy or I was, and we promised next time. But next time never came. At first we would text here and there. I'd send him new music updates on the bands he loves. He'd send me photos of the things he'd made as part of his carpentry training. But that all fizzled away. We grew up. We grew apart. I thought it was mutual, but the way Nate's looking at me makes me feel as though I've misread the bigger picture, as though I've forgotten something important. Why are you even here? He asks. Did someone die? Why does everyone think that death is the only thing that would drag me back here? No, I'm here because... I stumble over my words. I'm not entirely sure a woe is me approach is going to make this better. The young singer hits a bum note and the whole crowd winces, but I don't, because it sounds exactly how I feel inside. Torn up. Life has been crazy busy, and I catch Nate's eye. He deserves better than some limp excuse. I should have called. You're right, but I'm here now. What did you want to talk about? He rubs his forehead, grimacing like he has a headache brewing. I don't have the energy to do this right now. I came here to have a nice night with my friends. He turns to walk away again, but I grab his wrist. I thought I was your friend. Yeah. He looks me dead in the eye. So did I. Chapter 4. I make an excuse to leave not long after that. I say goodbye to everyone except Nate, who spent the rest of the show standing like an army cadet watching the band, legs wide, back straight, arms folded over his chest. Unapproachable personified. To me and me only. It's not late when I get home, but I'm surprised to find Mum still awake, curled up on the sofa in her flannel pajamas. With early starts at the bakery, she usually likes to be in bed before 9. She's got a mug of what smells like peppermint tea beside her. You didn't have to wait up for me, I say, hanging my coat at the top of the stairs. She pauses the television. I put the key out, but wasn't sure you'd remember where to find it. I fake a smile. Under the mat, as always. How'd it go? I hold up a box of hemorrhoid cream in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. Well, the good news is that the corner shop was still open. And the bad? We both know what she's really asking. The truth is, it went worse than I could have imagined. Nate hates me. One of my favourite people is so pissed off he can't even stand to be in the same 200-capacity room as me. And whilst I spent the whole walk back to Mum's Googling Saturn return, trying to pin yet another catastrophic day on the universe, it's time I accept the truth. This one is on me. He could barely look at me, I say, flopping down on the sofa beside her, eyes on the ceiling as I try and hold back a wave of tears. Mum puts her arm around me and squeezes. She is so warm, and her pyjamas so soft. I instantly question how I've spent almost a third of my life miles away from this perfect type of comfort. He came here, she says. A year ago, maybe? Here, your flat. Her chin hits my head when she nods. He came to hang some new doors for me. Did a great job. She falls quiet. He wouldn't talk about you. I brought you up a few times, saying how well your internet thing was going, how you were treating me to a trip to Edinburgh for my birthday. Every single time I mentioned your name, he changed the subject. I sit up, looking into her concerned eyes. I wasn't expecting him to see me and for everything to slot back to the way it was when we were younger, but I expected him to at least be polite. We both grew up, and sure, communication slipped, but I don't understand why he hates me so much. It's not hate, darling. It's hurt, she says, her expression so certain that my protests evaporate. You two were inseparable for years. He slept on this sofa so many times I considered charging him rent. And then you turned 18, and you left. You started a whole new life, one without him in it. You weren't there when things got tough, when he needed you, when his dad got sick. Panic grows inside me, thorny, poisonous. Nate's dad is a larger-than-life man, legendary in this little town. He could walk into every pub and know someone. And on the odd chance he didn't, give him 30 seconds and he'd be making friends with the first person he saw. Never without his gold chain and a business card for Andrew's Carpentry Services. In my head, he's still the man who could chat to me for hours about end grain and dovetail joints like I had a clue what he was talking about. His relationship with Nate is special, full of trust and care. His pride and joy, his best friend. Is Graham okay? I ask urgently. No, Mum says. No, he's not. The next few minutes feel like a time warp, where seconds pass like hours and minutes feel eternal. A year ago, Graham was diagnosed with motor neuron disease. There's no cure. It's not a matter of if, but when. Nate took the news the hardest. His mum and dad divorced when he was young. She lives a short drive away, but they never stayed close. Not like Nate and his dad. When it comes to family, they're all the other has. Since the diagnosis, Nate has practically moved in to help with his dad's care. The family carpentry business was signed over about 15 years earlier than planned. That's what he wanted to tell me, I say, mostly to myself. When I was travelling, and I didn't call him back. I am the absolute worst. I swear it wasn't on purpose. You know how crazy things are when I travel, how I'm always rushing and I lose track of real life and... Mum puts her hand on my cheek. Perhaps it's not me you need to say this to. Oh, I can't imagine how he's feeling. If something happened to you... My throat tightens so much I can't finish the sentence. Mum stands grabbing 2 mugs from the kitchen. When she returns to the sofa, she opens the bottle of wine and generously pours. The universe can be so cruel sometimes. The universe. I exhale a derisive laugh. Fucking Saturn. Excuse me? Sorry, flippin' Saturn. Mum laughs. How much did you drink tonight? I know it sounds absurd, I say. I pull my phone from my pocket and load the return app, showing her the message I must have read 10 times now, about how I'm in the midst of my Saturn return. Mum reads it as I explain the fundamentals. I didn't believe it at first, but the way life has been rejecting me lately, I'm starting to wonder. A notification pops up, thankfully unrelated to my social demise. What's that? Mum asks. It shoots out these daily affirmations, advice I'm supposed to need. I take the phone from her and read it. The truth will set me free. I roll my eyes at the cliché. When does it happen exactly? She asks. This return? Around 28, I say. Mum stills, thoughtful. I was 28 when your father left. Father. It's not so much the word that causes my heart to jackhammer in my chest, more that it's Mum who said it. I don't think she's brought him up in at least 15 years. And even then, it was a perfunctory conversation. I'd said I'd cancelled my annual optometrist appointment, and she casually mentioned that it was important that my dad had worn contacts. Once upon a time, I grabbed these fragments of him with hungry fists, hoping one day they might make the memory of him complete. But as I got older, the details stopped coming, and whenever I pushed, I quickly regretted how stiff Mum would become, how she'd recoil at the mention of him. And I can hardly blame her. The story goes that they were happily married, the type of couple everyone was jealous of. He'd dote on her by her gifts, just because, change the nappies, mop the floors, push baby Ruby in the stroller with pride. A hero of a father by 90s standards. They were in love, they were happy. And then, opportunity knocked. A once-in-a-lifetime chance for a struggling musician like Dad, a job offer in an orchestra. In Rome or France or Spain. The destination changed with each retelling. It was supposed to be for one summer. It has been all the summers, winters, autumns, and springs combined. Mum used to say he left and never came back, but there must have been more to it because I know they officially divorced at some point. I would hear her through my bedroom wall cursing his name on the phone to my aunt. But the gaps in my knowledge are vast. There's so much I want to know that I've long accepted I never will. Which is why I keep very quiet now, waiting. Wondering if Mum will elaborate on this declaration. 28, single mother of a 2-year-old. And I thought my life was tough. I have always believed it was my fault, she says, that I hadn't loved him enough. That my postnatal depression had worn him down, that She falls quiet, like it doesn't really matter either way it happened. It sure would be nice to blame something else for once. She glances at my phone, still in her hand. Fuck you, Saturn! She shouts so abruptly that I jolt, sloshing wine onto my thigh. Language, Vivian, I say, in a parental voice. She laughs, but her smile fades quickly, like she thinks she doesn't deserve it. I keep the conversation light. It claims that the farther you are from your true life purpose, the more you'll be affected. So I must be up shit creek. But you were happy, Mum asks. Weren't you? Yeah, I say, ignoring the seed-sized doubt that sits inside me, desperate to grow. 15 countries in the last 2 years, 5-star resorts, first-class travel. What isn't there to be happy about? I'm so proud of you, living your dream, she says. Ever since you were little, it was always the same, all you talked about. This country, this city, on and on. My little atlas. Other kids your age had pop stars lining the walls. You had cutouts from the holiday brochures. It is truly mind-boggling as to why I had no friends. I joke, then instantly feel that now is not the time. I glance at the phone, to the affirmation still on the screen. The truth will set me free. Will it? I think some of it had to do with him, I say. I watch Mum closely. She doesn't react. I used to Google his name for hours on end, typing in different countries and cities, hoping his face would pop up. I know it's so stupid, but my travel bug, it's always been about looking for him. Our eyes meet. There's a weighty silence. Every country I go, I search for orchestras. I buy tickets. I used to have this fantasy that I'd see his name in the concert program, and he'd spot me from the stage and recognize me somehow. The red hair, or that I looked like you when you were younger. It's childish and never going to happen, but yeah. A nervous laugh erupts. The truth is, I've been looking for him my whole life. Mum looks away, trying to stop me seeing her eyes fill with tears. I'm sorry, I say, consumed with burning regret. I shouldn't say things like that. I didn't mean to hurt you. Mum sits forward, elbows on her knees. The tiniest quivers across her back tell me that I've really messed up this time. First Nate, now Mum. What the hell is the matter with me? Mum pretends her heartache is healed, but it's as fresh as the day Dad left. I know this. Yet here I am, prodding at the wound. I'm sorry, she says, wiping away her tears. Please don't apologize. I'm sorry, she says, stern now. Because I knew that's what it was about, your passion for travel. Deep down, I knew. And I was so scared that you'd find him, and you'd leave again and never come back. Just like he did. No, Mum, it was daydreaming, it wasn't. But mostly I'm sorry. She composes herself, determination in her eyes. Because I know where he is. I take a breath that doesn't reach my lungs. You know where he is. The words don't feel real to me. She has always said he was uncontactable. That the number she had for him was no longer in service. A nomad, a rolling stone on the endless road. That he could be anywhere. For the first few years after he left, he was on the road with various orchestras, like I told you. He'd send me checks with different postal stamps across Europe. And then finally, from New Zealand. New Zealand? I repeat. I've never been. Ryan and I were going to go after we visited Australia 3 years earlier, but we were offered another job and changed the plan. My body can't seem to process this information because I feel as though I've been told he's in the next room, like I'm about to come face to face with him, or maybe a lion. He was born there, but moved to England as a child. He had dual citizenship. He always said it was his dream to move back there. We talked about doing it together someday, buying a house in the countryside with a wraparound porch. We'd grow old watching the sunset over the hills. She curls her hands into fists. Another dream he realized without me. Wait, I say, breathless. Did he write? Did he ask about me? She shakes her head, no. The pain in her eyes makes me believe her. Do you have an address? Anything? All I ever received were the checks with a New Zealand bank stamp. I probably should have told you, but it seemed cruel to give you half the information, knowing it wasn't enough. I'm sorry if that was the wrong choice. It all feels so messy. I'd never admitted I was looking for him. She never admitted she knew which direction he was in. I stand, then I sit. I stare at my phone. A notification pops up. Footage of that doomed tube journey has surfaced, my skirt caught in the doors, my hideous cotton pants on display. I squeeze the metal. I want to throw it at the wall. All I can think is, why? Why is my life falling apart? Why did Mum keep this from me? Why did Dad keep sending money? But one persists. Why would he do this, I ask, leave us all alone with no explanation? Darling, I've spent the last 26 years wondering the same. I'm afraid to ask the question that rages inside me, but I can't keep it in. What am I supposed to do with this? I say, though technically I'm pleading. Please, please, tell me what to do because I have absolutely no idea. Mum stands, and I know this is all getting too much for her. That the tears and the wine and the memories are making her unsteady on her feet, that it's all a bit overwhelming. She kisses me goodnight on the forehead. Whatever you want, darling. Whatever you want. Chapter 5. It's gone midnight and my eyes sting from barely sleeping the last few nights, but there's no way I can go to bed. I feel like I've been split in two. The old half of me who travelled the world desperately searching, and the new half, the one who knows where to find Dad. And now, a hopeful new me, the one who is suddenly paralysed by fear at what she might find. I give it an hour to make sure Mum is asleep, then I sneak into her bedroom using the torch on my phone like an impulsive burglar. I know exactly where to find it, the small wooden box that lives under her bed. Unlike the winter boots and books that live beside it, this item is never dusty. I pull it out and take it to the living room. I must have done this 1,000 times, yet my heart races as though it's the first. As though I'll see something new. I don't. It's the same as it was. A gold baby bracelet, the plastic hospital tag that went round my ankle when I was born, a lock of golden red hair from my first haircut, and a single photograph. It's of a man with a smile I have no memory of seeing in the flesh. My dad. He's holding a tiny curly-haired toddler in his arms. Me. I know this because I'm holding Bear, my best friend for more years than I'm proud to admit. Dad, his black hair in a shaggy 90s style, is wearing a checkered shirt and smiling. His saxophone shines like a brand new penny behind him. His other favourite, a piano, would never have fitted up the stairs of this flat. I looked at this picture as a child and thought he looked happy. Now I study his blue eyes, searching for something I might not have seen before. Something I see in myself. A longing to be somewhere else. New Zealand. The place makes me think of Nate for some reason. Probably because of all the nights we spent at his watching Lord of the Rings. There were so many things I missed about Nate when we drifted apart. But that film was not one of them. It was his comfort watch. We'd open our textbooks on his bedroom floor. His was business studies because Graham, his dad, always had big plans for him to take over the carpentry business when he graduated, and mine was geography and travel and tourism because, well, you know. The usual indie music we'd listen to was far too distracting, so he'd grab the DVD from the shelf and chuck it on. When I asked how an epic fantasy saga could possibly be less distracting than the dulcet tones of Bon Iver, he simply smiled and said, "The soundtrack helps me focus." When our necks would ache from being hunched over like prawns studying, he would click his spine, focusing on the television, telling me all the locations it was filmed, things that were missing from the books, how he dreamed of visiting Hobbiton someday. We must have watched it 30 times or more. The memory is interrupted by another buzz of my phone, because, of course, the internet never sleeps. It's a video from Ryan's page, a montage of some of our happiest moments. Kissing in the rain on a cobbled New York street, holding hands as we run into the crystal blue Barbados Sea, him on one knee in that Parisian restaurant with me sobbing into my hands as I said yes to being his wife. The caption simply reads, "Ruby darling, the love of my life." And it would make my heart burst with gratitude to be loved this way, if it didn't cut deeper than a rusty blade. The comments twisted. "She is so painfully average looking. What a waste. Ryan, sweetie, when you come to your senses, my inbox is open. Wink emoji," says one. "She cheated, Ryan. DUMPHER, demands another. "Ruby darling," more like Ruby disgrace. I want to reach into the phone and scream that they have it wrong, that it's not true, that if they knew the real story, they wouldn't be saying these things. But the way my luck is going, I'm certain I will say the wrong thing, or worse, no one will believe me. I've seen this play out to others 100 times before. It's like trying to argue with a mirror. The reflection is never going to change. All I can do is wait it out. Wait for this Saturn bloody return to end. But then I glance at the photograph of my father and me again, and the strangest feeling whooshes through me. Like certainty. Like a truth I've always known. Peace will come when you align with your true path. I'm supposed to know him. For whatever reason, him not having had an influence on me is what's stopping me becoming who I'm supposed to be. I try to imagine what my life would be like if he'd stuck around, but in absence of any fact, I assign him a million different personalities, picture 1,000 variations of the life I could have lived with him in it. A little girl who told him she loved running, so he took her to the park every Sunday morning for strength training, an esteemed athletics career before her. A teenager who'd seen her dad cut himself while cooking and felt so helpless she swore right then and there that she would go to medical school. A lethargic 15-year-old who watched her father's contagious fascination with computers, which inspired her to take a coding course, the first stepping stone to becoming a leader in STEM. This is why my life is falling apart, I am certain. This is what stopped me becoming the person I'm supposed to be. And finding him is what's going to fix everything. I wake up a few hours later, face first against the TV remote, dribble on my chin. Mum will be up for her shift at the bakery soon, so I put the picture of Dad inside my suitcase and slide the box back under Mum's bed before her alarm goes off. If I'm going to do this, it's going to take a whole lot of planning. Researching directories, renting a car, mapping a potentially country-long drive. I am a confident traveller, but this is bigger than what I know. To stand outside a front door praying what's on the other side will be happy to see me is a type of courage I'm not sure I possess. I need help. But there are only 2 people I've shared my feelings about my father with. 2 people who truly know how much his absence has affected me. One of them is Ryan, and as much as my aching heart would love to, I will not confide in him. The other is Nate. I don't know where he lives, and I don't dare knock on his dad's door unannounced, so once I've said goodbye to Mum and the time on the clock is somewhat respectable, I Google the number for the tattoo shop Kira told me she works at. It sounds like she's just arrived when I plead my case and ask her for Nate's address, only for her to tell me that he'll be on site already, so I beg her to tell me where on site is as well. With the location secured, I Google the quickest walking route, then rehearse my apology as I get dressed. Then, at 9:15 a.m., I stroll into an active building site, wearing the only coat I brought back south, a luminous pink faux fur one. I round the thick metal fences, past the stacks of building materials, and one of those mechanical digger things. There's a half-built nursing home in front of me, 3 stories wrapped in scaffolding. I spot Nate at the front of the building, 1 foot on the bottom rung of a ladder, a long piece of wood on his shoulder as he climbs to a platform on the edge of the roof. Given my luck, I decide to keep quiet until he reaches safety. I do not fancy adding a broken bone to my list of cosmic whoopsies. Despite the chilly early November air, he's wearing filthy camel-coloured khakis and a maroon t-shirt, his skin still glowing from the long-lost summer. He's got all that hair tucked under a hard hat, but wisps swirl around his ears, almost golden in the morning light. I step closer, my brain whirring with all the words I need to say, when something stops me in my tracks. "Way!" a man's voice calls from the rafters. "Someone order a stripper?" Oh, good Lord. I freeze. A group of men in distressed denim and hard hats begin pointing and jeering at me. "Oi, oi, show us your... Tommy!" Nate's voice bellows from the other side of the site. "Do yourself and everyone else a favour and shut the fuck up." Snickers fill the air. "Yes, boss," he replies, turning back to his brickwork. Nate peels his death stare away from the man on the opposite scaffold, fixing his eyes slowly, deliberately on me. "Surprise?" I call up to him in the sky. He sighs, putting both hands on the metal frame and leaning over to look at me. "Is there a reason you're walking through a building site dressed like the love child of Barbie and Sasquatch?" I self-consciously dig my nails into the fluffy fabric. It's the type of fashion statement Ruby Darling is synonymous with. Ryan said we had to differentiate ourselves as much as possible, stand out, grab attention, keep our viewers interested. It's a costume. Right now it's my shield. "You hate my coat," I say sadly. Noted. Didn't say I hated it. The smallest hint of a smile tugs the corner of his mouth, and I remember this is the type of teasing that used to be second nature to us. It took me a while to get used to it. Maybe because before I met Nate, the harsh words used against me were never jokes. This is it. My in. I take it with both hands. I had to come here to tell you how sorry I am. Nate watches me closely, his breath held, lips tight. For... My shouting has caused everyone to down their tools. I take a deep breath, hoping what I'm about to say will make Nate drop his weapons too. "My mum told me about your dad. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I should have." Nate shrugs, but the pain in his face is undeniable. I long accepted that our friendship meant more to me than it did to you. "No!" The word bursts out of me, surprising us both. "It meant as much to me. Means. I got a little lost there for a while. I was stupid for coming back here and expecting to pick up like nothing happened. I understand why you're mad at me. And if the shoe had been on the other foot, then yeah, I'd storm off in a crowded bar as well." "You'd probably have thrown your drink over me too," Nate adds. "You can throw a drink over me if you want. Or worse. I'm here to grovel." Nate remains expressionless, but I keep pushing forward. "My whole life feels like it's upside down right now, and I'm trying to reassess what's important to me, and I couldn't leave things the way they were. You don't have to forgive me. You don't even have to speak to me again." I pause, trying to still my bobbing throat. "But I wanted you to know that I do care, even if I didn't show it. You were the best friend I ever had, and I'm as mad at myself as you are, for not being there when you needed me." The emotion gets the better of me, and my chest shudders with the threat of a sob, but there are now at least 30 construction workers watching us. I'm not going to give them more ammunition by crying in front of them. I compose myself long enough to see if Nate will reply. He doesn't. He stares, almost dumbfounded. But it's okay. I have said what I need to. That has to be enough. I turn to leave and have taken 5 steps when I hear the ground crunching behind me. Wait. Nate is running. He stops in front of me, then looks at his colleagues. I'm taking a break. I want those rafters ready for inspection when I get back. He ushers me forward, out of the sight and onto the road. What are you doing? I say. He finally smiles. I find grovelling goes best with a side of bacon. Chapter 6. Sue's Cafe is a small greasy spoon where Nate and our friends used to spend hungover Saturday mornings hunched over the vinyl tablecloths, eating bacon butties and downing full-fat cola. I had completely forgotten it existed. Nate orders his usual, apparently. I take a black coffee, and we grab a table in the corner. For a minute, neither of us speaks. The retro television on the wall plays the horse racing far too loud. The locals chat amongst themselves. Nate sits back, watching me, like he can't believe I'm in front of him. They're a charming bunch, I say, your colleagues. Testosterone overload. I'm sorry they were catcalling. My guys know better than to pull that shit, but I'm managing multiple projects at the moment. I had to get trades from elsewhere, and their manners are left wanting. It's okay. It's not. You shouldn't have to deal with that. I smile and thank him. I thought I was the one who needed to apologize. He shows me his palms. Floor's all yours. I repeat my apology, looking him straight in the eye. In recent years, I've become seasoned at telling people what they want to hear, in making them believe anything I say. But there's no front here now. It's just me and my old best friend, and a long overdue explanation for my disappearing act. I kept thinking you'd come home eventually, he says when I'm done. Then I heard you'd based yourself in London, so I figured a call was probably more realistic. I would have even settled for a text. It's the most basic and easiest of modern communication forms. A thumbs up emoji would have been better than nothing. The lonely letter K. I scramble through my memory for some kind of reasoning why I couldn't do it, but it's full of jet lag and flights and excuses which are just that. Then I recall my affirmation from last night. The truth will set me free. I look at the ceiling and decide to go for it. I've been selfish. Things were fine when I was working, doing cleaning jobs and hosting. But then I met Ryan and my whole life changed, I say. To anyone else, Nate doesn't react, but to me, the slight disgruntled narrowing of his eyes is as good as a table flip. And that's not an excuse, but it's true. Life took off in a way I never expected, and I put that first. I'm sorry. I want to be your friend. And if I have to earn back that right, then I'll do it. And true to my word, we spend the next 30 minutes talking about Nate's dad. He tells me how slowly it started, how Graham refused to acknowledge how much he was struggling with his mobility. For a man whose work revolves around the use of his hands, he sure hid it for a long time. How often he was dropping chisels, how stiff his movements became. By the time Nate got him in front of a doctor, he knew it was going to be bad. But he never expected this. The hopelessness of it all. How the full stop is getting closer, day by day. Nate tells me that he tries to coax his dad outside, to show him that good things are still happening, that his life is different but is still life, that there's still so much he can look forward to. But it's not working. Graham has already thrown in the towel. He says he's too embarrassed to be seen in public. I clutch my chest, knowing my words are wholly inadequate, but using them anyway. When Nate's eyes begin to glisten and his lungs heave unsteady breaths, he moves the conversation onto easier topics. His gorgeous rescue dog, Cooper. He tells me that he has his own ground floor flat by the water, but he stays at his dad's 4 nights a week to help and save costs on carers. Nate doesn't tell me that he's working himself to the bone to provide for them both, but I can see it in the way he talks. The way the playful spark he used to have in his eyes is now a steely determination to just keep going. So, what about you? Nate brushes the crumbs of his bacon sandwich onto his plate and sits back. He's clearly had enough of talking about himself. What's the real reason you're back in town after all this time? What, a girl can't come home for no reason? Sure they can. But you? No. Nate's eyebrows hitch up, daring me to disagree. Why do I get the feeling that even after all this time, he still knows me better than anyone else? You look sad. That's why. I break into a cheesy smile, all teeth and dimples. I'm great. There's no way I'm making this all about me, not when I've just got Nate back in my life. He strokes his beard skeptically. The miracles I could work on that thing with some conditioner and a comb. You said your whole life is upside down? Did I? I laugh and wave my hand. You know me, always overdramatic. My phone vibrates on the table. In big, bold letters, the words, "The rise and fall of travel influencer Ruby Darling," fill the screen. Amara has sent the article to me with a string of expletives and a contact number for her lawyer. Like I could afford one now. Nate's eyes dart to it, then to me. As I said, things are going great. Looks like it, he says. He picks up the phone. Can I? I nod for him to go ahead. He'll only Google it the second I leave anyway. He reads for a few minutes and my lungs constrict at the thought of what's on that screen. What fake venom is being expulsed to the masses about me now? If Nate thinks it's true. You're engaged, he says, mildly surprised. Now I know he hasn't checked my social pages in years. I'm not sure why that makes me feel sad. I was, not anymore. Not such a long story, it turns out. Nate scowls and continues reading. Car crashes, cheating. His eyes shoot to mine in disbelief that I could ever be capable of what they accuse. Don't believe everything you read on the internet, I reply. He shakes his head. What you need is a digital detox, he says, tossing the phone back to me. To completely unplug. The first thing I feel is panic. I cannot live without my phone. And not only because I run my business out of it, email, calendars, phone calls, but because I need it. Amara's app. It's helped me so far. It led me to Nate, to the truth about where my father is. With the universe gunning for me, it feels like my only defense. The only way to get my life back. A cheer erupts as a horse crosses the finish line. Nate and I watch each other. I'm thinking about my dad again, but I can't tell him about my problems with everything he's going through. I just can't. Tell me, he says. Tell you what? Whatever it is you want to say but won't let yourself. I squirm in my seat. How did you... You're biting your bottom lip. He tips his forehead. You always do when you're holding something back. I force out a breath, resigned to the fact that once again, Nate knows best. Okay. Last night, Mum confessed that my dad is living in New Zealand. He goes very still. I don't need to tell him what a big deal this is for me. Shit, Rubes, he says. Every late-night conversation about the shadow of my dad slips between us. The things I never told anyone else, not even Ryan. She knew all along? When I nod, he closes his eyes for a brief moment, feeling the weight of it. Then he looks straight at me, purposeful. Why now? Does it matter? He makes a face like, I guess not. I kind of understand why she kept it from me. I mean, what was I going to do about it at 7 or 10 or 12? She had no contact details for him. It wouldn't have changed anything. But it could have saved you years of wondering. I'm still wondering, Nate. I wonder what he's like, why he left us, why he never came back. And if I don't find him, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering. Nate picks up exactly what I'm trying to say. When? He asks. I don't know. Soon. I need to plan for something like this. I need to be sensitive to Mum's feelings, but hey, bright side? At least I don't have a job holding me back. Man, he says, clicking his neck. I know it's crazy, but I'm kind of jealous. What I would give for an indefinite career break right now. I feel the thought in my body first. A physical slam in the center of my chest, blooming right through me. Yes, this is such a good idea. It makes total sense. Come with me, I say. What? Come with me to New Zealand. Nate leans forward, gaze hardened. You want me to jump in a rental car with you and drive across the country, knocking on every door until you find the right one? No, silly, I say. Only the ones with a Stanley Oliver in residence. He twists his mouth doubtfully. This isn't a good idea, Rubes. Why not? So many reasons I don't know where to start. Of course he wasn't going to say yes. It's the platonic equivalent of proposing on the first date. But somehow it feels perfect. As if it's the only cure for our friendship sickness. Did you know the first ever bungee jump was in New Zealand? Nate smiles to himself. You and those random travel facts. I can't help it, I say. I feel the blush across my chest. It was the one thing he never teased me for, even when so many others did. I know it's a lot to ask, but you said yourself you need a break. This could be good for you. And I can prove that I meant what I said about getting our friendship back. It'd be a friendship resuscitation. See? It did take a death to bring you back here, he says with a smirk. I'm serious. It won't be all about me. We can explore while we're there. Beaches and mountains. We can... Another idea hits. We can visit Hobbiton! His eyes find mine, urgent. Some people can't refuse chocolate or money or sex. For Nate, it's those tiny little Shire dwellers. I see him wanting to say yes. I can map the emotion, from his curving lips to his brightening eyes. But then the look shuts down. Something harder replaces it. I can't. Not right now. There's no way. Like he said, there are plenty of reasons this trip wouldn't be a good idea. His dad, his job. And I understand it. I know it's a huge ask. But as an awkward silence stretches on, as both of us sit there, looking around the cafe, not knowing how to move on from my proposal and his rebuttal, I can't help but think the biggest reason is that he doesn't want to do it. At least not with me. Our friendship isn't the same. And I need to be okay with that. Because I'm the reason why. I pay for Nate's food and my coffee. Then we stand idly on the street outside the cafe. Years ago, this farewell would have felt so natural to me. He'd disappear around the corner, and I'd probably have texted him minutes later to continue whatever conversation we'd ended. Our friendship never stopped back then. Even in each other's absence, it kept rolling on. Until it didn't. It's going to be a manic few weeks, I say. But can I keep in contact? Let you know how it goes? Of course, he says. You can contact me too. I'll answer any time. The skeptical look in his eye is a stark reminder of how badly I've messed this up. I really hope it all works out for you, Rubes. That's all I ever wanted. My chest quivers at the sincerity in his voice. That's all I ever wanted for you too. There's the sound of a pneumatic drill coming from the site. Nate notions to it and steps back. I need to get back to work, he says. I give him a weak wave. And then he says something that makes me see this rendezvous for exactly what Nate thinks this is. A goodbye. Take care of yourself, okay? As he walks away, I quickly check the return app. The words feel like a dagger, splitting my heart in two. If I am brave enough to say goodbye, life will reward me with a new hello. Trust the process, I tell myself again. Then I watch Nate leave my life for a second time, tasting my own bitter medicine. Chapter 7. The next few days are a whirlwind of travel prep. Usually before a trip I'd be getting my nails done, my eyelashes tinted, my body waxed. On social media it takes a lot of effort to make it look like you haven't made any effort. But there's none of that this time around. I spend hours on my laptop searching the New Zealand directory for every single Stanley Oliver currently living there. It takes forever to cross-reference them with some social media sleuthing. I managed to rule out the majority, either the age is wrong or the ethnicity doesn't match up. I whittle it down to 3 potentials. One in Hamilton, another in Christchurch, and a third near Queenstown. It's going to be a hell of a drive. While I map my route at the kitchen table, Mum cooks constantly. I'm sorry casseroles, please forgive me lasagnas, I love you pies. I assure her I'm not upset, that she's opened a new door for me. One that might be the key to solving everything that's felt wonky about my life. But I think when you've held on to something for that long, the guilt is the hardest emotion to lose. As predicted, the internet has already moved on to a new drama. Some guy has caused uproar by killing a bee, and my demise is slowly creeping to the back of everyone's consciousness. But it's still there, immortalized online. I can access a stream of abuse with one little search. The worst bedtime reading ever. With the initial backlash over, most of my notifications now come from Ryan, who has returned to the flat. He sends long, lyrical texts claiming sorry is the easiest word, that it's going to take more than that to make this up to me, but that he will. It's a promise he's never going to break. He calls a lot, always in the middle of the night, and on the 2 occasions I've buckled and answered, it's been all too easy to forget what he did. My body still loves him, and it's exhausting forcing myself to remember. I almost tell him about my father. He'd know the perfect thing to say. He'd support my plan unequivocally. He always has, following me to symphonies, holding my hand when the inevitable disappointment hit. I never had to hide how I felt from him. But now I guard my feelings, afraid there's another deceit waiting. So instead, I ask for space. I tell him that I don't think I can forgive him, but if I did, that it would come after some time and distance. I still care about him, but I won't be pressured. Which is why I'm so annoyed a few nights later when once again my phone lights up the pitch-black room. I already know it's an ungodly hour, so I don't even look. I just groan into the phone. Ryan, it's the middle of the night, please. It's technically morning, Nate says. My eyes fly open in surprise. You'd know that if you had a real job. My mind thrums with all the reasons he's calling me. I know I said I would speak to you any time, but 5 a.m. is pushing it. Still not a morning person, I see. He laughs so sprightly, then I hear a car door close. An engine starts. It's 5 in the afternoon in New Zealand. We've got to get that body clock in order before we go. Wait, what? I sit bolt upright. Did you say we? Did you know, he says, there's a beach near Auckland with magnetic black sand? You can pick it up with an actual magnet. Now he's speaking my language. I smile into the phone. I did know that. Damn it, he replies. I knew I should have gone with the penguin fact. Have I ruined the surprise? Never. Consider me shocked. Especially because you said you couldn't make it work. You said... I know what I said, but things change. I want to do this. If I'm still welcome, that is. There's a moment of doubt. I was rash and impulsive when I asked him to come. We haven't been close in years, and spending weeks travelling together is a lot for any friendship, let alone one so fragile it's barely hanging on. Wait, I say, I can't make this decision yet. I lean forward in my bed, flicking my phone from the call to the return app. It had promised me a new hello, and this call feels like Saturn is delivering in abundance. I have never been more convinced that this app is my instruction manual straight back to Happyville. 2 seconds, I say. Are you on the toilet? No! I click on today's date and load the affirmation. I say yes to the things that make me happy. Oh my God. Nate is talking, but I put the phone under my pillow. I can't think with his deep voice in my ear, and I need to concentrate if I'm going to get this right. How does this make me feel? Doing this with Nate. I think of us at 17, sleepless nights driving along the south coast, not in search of something, just talking and listening to music. Friendships are hard for me, like keeping houseplants alive. It's always a constant effort, something I have to work for. But with Nate, it was as easy as existing. I want that back. I've missed his friendship. I need it more than ever. I bring the phone back to my ear. Let's do this. Nate sighs like he knows he's letting himself in for a lot of hassle. Should I even ask what happened there? Best we leave that unspoken, I say. Oh wow, this is happening. I kick my feet against the mattress, the thrill of travel back with a bang. But then something far more important occurs to me. Why did you change your mind? Nate falls quiet. Because you're a terrible driver, and it would be unethical of me to knowingly subject an entire nation to the horror that is you behind the wheel. I know that he's distracting me from the truth. Come on, I say. He exhales. This friendship is important to me. That's all the explanation I'm getting. I know there's more to this, but the flood of relief drowns my urge to push him on it. We're really doing this? I ask. I feel like I'm going to wake up again having dreamed this entire conversation. We're really doing this, he says. You and me, backpacks, hostels, economy travel, and absolutely no technology with an internet connection. Ah, I pull the duvet over my head. Make that a nightmare? Nate laughs. If I'm going to do this, I want to do it the proper way. No brand deals, no filters, no fakery. The authentic traveller experience. And what's more authentic than seeing the world from the bed of a beat-up truck? I think of the brand new SUV I was planning on renting. Have you forgotten that I made a career of seeing the world, Nate, and it looks much sweeter from the passenger seat of a Porsche? Nate tuts. That's not seeing the world. That's like drinking champagne and claiming you know what grapes taste like. I peel the duvet from my head and rub my face. It's possible I've become accustomed to a certain standard of living, I'll admit that. Whoa, did you concede? He scoffs in surprise. You're not the girl I remember. I'm still her, I say, desperate to remind him of everything he used to like about me. I could still kick your ass at cards. I still cook the best bolognese you've ever eaten, and I still know you cried watching Finding Nemo. We were kids. We were 16. He laughs. It was sad. I'm not ashamed. I hear the click of his indicator, and it dawns on me that he's probably on his way to work. Are you going to be able to do this with the business? Is your dad going to be okay with you gone? How does it work with... All sorted. I've got 14 days cleared from my diary. Can we leave next Saturday? I begin mentally scanning my calendar and realise the only thing in it is to remember to put Mum's bins out. I can make that work. Good. Sooner the better, he says. Are you going to be this bossy the whole time? Because I can still rescind your invite. I'm sure you can handle it, he says before hanging up. It takes me 10 minutes to fully wake up and understand what I've agreed to. A completely offline travel experience to the other side of the world, starting with 22 hours in economy. Good God. No, Nate, I'm not sure I can handle it. Chapter 8. The day of our flight, Mum is awake before sunrise. I know she favours early shifts at the bakery. She likes to be home early enough to watch the pre-dinner game shows with a cup of tea. But the way she moves silently around the flat, as though she's avoiding waking me, is unnerving. I'm in the lamp-lit spare bedroom, my suitcase open on the bed, everything neatly folded. Through the thin walls, I hear her make a coffee, pour it into her travel mug, then grab her keys. I move to the door, watching her creep down the stairs like a rule-breaking teenager. You're not going to leave without saying goodbye, are you? She jumps violently, clutching her chest. I thought you were asleep. Mum, I say, it's so obviously a lie. She heard me use the bathroom 10 minutes ago. You never let me leave without saying goodbye, without quizzing me on the emergency services number for the country I'm visiting, and now you're sneaking out. She looks at the floor, keys twisting in her grip. This feels different. It is, I say. Which is why I need to know you're okay with this, because it's not too late for me to... She surges forward, pulling me in for a vice-like hug. We hold each other in silence for a moment, letting the unspoken words flow between us. Mum always holds me like this when I leave, as though she's committing me to memory, something to get her through the long months apart. But this hug is tighter. Her fingertips press into my back. I can feel them shaking as she pulls me closer still. I'm okay, she says. I'll be okay. She releases me, and blood rushes back to my extremities. Her eyes focus on mine, lips pinched between her teeth as though holding something back. Now I know what Nate means when he says my lip-biting tell is obvious. She might as well write it on the ceiling. What is it? I say. Mum sighs, resigned to let the words free. If you meet him, if you decide you need more time, then I don't want to be the person who holds you back. Don't think of me. Do what you need to. I'm not. Listen to me, she says, frustrated. I know I have painted your father in a certain light. I've let my heart make decisions that should have been guided by my head. Your father isn't a bad man, leaving aside, her breath is painful. Before, he was good to me, to us both. All I'm saying is this. If you want to stay, don't let me be the reason you don't. I study her expression. The tired lines around her eyes, the sorrow etched around her mouth. She's held so much back from me, but it all comes from love, all of it. I'm not looking to replace you, I say. It's not, I would never. Heat blooms in the back of my throat. But I need to do this, for me. I need to know why. I know, she says, smoothing a hand over my hair. You deserve to know. We both do. She squeezes me once more. Promise me you'll come back, she says into my shoulder. Doesn't have to be this year or even next. Just come home to me eventually. I take her hand. I will, Mum. 2 weeks and I'll be home, I promise. It's a promise I fully intend on keeping. And Mum gives me the respect of at least pretending to believe me. She pulls away, looking into my eyes. Now, what's the answer? 111, I say, the New Zealand Emergency Services number. She smiles for the first time this morning. Good girl. Mum finally goes to work after that, leaving me with nothing better to do than check for the 50th time that I have everything printed. That the gold stars on the plasticky New Zealand road map are exactly where they should be. That I have boarding passes, tickets for tourist attractions, the car rental agreement in physical format. The doorbell rings at 9 on the dot. I swear Nate is the most punctual person I've ever met. He must stand there staring at his watch until it's the exact minute. I open the front door and stop in my tracks. The man before me is unrecognisable. Oh my God, I screech. Where the hell is your hair? A man delivering a parcel next door jumps out of his skin at my squealing. Nate smiles and puts his finger to his lips to urge me to speak more quietly. But there's no need because I'm speechless. The signature messy hairstyle he sported for as long as I've known him is now neat, short and trendy. His scraggly beard is reduced to a speckling of stubble. He looks brand new. I wanted something more manageable, he says, stepping inside. You have a forehead. I touch his hair, still in disbelief. And a chin. He runs his hand along his jaw. Not technically a compliment, but thanks, I guess. No, I like it. I pause, blinking up at him. He is actually really handsome. All the skin that was hiding under his thick beard is in really great condition, and somehow his eyes now look bigger, darker. Adjusting, I say. Luckily, you have 2 weeks to acclimatise. He reaches into his pocket, an excited glint in his eye, then hands me a bright pink flip phone. Before I forget, put all the numbers you need in here. Instinctively, I open it and flick it closed. It's the same phone Mum had when I was a kid. I was obsessed with it. She wasn't pleased when I covered it in cherries and love heart stickers in the hopes it would one day be mine. It broke long before I was allowed one. Wow, they still make these? No, I got it from a second-hand shop. It was in the antique section. Shit, we're old, I say. I head upstairs into the living room and quickly transfer over a few key numbers from my phone. Mum, Amara, the only 2 people I speak to. Then I hesitate. Should I put in Ryan's? Just in case? He's been my emergency contact for over a decade, travelled with me everywhere. But that was then. New path, new Ruby. I close the phone, leaving his number behind. Then I write a note for Mum, letting her know the number and telling her she can call whenever she wants to. When I return downstairs, I see Nate hasn't put my Louis V in the back of his van. He's just standing with his arms crossed, staring at it. What's wrong? He drags his hand over his face. Why have you packed a suitcase? Because I thought it would be embarrassing for you if I walked onto the plane wearing 14 pairs of knickers. Nate steps out of the front door and opens the van to show me his rucksack, a chunky black one that I honestly think if I were more flexible I could fit inside. You need one of these. How are you going to lug that across a country? I pat his bicep. Why do you think I invited you? I tease. Nate shakes his head at the case and my audacity while I lock up. It'll be fine. I've taken this bad boy to loads of places. I know what I'm doing. Nate laughs as I climb into the passenger seat. I cannot wait to remind you of this conversation. It has been so long since I travelled in economy, and I'll admit, I had kind of forgotten how much of a privilege personal space is. Ever since we made careers of travel, Ryan always negotiated our branding contracts to include at least premium economy, and right now I'm remembering why. We're 13 hours in, and there's a sockless foot belonging to the person behind me on my armrest. But at least it doesn't smell as bad as the post-curry burps coming from the man in the seat in front. I've had dental work that's less invasive. But if I'm in turmoil, it's nothing compared to Nate. His knees press into his tray table, his head sits about 5 inches higher than the seat. I keep arching my neck to look at the curtain into business class. I close my eyes and dream of complimentary silk pyjamas and unlimited champagne, a privilege I'm probably never going to know again. Because I'm jobless. With my online reputation in tatters and the relationship that was the heart of my social media content now over, everything I've built my career around is gone. Brands won't touch me now. Which means I have no income. I keep thinking of what the app told me. Peace will come when you align with your true path. But what am I supposed to do if this doesn't work out? If I don't find my father and bad luck keeps chasing me? If I want to continue travelling after this, without my brand sponsorships and promotions, I'll have to go back to cleaning and hosting. And my body felt those 80-hour weeks at 18. I don't know how much longer I have it in me. There's only one line that covers the last 6 years on my CV, travel influencer. And whilst I know that there is so much more to what I do, copywriting, editing, digital strategy, analytics, it's hard to be taken seriously when the top search under my name is a video of me getting a smear test. Sure, it was for an important public health campaign, but that didn't stop the perverts hijacking my PG content. And the internet lives forever. Instead of counting sheep to get to sleep, I count my debts, mentally adding up my excess payment, the cost of this trip, my share of rent and utilities on my flat, how long I can sustain myself with my current bank balance, for which the answer is a terrifying 44 days. I'm in such a light sleep that when the first slither of morning spreads across the inky black horizon, it's enough to wake me. Nate is asleep, twisted into a painful-looking pretzel shape. I figure it's a new day now, even if it doesn't feel like one, and I lean forward and reach under the seat in front of me to check my daily affirmations. I'll admit, Nate threw a spanner in the works when he suggested our digital detox, but Ruby Darling always finds a way. From my hand luggage, I pull out a red suede drawstring bag and give it a good shake. Nate stirs beside me. I was hoping he wouldn't have to witness me do this, but the lavatories are all occupied, and with 3 bodies to my right, I'm short of escape options. "Ooh, you got food?" he says, trying to see what I'm hiding in my hands. This man is incapable of thinking of anything but his stomach. "These are my messages from the universe," I say. Nate rubs his eyelids. "Deadly serious. Are you high right now? What the hell is happening?" I have never been more level-headed. He sits forward, still heavy with sleep. Nate and I are going to be joined at the hip this trip, so I might as well get the teasing out of the way now. "So, there's this thing," I say, before launching into the whole story. It takes a good 10 minutes for me to get it all out, and Nate sits there, expressionless, taking it all in. It's only when I finish and lean back, inhaling a lungful of stale aeroplane air, that I realise I've been talking so fast I'm out of breath. Of all the planets to blame, surely Earth feels like the obvious one, no? Nate is fighting a laugh. I know it sounds wild, but if I hadn't found out about Saturn Return, if I hadn't downloaded that app, I would never have found out where my dad is. It has to mean something. Nate scrunches his nose with skepticism. Let's be real. My birthday is a couple of weeks after yours. If you were really having a planetary life upheaval, then I would be too. 2 weeks ago, we'd barely spoken in years, and you were so mad you couldn't look at me without scowling. Now you're on a flight to New Zealand with me, about to set foot in your own personal heaven, Hobbiton. He rolls his eyes like he is so above this, but I know my point lands because he reaches to take my little bag of affirmations. Let me see these? I snatch it away. No, you can't. I haven't even seen them. It's all down to fate and timing and what Saturn needs me to know each day. He gives me a perplexed look. If you haven't seen them, how did they get in there? First, I emailed my friend Amara, who gave me the contact details for the algorithm developers, and then I asked them to send over the next 2 weeks' worth of my personalised affirmations. It took 10 emails to get them to consent. Can you believe that? Nate pretends to clutch his chest in faux surprise. When they finally came through, I put on a blindfold and copied and pasted them into a document, which I then printed and cut up. You used scissors blindfolded. He laughs when I nod. You're dedicated, I'll give you that. Thank you. I put my hand inside the bag, feeling for one of the folded pieces of paper. Nate watches closely. I unfold it and read it to myself. I see beauty in all things, Daisy to Dahlia. Well, Nate says, I'm on the edge of the most uncomfortable seat in the world here. It's private, I reply, not willing to admit that this affirmation feels pretty out of context. What am I supposed to see beauty in, exactly? The walrus impression of the snoring man in front? Or the suspicious white stain on my seatbelt? Then I worry that maybe they aren't working because I've jumbled up their order. Oh, God! I have absolutely no backup plan. Nate sees my panic and pinches his lips between his teeth, barely concealing a grin. It's not funny, Nate. It is a little, he says gently. I give him a death stare. Okay, he concedes. It's important to you, I get it. I'll do my best to support it. Thank you. I tighten the strings on the bag and place it securely in the inside pocket of my hand luggage, next to my passport and the ancient flip phone. Is that why you took so long to agree to me coming when I phoned you? He says after a moment. Yeah, I admit. I wanted to check it before agreeing, and it told me that I say yes to the things that make me happy. Seriously, what are the chances at that precise moment it popped out those exact words? The universe speaks, I listen. I wait for him to agree that these affirmations are magic and that he wishes he had his own little suede bag of paper balls. He doesn't. He's quiet for a moment, then says, I make you happy. I hover my index finger over my thumb and peer at him through a gap no bigger than a grain of rice. This much, I say. Dedicated and charming, he says, before putting his head back, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. Saturn doesn't stand a chance. Chapter 9. After a brief layover in Sydney, where Nate stared out of the window as we descended over the Sydney Opera House like a little boy watching the night sky on Christmas Eve, we board a smaller plane to New Zealand. I'm shattered but can't stop my restless legs twitching. Something feels wrong, but I can't put my finger on what. When we finally touch down, Nate stands and stretches, an expression of relief on his face. There's a rush to disembark, but he is slow, patient as ever. Hard part's over, he says, once we grab our bags and leave the tiny terminal. But he could not be more mistaken. Nate spins around, marvelling at the steep, jagged mountain range that fills the horizon. His face is alive and he's breathless as he takes in the incredible view. So where are we going? He asks. The car rental desk is supposed to be outside next to a double-storey car park, I say, sounding unsure, because there's nothing like that here. It feels more like a private landing strip than the bustling international airport I was expecting. A niggling fear creeps in that this isn't right, that my cosmic curse is wreaking havoc once more. I reread the booking confirmation, then look across a row of parked cars. This is where it's supposed to be, deluxe rentals, outside the international terminal, I say. That can't be right, there's only one terminal. Nate takes the paper from me and scans it. Then he throws his head back like someone has stomped on his foot. Oh no. What? I say. He hands it back to me and I read it yet again, failing to spot the issue. Then he points his finger to one word. One very big, significant word. Auckland. My skin turns cold. A panicked whisper falls from my lips. I booked the wrong airport. You booked the wrong airport, Nate confirms. No way, I checked it like 5 times, I'm sure. Unless you printed this with magic ink, I'm struggling to believe you. No, I shout, as the ramifications of this wash over me. I grab the rest of my printouts from my bag. Somewhere between booking and now, I've mixed everything up. I must have thought we were flying into Auckland because everything I've organised, rental car, accommodation, potential dads, it all starts at that point. Hundreds of miles from where we are. On a completely different island. This is an utter disaster. An incredibly expensive one. This is all Nate pinches the bridge of his nose. If you blame Saturn for this, I swear to God. Sat-nav. I quickly lie. I was going to say, we'll need to get a sat-nav. Nate laughs. Nice save. I sit on a concrete bollard and put my head in my hands. Planes roar above us, their tails decorated with beautiful Maori designs. Nate sits beside me. Not everything is a sign from the universe, you know. Sometimes you're just a massive wally, he says. In all your years of travelling, you're telling me you've never run into a few hiccups. One time, I say. When Ryan and I were in Bora Bora, there was a tropical storm that left us grounded for 3 days. We slept on the airport floor. I had to make a pillow out of magazines. My point exactly. Shit happens. We have a credit card and insurance. We'll make the best of it. Nate scans the car park. All we need to do is find a rental place at this airport. Then we'll replan our route, no big deal. If only there were devices that you could use to look this kind of stuff up. I strum my fingers across my chin. Small enough to fit into your hand, touch screen would be good. Nate frowns. People manage perfectly fine before smartphones. We can manage now. He points to an information desk inside the terminal and smiles victoriously. Who needs a phone when you have working eyes? 2 hours, 3 car rental desks, and 4 very helpful members of staff later, we are finally in possession of a set of keys to a vehicle we are told is a little rough around the edges, but will definitely, hopefully, maybe, survive a 2-week drive across the country. We're at the back of a dusty, deserted car park, passing rows of identical SUVs, until we come to space 34, where our carriage awaits. Nate drops his pack on the floor when he sees it. I blink twice. This can't be it, I say. My thoughts exactly, replies Nate. He checks the registration on the keyring again. The camper van before us is daffodil yellow, with a metal peace symbol hanging from the rearview mirror. It looks like it's rolled off the set of a 60s hippie movie. To add insult to injury, in the parking space behind us, a young family is squealing with excitement as they climb into their state-of-the-art shiny RV, complete with built-in toilet and shower. Ours has an eco-friendly bucket. Shudder. Nate opens the back and the doors creak at a wincing decibel. I half expect moths to fly out. Inside, it's small and drab. There are brown floral curtains which, impossibly, look older than the camper itself, and an orange carpet so worn there are holes in the shape of footsteps. "Don't freak out," Nate says. "I'm not." I run my finger along a cushion. A rogue black hair sticks to it, and I fight a retch. Nate hauls my case inside, unfazed by pube-gate. "Sure, it's not the comfortable Volkswagen we thought we'd booked, but it has everything we need, and... Nate flops onto one of the beds, which collapses on one side under his weight. The laugh bursts out of me. It keeps coming when Nate is on his knees, crawling into the dusty abyss underneath it, propping the frame up with my suitcase. "It's not too late to..." I begin saying, when I spot something from the corner of my eye. A faded daisy sticker on the dashboard. "Oh my God!" I scream. Nate stands so fast he slams his head on the metal frame of the bed. He screams too, but not because he's clearly in pain. He's too preoccupied getting as high off the ground as possible. He leaps onto the kitchen counter, unperturbed when his entire backside slips into the tiny kitchen sink. "What is it?" he yells, the panic making his voice even deeper. "Snake! Spider!" "Daisy!" I point to the front seats. His breathing is frantic. "What?" "Daisy!" I repeat. "Yeah, I'm gonna need a little more than that to understand why you're screaming and I'm fucking levitating." "My affirmation! It told me to see beauty in all things, daisies to dahlias." I point to it again. "Daisy! This is where we're supposed to be. This is a sign." Nate takes a beat to recover, blinking slowly, giving me audacious eyes as he pulls his bum out of the sink. It's such a snug fit, I'm surprised we don't hear a sucking plop. "Okay," he says, composing himself. "I'm pleased you found your message. But man, let's work on the delivery next time." "I didn't know you were scared of snakes and spiders." "I'm scared of snakes and spiders that make the people in my immediate vicinity scream like their lungs are on fire." Okay, in hindsight, I was a little loud, I admit, but I was excited. It's like the universe is speaking directly to me. "Please ask it to keep the noise down. And keep this camper venomous arachnid and reptile free. That would be great." Despite my apology and insistence that New Zealand doesn't have any snakes, and deadly spiders are incredibly rare, Nate still checks all the cupboards and under the seats before climbing into the front. Satisfied we're not in immediate danger, he starts the camper. It shudders violently, then settles. He tests the wiper blades, one flings up with force, the other moves in a screechy slow motion. He hits the radio 3 times before it picks up anything but static. Nate's scowl is so deep, it could scare away little kids. This isn't what I promised him. I am supposed to be proving how much our friendship means to me, giving him the trip of a lifetime. He looks like I'm trying to give him an enema. "You're sure you're happy with this?" I ask. "We could try another rental place. I can't be the reason you poop in a bucket for 2 weeks." "I work on building sites with up to 50 guys, trust me. I've pooped in far worse." "I know, but I'm supposed to be showing you a good time." Nate's eyebrows shoot up. I hear it a second later. "Not like that." I press all the buttons on the dashboard, searching for aircon to relieve my hot cheeks. It puffs like a 50-a-day smoker. "I just mean that... Stop with the fussing, okay? I'm fine, you're fine, it has wheels and an engine. What's important is out there." He nods into the distance beyond the car park. All I can see is a glowing cartoon burger sign. "More food?" Nate gives me a winning smile. "Since you mentioned it, I am kind of peckish." Half an hour later, and stomach silenced, we attempt a night's sleep. We use the wonderful fast food facilities to freshen up, before closing the windows and pulling back the holy curtains, drowning out the early evening sounds of the town. Can we even park here? I say, peering at the streetlights. We couldn't have picked a worse place to stop. I'm too tired to care, Nate replies. I'll pay the fine. He climbs onto one of the beds, his feet dangle over the edge. He doesn't even attempt to find any bedding, nor to change. He simply pulls his black baseball cap over his face, crosses his arms, and closes his eyes. This man could sleep in a chainsaw factory, I'm sure. I pull out the bed on the opposite side and am horrified to discover that with both extended, they meet perfectly in the middle. It's essentially one small double bed. Nate lifts his cap, frustrated by my panicked huffing. What's the problem? I'm right next to you, I say, trying to create an imaginary battle line with the little scatter cushions that smell like feet. And that's a problem because... I squint at him through the dark camper. How is he not getting this? The camper we originally booked had 2 bunk bed type things. This is not that. There's close, and then there's I can smell your morning breath from here, close. I don't have morning breath. Not yours, mine. I turn over and accidentally flail my arm across his face. See? We need bed rules. Nate opens his mouth to speak, before pausing and turning it into a poorly fought laugh. We don't need bed rules. You sleep on your side, I sleep on mine. I will see you in 6 to 8 hours, he says, before hiding his face in his cap once more. Nate has always been pragmatic. I wish I was more like him. I wish I could take the bumps in the road in my stride, could think, oh well, no big deal. But lately, the bumps feel so much bigger. When we were at college and I would worry about passing a test or getting a job abroad after graduating, he was always so confident it would work out. When I asked him why, he'd tell me what his dad always told him. It will all be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. While my mind could conjure up a million buts, there was something about Nate's stoicism that appealed to me. The way it felt like a giant, reassuring hug. Throughout our friendship, his calm became my calm. And I let it happen now, lying back, face up, eyes closed, trying to keep the dark thoughts at bay. My finances, Ryan, my dad, the internet's hate campaign against me, the way Mum hasn't replied to my "we're here safe" text, the chaos that's following me everywhere I go. A car pulls up next to us, playing loud music with the windows down. Nate doesn't stir, but it only takes seconds before my heartbeat matches the thudding bass line. I pull my father's picture from my bag, staring at it in the glow of a distant streetlight. The enormity of what I'm doing here hits me full force, and I can't stop thinking the same thing. That the reason he left was me. That I was too much, too loud, too naughty. A little girl so hard to love, he didn't even try. I must be mumbling under my breath because it wakes Nate. He reaches across the bed, finds my hand, and holds it. It's going to be okay, he says. The warmth of his touch spreads up my arm, along my collarbone, into my chest, slowing my breath, soothing my fiery insides. I sigh and close my eyes. It's a rare moment for us, when the jibes and jokes have faded, and all that's left is honesty. I'm so glad you're here, I whisper. Seconds later, his reply comes, sleepy and dazed. Me too. Chapter 10. When people say you find yourself on the open road, I don't think the 8 a.m. Queenstown rush hour traffic is what they had in mind. I unwind the driver's side window, and the sleepy air from our night in the camper is replaced with cheek-tingling cold. The van chugs like a cat coughing up a furball as we crawl towards a broken-down car blocking the main road. I thought it was Sunday, I say, as I pull us bumper to bumper with a bus filled with children in navy blazers. It's Tuesday, Nate replies. No, Monday. No, Wednesday. Keep swinging, you'll hit it eventually, I say. He pulls out the map from the front of his backpack. Open fully, it almost fills the entire windscreen. So, we're stuck in reverse, he says. The good news is that Stanley Oliver, number 3, is only a 20-minute drive from here. A place called Arrowtown. Take the next left, depending on traffic. I reckon we could be there within the hour. I gasp. I don't mean to. It's a physical reaction to the swarming fear in my chest. When we originally planned this trip, we were supposed to spend our first day in Hobbiton. For Nate, of course, but also for me to prepare myself. Now we're less than an hour away from the man who could be my dad. I've come all this way, yet those last few miles feel the hardest. Right. That's all I can say. I tug at my neckline and swallow air. Is that a yes? It's a right. I check my side mirror. I pull the gear stick in and out of first. What are you thinking? Nate asks. What are you thinking? I counter. He lowers the map. I'm thinking that 10 years ago there wasn't a question you wouldn't know the answer to. What you wanted for dinner, what courses you were taking, the countries you were going to travel to, and how you were hell-bent on making sure it happened. And now, he pauses, as though he's choosing his words carefully. Now you're trying to pull the answers from a magic bag. I am offended, I snort. No, you're not. His smile softens the blow. You're weird and shy and confusing as shit, and I swear you couldn't be on time if you were paid to. Please, keep going. Nate laughs. But you're not offended. Because you know I say it with care. He isn't wrong. He even lolls his head to the side to give me those big brown eyes. He might think it's absurd, and honestly, maybe if it wasn't happening to me, then I would too. But right now, this is all I've got. And because Nate cares, he keeps his disagreement to himself when I ask him to hand me my red suede bag for this morning's affirmation. It's a rough patch, Nate says as I pull the camper to a stop at a red light. We all have them, he adds as I pull one out and unfold it. My fears are important. They show me what I value most. I laugh and shake my head at how accurate this is. The second I get my phone back, I'm writing Amara a glowing 5-star review. The words don't dissolve the fear, but they reframe it. Finding my father is important. It's the one thing that's going to cure my cosmic curse. Finding him is going to get my life back on track. I'm mentally psyching myself up for a drive straight to Arrowtown when something occurs to me. You said we all have them. Rough patches. Oh, so you were listening. He's playful, but I know better than to buy it. I might bite my bottom lip when I'm holding something back, but he has a tell too. The knee that bounces up and down while the rest of him looks as peaceful as a forest at dawn. What was your rough patch? Nate swallows. He glances out of the windscreen, but the light is still red. He can't escape this. More like a rough year. Your dad? I say. I can only imagine. He shakes his head. It's more the effect it's had on me. He interrupts, as though he can't hold space in himself for the words any longer. I'm a tough guy, right? I know the kid you left behind at 18 was a lanky, skinny thing, but now look at me. I lift timber, I climb, I open all the jars in my house on the first attempt. He looks pleased when I smile. But mentally, I think I'm fragile. Do you know what I mean? That's the most relatable thing I've ever heard, I say. Do you ever feel like there's a constant noise in your head? A ticker tape of things you need to do. Every minute, every hour, all accounted for months on end. I don't nod because, whilst I felt that feeling at busy times of my life, I can't say it's been that intense for that long. Nate doesn't seem to need my validation, though, as he carries on. Sometimes I lie in bed, completely still, with my eyes closed, waiting for the moment I'll fall asleep, for the noise to stop. If I'm lucky, I'll catch a few hours. Then the sun comes up and it all starts again. The endless worry. He sighs, digging his fingers into his juddering knee until his nails turn white. And people are starting to notice, too. At work, especially. I'm getting important numbers mixed up, ordering the wrong spec, paying the wrong contractors. It's a mess. The air around us feels sharper now, like with one sudden move it could slice me open. Nate. I reach out and place my hand over his. We rarely touch each other. Our friendship has always existed like we have little protective bubbles around us. There's never been a need to break through them. But this is what he did for me last night when I needed him. It's my turn to do the same. His eyes dart to me with surprised appreciation, then to the windscreen. Lights changed, he says, seconds before the car behind beeps me. I move my hand to drive away. Nate is always the person of reason, the one you can rely on to make the best of a bad situation. Hearing him talk like this stirs my discomfort. It's not only me looking for something. So we have two agendas here, I say, to find my dad, and to find you some peace. He resists a laugh. I'm adding dramatic to your list. You know what I mean. The tension melts as he finally smiles, small but still. We sail past the left turn to Arrowtown. If things had worked out with our planning, we would be walking into Hobbiton right now. I'm scared to walk up to my father's front door. I already know this. But now I'm also scared of something else. I'm scared of Nate not being okay. I promised you we would make the most of this trip, that it would be worth your while, I tell him. I hit the indicator before doing an, at the very least unwise, and at most illegal, U-turn in the middle of the road. Nate grips the dashboard as our bodies slide to the left, the camper shaking under the pressure. When I said I wanted experiences, he spits through gritted teeth, I didn't think I'd have to clarify not near-death ones. I straighten the camper. No one so much as honked. Success. I'm going to show you everything, I say. I look at him with a beaming smile. He knows I'm procrastinating, that the final hurdle feels as insurmountable as the mountains that surround us. But this does not bode well. But he humours me, nevertheless. Okay, Rubes, he says. Show me everything. Chapter 11. 45 minutes later, and we pull into the car park of one of the city's most popular tourist destinations, Skyline Gondola. 360-degree views of Queenstown and some luge racing to boot. Exactly what we need to let loose. It's early enough on a random weekday, we think, that it's still quiet. The peaks of the mountains are covered in cloud, but the cracks of blue sky give me confidence it will clear. Normally this far into a trip, I've unpacked, I've lined up my makeup and toiletries, tested out the water pressure in the shower, sampled the minibar. But now the contents of my suitcase look like they were thrown from the plane. I open the case on the bed, deciding what to wear. It's a little warmer than I expected, so I put my shorts on over my leggings, then I flail around like I have too many limbs as I try to remove them without showing the world my arse. Nate is bemused as he watches from the camper's rear doors. You could just ask me for privacy, he says. And miss out on all this camper van yoga? Never. Nate pulls on a soft-looking hoodie and a baseball cap, and we head for the ticket office. It's only a short wait for the gondola, a small cable car that will take us to the top of Bob's Peak. Nate climbs in first, and we sit opposite each other in the darkness before being thrust into the sunshine. Even from the lowest point, it takes your breath away. But as you climb, it's navy blue water and mountains for miles. On top of the world, the heart of everything. We're both nose to glass, mesmerised by the views, dangling 100, 200, 500 feet in the air. I feel my insides illuminate with happiness. This is the feeling I live for. Seeing somewhere new, A wonder you know you'll remember for the rest of your life. I cast a glance at Nate. It's just... wow, he says. The air is fresh and cool against my skin, and I take a lungful of it, then breathe out slowly. We're not in the New Forest anymore, Toto. That we aren't. He leans forward again, his redistributed weight rocking the cable car. This is wild, he says, then clarifies. Literally wild. I feel like I could reach out and touch the clouds. His carefree tone makes me smile. The sky feels bigger here, somehow. Endless? This feeling is so addictive to me, I tell him. It's what kept me going before I met Ryan, when I'd get lonely or question if all the travel was worth it. This feeling was always the answer. Our eyes meet, and at first I think it's pride in his eyes, but then I question if it's something closer to pity. He doesn't give me time to dwell on it. I could get used to it, he says. I call it world struck, I say, when you're so in awe that the world could feel this real, not a picture on a postcard, but a living, breathing landscape. It's not quite the word I would use, but it makes sense, he says. Kind of how people who go to church must feel. I laugh. Amen. We ascend higher, to at least 1,000 feet in the air. I reach inside my bag for something to document the moment. Old habits and all that. What the hell is that? Nate says when he notices the brick-sized camcorder in my hands. An ancient relic from the before times? Looks like it. He takes it from me, opening and closing the LED screen on the side, putting his eye up to the viewfinder. Where did you find it, 1990? I couldn't come here and not have something to document it. I want to remember this. So it's for you, then? He asks. Yeah, I say. Then my business brain activates. And it's not like I'm swimming in career opportunities right now. If I create some content, it might be useful when all the online drama has died down. A big, Ruby darling, reputation comeback. I switch it on and it whirs to life. A giant red button starts flashing. I lower one of the windows so the camera can take in the unobstructed view. The dark blue lake, the pointy peaks of the vast mountains. I'm taking establishing shots through muscle memory. This will make an excellent cover photo. Then I spin the camera onto me, twisting the pop-out LCD screen so I can see myself. Welcome to Queenstown, I say into the machine. I sit taller, I smile wider. Every blink is perfectly timed. Me and my gorgeous friend Nate are here on the Skyline gondola climbing up Bob's Peak. Nate's snort cuts me off. If an influencer has fun and no one is around to capture it, did it ever even happen? He teases, amused at his own joke. I tut, then compose myself for take 2. But before I open my mouth to begin again, my eyes flick over the screen, homing in on the dark truth behind Nate's gaze. It's a performance for you, isn't it? He says. What, making content? His stare is cold. Life, he says. You change the minute the camera turns on. A wall comes up like a mask. You morph into a completely different person. That's not true. You called me gorgeous. I jerk back against the glass. I did? He laughs. The closest the real Ruby has ever come to complimenting my looks is acknowledging that I have a forehead and a chin, if I remember correctly. The real Ruby is awkward and insecure and has no idea how to talk to strangers. This Ruby is confident and engaging, always clear and edited to perfection. Trust me, I'm doing the world a favour. No, he says, serious. You're really not. You don't even smile with your eyes. Smiling is generally done with the mouth. When you used to smile, it would take over your whole face. Now it's almost like you're braced for impact. I cringe, picturing one of those weird porcelain dolls with gleaming eyes that are supposed to look happy but instead look like they'll eat your brain if you turn out the lights. You're making me sound creepy. Sorry, I'm not trying to, it's just... He focuses his attention on the camera again. What happened to the girl who would post blurry pictures with her nerdy factoids, who didn't care how many views she got? The way he says this, so tentatively, has me questioning how long he's wanted to know the answer to that. Years, if I had to guess. The last time I posted as my real self. I begin, then stop. I truly don't know the answer to that question. Like a lot of things I left behind when Ryan and I started this career, it's nothing but a fuzzy memory. As we reach the final ascent, the glass walls of a restaurant come into view. I glance at the camera, knowing this is my last chance to get the establishing shots, but the excitement has dimmed. How come you don't have social media anymore? I ask. How do you know I don't? Because I looked. He smiles to himself. So you did miss me. Of course I did. Nate's smile evolves into a light laugh before his face resumes its default, thoughtful expression. Why do you hate it so much? I know it's not perfect, it's no fun being viral for the wrong reasons, but social media has allowed me to travel the world, experience things I never would have otherwise. It completely changed my life. His eye roll is subtle, engulfed in a slow blink. I don't hate it. It has its place, like anything. He sighs, gripping the handlebar as he thinks some more. I guess I am more aware of the downsides. You're serving your life on a platter, ready to be consumed and dissected by millions of faceless people. It doesn't sit right with me, is all. Some things are sacred. They're not meant to be shared with the world. And once it's out there, you can never, ever get it back. It's gone for good. Oh, it's all I can think to say. I lower the camcorder to my lap. I think of this trip, condensed into a 30-minute vlog. Coming all this way, all the build-ups, the foreshadowing. Only to come face to face with my dad and have him slam the door in my face. Or worse, tell me that leaving us was the best decision he ever made. The thought of other people seeing that makes my chest convulse with terror. Do you think I should give the camera work a break? I ask. Nate's attention is on the ant-like town below, but when I say this, he snaps back. I'd never judge you. You want to make a living, I get that. He shifts his weight, clearly uncomfortable. But maybe keep me behind the camera, if that's okay. And lay off the compliments? Those I don't have a problem with, he says, grin aglow. He takes the camera from my hands, then presses a few buttons, before lifting it to my face. Ready when you are, Miss Darling, he says. It takes a second to realise he isn't mocking me. Shyness kicks in. I see it all through Nate's eyes, the man who wakes at the crack of dawn after a few hours' sleep, spends the day constructing actual buildings, and still finds the energy to come home and care for his sick father. Ruby Darling is pathetic in comparison. Ruby Oliver isn't much better. The on switch for my online persona feels out of reach. It's a little embarrassing. He nudges my knee, then points to the red light. Action. What version of you am I getting today? He says as a gentle peace offering. But whoever I am, it's good enough for him. The gondola comes to a wobbly stop. A man unlocks the doors, and the smoky scent of a grill fills the air. There's the sound of the gentle clinks of a restaurant beyond the trees. I'm not in the mood to play pretend anymore. I look straight at the camera. A hungry one. We grab an early lunch, then head over to the luge, a gravity-fueled go-kart race. Nate wins, but only 2-1. We spend half the time barging into each other like we're playing dodgems again at the yearly fairground at Pennington Common at home. By the afternoon, the wispy cloud clears for good, and it feels unseasonably warm. We grab icy drinks and perch on one of the grassy mounds, basking in the view, which so happens to be obstructed by an attractive, dark-haired, muscular man, maybe early 30s, talking to a small group. He gives practical facts first, and my ears prick up. He's saying that the water of Lake Wakatipu is deeper than sea level, that it curves into an S shape, that the name loosely translates as Hollow of the Sleeping Giant. And then he talks of his Maori culture, telling the tale of a forbidden romance between kidnapped Manata and her rescuer, Matakauri. Legend states the beating heart of the Taniwha, Manata's giant captor, remains under the lake, causing the rhythmic rise and fall of the water level. It's truly fascinating, and Nate and I are both transfixed. Of course, science has its own explanation for that, a seiche, the man says with a playful wink, but I prefer mine. I accidentally agree out loud, and the man stops talking. His dark eyes dart to mine. I flush. Sorry, we're eavesdropping, Nate says. The man smiles, ushering us closer. Please, join us. Plenty of room for more. We dust the grass off our bums and join them on the cliffside for another half an hour. In the group are 10 other tourists from all over the world, a mix of couples and friends, young and not so young. Once the group disperses to use the facilities, the leader introduces himself as Tane. He tells us he runs an independent tour company, taking small groups of travellers on personalised experiences across New Zealand. He asks us where we're from, what our plans are. Nate looks at me, clearly seeking permission to relay the whole tale. I give it with a brief nod. We're here to find some long-lost family, he says, explaining how we've got a few stops to make and that we need a degree of flexibility to see how things play out. Our little game of dad or no dad. It doesn't earn as much curiosity as I think it will, almost as though this man understands how delicate the situation might be. But you're looking to explore in between, right? Tane motions to our surroundings, confident that we wouldn't be in this tourist hotspot if we weren't. Definitely, Nate says. He chats to this stranger like it's a breeze, making small talk, while I stand there, smiling from the sidelines. Unlike Nate, making friends has never been something that comes easily to me. When I was a kid, it wasn't a big deal. In the playground, children are forced by empathetic parents to share, to include, to go on play dates and such. But once I hit 10, my shyness was no longer tolerated. Children grew bored of my awkward silences, the way my mind takes twice as long to think of how to respond. And then there were the teenage years, where no one owes you kindness, where honesty is the best policy. I heard it all. The loser who could name every country in the world as easily as reciting the alphabet. The last to laugh. The first to raise her hand in class. Coolness was a currency, and I was broke. And as an adult, I spend so much of my life making sure it looks like I'm having fun, there's not much time to actually have any. When I'm not travelling, my days are spent hunched over my laptop or phone. Entire weeks can pass with Ryan being the only person I physically speak to. For a social media guru, I am the exact opposite of social. I zone back in while they're talking about rugby. Nate's describing how he used to play in college, which I knew, and how he injured one of his metatarsal bones a few years ago, which I didn't. I picture Nate laid up, his leg in bandages, grimacing through the pain, and my stomach drops a few inches. I wanted to see the All Blacks while we're here, Nate says, but the game schedules didn't work out. I would have loved to see a hacker in real life. Tane's eyes ignite. Bro, you are in the right place at the right time. He hands Nate a business card. I give tours all across the country. I'm with this group for the next 3 weeks, heading north. I've got so much incredible stuff lined up. We're heading to Milford Sound in a few days, and then we'll be stopping at Maori-owned wineries and Rotorua. You won't regret joining us, even if it's on and off. Nate looks at me for approval. He's got it. You sure? He says to Tane. We don't want to mess up your plans. No way! He pats Nate on the back in such a familiar way, so welcoming after such a short time. Like he'd extend this hospitality to anyone. Call me and we'll work out a plan and a price. You can't come all this way and not see everything Aotearoa has to offer. We wave goodbye to Tane and the group a little while later. We're quiet on our descent back down to Queenstown, tired and full of new experiences. Dad number was 3 but now 1 tomorrow. How are you feeling about it? Nate asks. There's no more delaying it. We've had our fun. Now it's time to get to work. I stare into the horizon, the setting sun turning the buildings below a dusty orange shade. Like I'm about to go into battle. Your luck is changing, he says. I feel it. Can I feel it too? Nate closes his eyes, smiling with his head against the glass of the gondola. You will, he says. Give it time. Chapter 12. I had the worst night's sleep. Which is saying something because I once slept in a yurt on the edge of a lake in Montana and woke up in the middle of the night with a leech sucking the life from me. Bone-aching exhaustion sent me into an immediate deep sleep. I didn't even have the energy to care that under Nate's body weight, the camper bed tilted into a diagonal line with one corner on the floor, the other a couple of feet in the air. But I sure as hell did when I turned in my sleep and gravity threw me face first onto Nate, who had gotten so warm he'd stripped down to his boxer shorts. What the hell are you doing? He yelled when I rolled flat against him, his mouth filled with my hair. What are you doing? I was sure I was still dreaming. I moved against him, a big lump of heavy muscle, warm and very irritated. I'm sleeping. Why are you on top of me? You're... I woke up a bit. A cargo lorry passed by us, a noisy, concrete grinding sound. We'd parked in a Freedom camping zone, but after arriving so late, the best spot we could find was essentially on the roadside. Nate widened his sleepy eyes, awaiting my answer. I didn't have one, so I rolled back to my corner, digging my nails into the side of the thin mattress, clinging on for dear life. And if his endless snoring wasn't bad enough, Nate then woke me up at 5 a.m. because he farted and had the audacity to claim that it was me. It wasn't. At least I don't think so. 90% sure. Back in college, someone once asked us if we were hooking up. We looked at each other and both burst out laughing. It was like we both knew we were too different to ever be compatible in bed. Turns out we were absolutely correct. We're on the way to Arrowtown, stomachs full of hot donuts and coffee. Double shot espressos all round. Still not enough to shake the tiredness off. Are we going to talk about how you attacked me last night? Nate asks. He rests his cardboard cup against the steering wheel, sipping as he drives. You attacked my nostrils with whatever that abomination was that came out of you. That was you, he says, adamant. It shook the camper. I swear, for a minute I thought we were being abducted. One sniff of your arse and they'd have fled. He laughs like he doesn't want to. Lots of girls fart in their sleep. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lots of girls, like you would know. Hey, he says. I'm not the little virgin boy you left behind, Rubes. I'm a real man now. He lowers his sunglasses and gives me a playful smirk before returning his attention to the road. I know he's trying to make me cringe, but all it does is remind me how little I know about his life now. Once upon a time, Nate would have told me something as monumental as losing his virginity. I definitely told him about mine. A very forgettable experience with a guy in the drama club at college. He was unskilled, as was I. But together we made all the right noises, said all the right words. To anyone eavesdropping, it would have sounded electric. It was as weak as static. Anyway, I say, it's far too early for conversations like this. Maybe we should look at staying in hotels from here on in. Trust me, the hotels our budget can stretch to will be far worse than this old thing. He taps the dashboard. I peed in a bucket this morning. Are you sure about that? Nate stays silent. No one can argue in the face of 21st century plumbing. It's a beautiful morning. Blues, greens, and the first floral hints of spring fill the view, as though nature picked its brightest tones only for us. The radio is set to a local station, and my ears prick at a familiar tune. No way, I say, turning up the volume. A Mumford & Sons song. I Will Wait. Do you remember we had this on repeat in your van all summer long? I begin singing along, face to the stunning green landscape, when Nate switches the station. Hey, I say. An old Britney song plays out, a total tune, but surely not in Nate's indie rock-loving mind. Don't tell me you prefer bubblegum pop now, who are you? I tease, but Nate doesn't cave. I have a headache, that's all. After that, we just listen to the sound of the road. It's 20 minutes later when we arrive at our dot on the map. We're in a newer-looking estate, backdropped by snow-capped mountains. The road is quiet, filled with houses that all look the same. Nate parks us outside number 64. The last known residence of a man named Stanley Oliver, born in the same year as my father. Search engines kept pulling up socials for him, but when I clicked through, they were gone, like it had been recently wiped. A bubble of anxiety surges up, but I'm not letting it grow. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is going to fix everything. I have never been more sure. First things first, I say. I reach into the glove compartment and pull out my trusty red suede bag. Nate gives a dismissive headshake, watching as I unfold the piece of paper. It reads, "There is power in my choice to stay. There is wisdom in my choice to run." Despite his silent objections, he reads it over my shoulder. I feel his frown. Is that a good thing? I look at Stanley Oliver's blue front door. We're about to find out. Nate is waiting for me to knock the door, as if he's concerned I'll balk last minute. We're standing like two crime show detectives, all rigid and serious. I move to the other side of him, as if that will help. It doesn't. I round my shoulders forward, then force them back. Nate watches with amusement in his eyes. What are you doing? I shift my weight from left to right. I can't remember how to stand. On 2 feet is a good start. Should I smile? Do what feels comfortable. I don't think the recovery position is appropriate right now, I say. We could make it work. Nate smiles and I feel some of the bubbling nerves pop. I give him one final nod, mostly for my own reassurance. Then I tap my knuckles on the glass. I see a shadow move behind it. Oh God, oh God, oh God! It occurs to me that we have no idea what reception we're in for. Do we need a safe word? I whisper. Something to signal it's all gone horribly wrong and we need to get out of here. Scream fuck at the top of your lungs. I'll get the hint. The door opens. In front of us is an older man, 60s if I had to guess, wearing a scruffy shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips. But those aren't the first things I notice. No, it's his eyes. Bulging, bloodshot, and brown. This man is not my blue-eyed father. What do you want? His voice is scratchy, as though we've woken him up. Based on all the curtains being closed inside the house, it's not a bad guess. Hi, I say. My name is Ruby Darling, and Nate clears his throat. I realise I've said the wrong name and begin rambling. My name is Ruby, not Darling, it's Oliver. Stanley Oliver? We're looking for him, and... The man's eyes narrow with suspicion. Let me guess. You want to know what happened. You think you can figure it out? I'm telling you now, 2 years this has been carrying on, and in all that time, not one person has been able to give us any justice. I stammer through my confusion. We're not here to pry, I start to say, but it's as though I've not said a word. That true crime podcast is the worst thing that ever happened to us, the man declares, stubbing his cigarette out on the wooden doorframe. I told the last of your kind who knocked the door to disappear, or I'd let Bill run free. I must not have made myself clear enough. Nate and I glance at each other, wordlessly asking the same question. Bill? That's when I notice the large, snarling Rottweiler, caged in the living room behind him. A fluffy blue sign above it reads Billy Boy. Is it time to shout fuck? Nate steps forward, calm. We're not with a podcast, he says, voice deeper, more determined than I've ever heard it. We are old acquaintances of Stanley, and we'd appreciate a minute of your time to find out where he is and how we might contact him. The man's nostrils flare. I hear his teeth grinding. I feel like we've pushed a detonation button. That man is beyond evil. If you knew what he'd done to me, to my family, you wouldn't be standing here speaking his name. Perhaps we could talk about it, Nate offers. We truly aren't here to cause harm. We want to learn more about him, if you're willing. He took my Shelley, he spits. A horrified gasp escapes me. Shelley is your daughter? As good as, he quaffs. She was my... He crumples, his face like an actor in a school play who needs to cry but can't quite commit. She was my snail. Nate's eyes sideswipe to me. Did he just say snail? The biggest in the world, he announces. She was a marvel. Almost 40 centimetres long, excluding tentacles. Featured in the Guinness Book of World Records for 3 consecutive years. That's where he found her, tracked us down, befriended us, even moved into the spare room. It was all part of his sick plan. He stole her while we slept. I am trying to be sympathetic. I am. When I was a kid, I had a guinea pig that was eaten by a fox. It was sad, sure, but I can't quite find the mammoth compassion this man seems to expect. Her whereabouts are still a mystery? I ask. Yes. And if the readers of Slime Time magazine couldn't figure out where he took her, then I doubt you will. We are so very sorry for your loss, says Nate, as serious as someone can in this situation, as I pull out the only picture I have of my father. I can't leave without getting clarity. Was this him? I ask. Is this Stanley? The man only needs to give it a cursory glance to tell me, without a shadow of a doubt, that we're not speaking about the same person. You can't even do your research before finding the nerve to knock our door, he says, disgusted. When he slams his fist against the glass, a woman appears from the back of the property. In her 50s, she looks every bit the part of a housewife, with a floral apron and white lace bow in her hair, even down to the large wooden rolling pin in her hands. We have been hounded, she screams. So-called investigators poking around for information. Why won't you let us live in peace? It's over, it's done. Honestly, who knew the snail world was so tumultuous? Again, we are so sorry. My voice quivers relief that my father is not currently on the run with a 40-centimetre-long snail. But to the ears of this antagonised couple, it must sound like I'm taking the piss because the woman's cheeks emblaze. When will your type get the message? She says, swinging the rolling pin around her elbow like nunchucks. This isn't her first time. We don't want you here! Nate puts his arm in front of me, pushing me back a step. The woman, immune to our apologies, keeps coming. The rolling pin hits the front door hard enough to leave a dent. Not that Nate or I notice, because we're too busy screaming, "Fuck!" at the top of our burning lungs as we make for the camper. I dive face first into the passenger seat. Nate is pulling on his seatbelt. I'm pretty sure safety first only applies when you're not being chased by a weapon-wielding woman. Drive! Frantic, Nate tosses the keys from left to right like they're piping hot. Foot! Pedal! Go! I scream. The key slides into the ignition at the exact moment the woman swings for us. A metal crunching thud lands against the side of the camper van. Oh shit, you meant go-go! He slams his foot on the pedal and the van takes off, but not before the woman gets one final swing at the back doors, screaming at us to tell the others what happened here today. We're 3 miles out, breezing along the open road, our heartbeats slowly returning to normal. We stop at a petrol station and get out of the camper, inspecting the damage like two dodgy mechanics. There is a giant dent in the side, jagged like the crater of a meteor strike, and a smaller one in the back, the size of a tennis ball. Looks like we can kiss goodbye to our security deposit, I say. Nate looks at me, completely perplexed. Snails, he says, as though it's the only word in his brain right now. A record-breaking snail, I amend. The universe couldn't have warned us about that, huh? I take the keys from Nate's hand and climb into the driver's side. Wisdom to stay, power to run, I repeat from earlier. Oh, but it did. Nate laughs, but as he slides into the seat beside me, I see the thoughtful expression, his mind thinking it over. There's a little crack of light that there might be something to this Saturn return theory after all. Chapter 13. I allow myself precisely 1 hour to mope about it, which is the exact amount of time it takes us to get from Arrowtown back to Queenstown. Thankfully, despite rain clouds rolling in from beyond the mountains, I have the equivalent of human sunshine beside me. I always remembered Nate like this, driving us around the New Forest, parking up, eating junk food, talking for hours about everything and nothing at the same time. The only person who made that place feel like home. What have you two been doing all this time? Mum would ask when I'd come home after dark with a contented smile. Her eyes were inquisitive, but already disbelieving of whatever I was going to say. Just hanging out with Nate, I'd reply. I started finding random packets of condoms in my room after that. But that's the thing about Nate. With him, the hours seem to melt away and it's always time well spent, even if you look back a week later and can't recall a single significant moment of it. That's what it's like now, as we spend the day exploring the city. We eat juicy burgers at a place called Ferg Burger, a tourist must-do, neither of us fazed by the 30-minute queue for service. We drink cold craft beers at hipster bars on the waterfront. We, mostly window, shop. I buy fluffy socks for my cold bedtime feet, and Nate picks up an All Blacks shirt. I tease that he should invest in loose-fitting pyjamas that he won't feel the need to remove in the middle of the night. I run hot, what can I say? He replies, totally unaffected. That night, after eating a punnet of kiwis between us, we climb into the back of the camper again. The temperature has dropped so low our breath fogs up the windows. We leave each other crude doodles as we change for bed, one waiting outside the doors, the other inside. I crawl back in to find what is either a set of labia or one of those glamping tents you get at fancy festivals. You are a true talent, I say to Nate, who is punching his pillow into a comfortable shape, a fruitless task. Thanks, he says, eyes dropping to my chest. Thief. I'm wearing one of Nate's hoodies over my pyjamas. I didn't think he'd mind. He's brought about 10 of them. I prefer the term borrower. Despite the extra layers, I still shiver when I slide in between the sheets. But Nate isn't wrong about running hot. It's like having a 6-foot hot water bottle beside me. It means I notice his absence within minutes of him slipping out at the back of the camper in the middle of the night. It's still dark and my eyes are heavy from sleep. I reach for the flip phone that was last on the kitchen counter, but it's gone. Outside I hear low whispers, brash and quick. I creep around the back of the camper to see Nate facing the dark horizon, hands in his hair. Morning dew seeps into my socks, tingling my toes, but I don't dare turn back and grab my shoes. What is it? I ask. He startles at my voice, then turns back to the green glow of the phone. I had a voicemail from Melissa, Dad's new live-in carer. Oh God. Yeah, he says. She needs to talk to me. She sounded worried. It's bad, I know it is. I try and think logically, but panicked Nate is throwing my emotions through a loop. What did she say exactly? That I call her urgently, and now I can't get through because there's no signal in this damn field. He almost hurls the flip phone across the grass, but he comes to his senses and presses call one more time. It doesn't connect. I shouldn't have done this, he says, tugging at his dishevelled bed hair. This was... Please don't say a mistake, I say, then feel the words quiver inside me. It sounded way bigger than I meant to. He turns to finally face me, and the retreating moonlight illuminates the harsh angles of his face, his tense jaw, his knitted brows, the glisten in his eyes. What if something's happened? What if I'm here and he needs me? What if... It'll be okay, I say. It's what he always told me. You don't know that. I do, I lie. If something bad had happened, she wouldn't leave a message. She would wait until she had you on the line. She would... You don't know anything about this. You've never even met the woman. I know it's his fear making him snap, but I also know he's right. That I'm talking as if I'm an anchor for a ship I haven't sailed in the best part of a decade. But I've got to try, right? I can't concede that my bad luck is rubbing off on Nate. I can't. I touch his arm, steadying his tremble as he tries to call one more time. Again, it fails. We need to move, I say, find signal. That's when we start running. Through puddles and knee-high grass, we dart through fields of sheep, away from the mountains, closer to the road. Now? I call, breathless. Nate checks the phone. No bars. We keep going, heading along the roadside. We're mid-stride when the phone rings. A techno siren cutting through the air. Our eyes connect. Despite panting seconds before, neither of us is breathing now. Nate answers. Mel, he says. What's wrong? How? Oh. Nate looks at me again. He's fine. I put my hands on my knees and release every inch of air in my lungs. You need to know where the key to the back door is. The relieved smile on Nate's face is a thing of beauty, pure and innocent. In an instant, he looks 17 again, eyes full of wonder. Of course. It's in the cupboard under the stairs. On a rack. Got it? Yeah, the little silver one. I don't know why I do it. Maybe it's the stress of the moment, the worst that never came. But I wrap my arms around his waist. I bury my ear against his pounding heart. I hold him tight until it slows. Until he's checked for the 5th time that Graham is doing well, that he doesn't need to book an emergency flight back home. Nate rests his chin on the top of my head until he hangs up. It's the 2nd time we've ever held each other. Is it awkward? Is he uncomfortable? Am I? I tell myself I'm overthinking. That if he were Amara or Ryan or Mum, I'd be holding them too. It's a normal way of showing you care. But because it's Nate, and he's the exact opposite of a hugger, I once saw him duck a cuddle from Flo like it was a knockout punch. I'm now acutely aware of everywhere our bodies touch, and how warm he is. Still, we stay there, feet sinking into the mud, cuddling, until we're both ready to talk again. I think I might have overreacted, he says after a minute. Happens to the best of us, I say. I feel the laugh in his chest. A cool wind fills the tiny spaces between us. It's a lot, you know. The responsibility. You don't need to explain yourself to me. He's silent until I look up at him. His lip is clamped between his teeth, expression almost shy. I want to. I normally talk to Kira. She always knows what to say. She gets me. I can be Kira, I say. Fewer tattoos and not such a nice smile, but I can listen real good. He lets go of me then, shoving his hands inside his grey tracksuit bottoms, keeping his head down as we walk back to the camper. When he starts talking, it's mostly to the sky, to the empty fields we're trudging our way through. But as I listen, as I learn, I'm rewarded with more glances when he says something important. Like how his insides burned as if he'd downed acid when Graham's diagnosis was confirmed. The number of oak beams he'd dropped when he got the call that his dad had fallen. The first of what he knew could be many. It's dark and intimate, and a little scary to hear the calmest, most joyful person I've ever known talk like this, as though he's in the middle of winter, unconvinced spring will ever return. Why did you come here? I ask. If I pressured you or made you feel... It wasn't you who pressured me. He stops walking, turning to face me. Graham? He nods like who else? I told him you were back, about your dad, about your plans to come here. I thought he was going to tell me I made the right decision in staying, that there was too much work to even consider going, that he was too sick. But it was the opposite. How so? He begged me to do this. Told me that if his illness has taught him anything, it's that there is never as much time as you think. That I had to come. For me. For him. Do you have any idea how hard that was to hear? The man who was always the biggest light, wanting me to shine for him instead. He told me to make the memories, to come home and tell him all about it. And now I'm terrified he won't be there when I get back. I touch his arm. You said yourself he's doing well right now. And it's only 2 weeks, I assure him. We'll be home in no time. He laughs condescendingly, shaking his head, as though there's more to this than I realise. What the hell am I doing? It's too much. He presses his fingers into his eyes, then resumes walking, head down. I'm scared, Rubes, he says, when we reach the safety of the camper. We've cleaned our feet with baby wipes and crawled back under the flimsy covers, the early hints of morning turning the space yellow and gold. The misty raindrops on the windows look like glitter. Nate stares at the ceiling. I watch him. All the time. Fear is all I know, I swear. I'm working on site, lugging tools like a caveman, and in my head it's non-stop worry. I came here hoping I could switch it off for a few weeks. I could let go and enjoy myself. But now I'm thinking I'll never escape it. That it's going to follow me until... He takes a sharp breath, grip tightening on the metal of the van. Until it's replaced with grief. The desolate look in his eyes makes me want to hold him again. But unsure if he needs that, I refrain. Have you tried to talk to someone about it? Only Kira. I'd be lost without her, I swear. But it's not fair to put my worries on her all the time. She has her own shit to deal with. What about a professional? He's thoughtful for a moment. I should, I know. But it takes a lot to open up to someone like this. It's not easy for me to do this with just anyone. He looks into my eyes and pride blooms inside my ribs. Me. He trusts me with this. The road not taken has been relaid out before me. I'll listen, anytime, I tell him and mean it. Even when you're back home, if I'm in London or Shanghai or Croatia, wherever I am in the world, you can call me. Even if it's only to moan. To unleash the noise in your head, I'll answer. He tuts doubtfully. I will, I swear. I hold out my little finger. He hesitates, still burned by my fire. I prod him in the waist and he smiles, finally looping his little finger around mine. I'll hold you to it, he says. It should be the end of the conversation. We should probably be making a start on the day. We have so many miles to cover, so many experiences to savour. But instead, we lie there, whispering like we're telling secrets, talking about the meals he loves to cook his dad, his dreams for the business. We talk about music, albums we listened to separately, gigs we went to, and those we wish we had. It's like old times, Me in Nate's bed, him on the floor, talking until the sun comes up. And when we finally fall asleep again, as the world begins to wake, I dream of what might have happened if I'd never left Lymington, of who I might have become if I hadn't run at the first chance I got. Weirdly, I wake up smiling. Chapter 14. The rain from yesterday has cleared, and the early morning sun is burning through the flimsy lace curtains. It can't be later than 6, yet Nate isn't beside me. His side of the bed is made and empty. After the drama in the middle of the night, I throw my sheets back, worried. I step out of the camper. The fresh, grass-scented air fills my lungs. "Nate?" "Yo," he replies. He's around the back of the van. I take a step to walk to him, when my foot kicks his jeans strewn across the ground. I notice a balled-up, dirty sock, then the white t-shirt he had on yesterday. "Are you pooping? Please tell me you're not pooping right now," I call. "What?" "The clothes. Some people poop naked. To be at one with nature, as it calls to them." His laugh is hearty and loud. Then he tosses a pair of black boxers from the other side of the van. "Nate!" I shriek. I cover my eyes in case I'm about to witness a sight I never want to see. "We had a system. We're supposed to give advanced warning for privacy, so I'm not scarred for life by having seen you take a..." My palms are on my face when he grabs my wrists, moving me so I can look at him. He's fully dressed, forearms dripping in soap bubbles. "I'm definitely not pooping," he says with another laugh. As if I would ever deviate from your very strict bathroom instructions. I value my balls and my life. I laugh. He smiles at the sound. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I went for a run, then came back and decided to clean some bits. "You want anything scrubbed?" I follow him around the van, where he has a large bucket filled with water and soap, a makeshift washing line tied between the van and a tree. Who knew the boy who wore the same maroon hoodie until it fell apart could be so domesticated? Most of my stuff is fine. I have some underwear, but... "Chuck 'em in," he says. He plunges a pair of socks into the bucket, using his knuckles to work the fabric. "I'm not going to let you clean my knickers," I say. He raises an eyebrow. "So, to be clear, sleeping, eating, and defecating within feet of each other is fine, but you draw the line at cleaning. It's intimate and embarrassing." "Now I'm curious as to what's so embarrassing about your delicates. Chains? Leather?" He raises an eyebrow. "Crotchless?" It couldn't be further from the truth. My underwear is as adventurous as my sex life. "Pervert." Nate softens. "Believe it or not, I've washed women's underwear before. Or you can do it if you prefer. I'm trying to help, not make you uncomfortable." He folds his arms across his chest as he awaits my answer. His bicep looks so much bigger. I absent-mindedly compare him to an action man figure. I shift my weight. I am being a little overdramatic. So I concede, and Nate washes a couple of my t-shirts that could do with freshening up, and 3 pairs of pants, all black and boring. Ryan used to call them my granny pants. He said they were cute, that he liked them. But based on the lingerie-wearing goddess on his laptop, I highly doubt that. Either way, once they're hung up to dry, I'm thankful for my boring undies, flapping in the morning breeze beside Nate's Calvin Kleins. We sit on our fold-out chairs as we eat grilled bacon Nate cooked, on bread that's a little bit stale. "So, what's your big clue for today?" Nate asks. "Affirmation," I correct, talking around a bite. "I haven't looked yet." I move to get the bag, sitting on the back step of the camper as I pull one out and take a long, deep breath before I unfold it. I read it a few times, fighting the sinking feeling that washes over me as I absorb the words. In the face of adversity, I learn my own strength. "What is it?" Nate asks, sensing my trepidation. "More adversity? Seriously?" We're on the road all day today, right? I ask. He nods. 300 miles to Christchurch. Dad number 2. I swallow an unchewed lump of bread, shoving the paper into the back pocket of my pajamas. I can't take another day of disasters. A flat tire, a car accident, the sun implodes. Anything feels possible. Rubes, Nate cries, the suspense. I've been thinking, I announce. Why would we drive all the way to Christchurch when there's so much here that we haven't experienced yet? He analyses me for a second. What are you running from, Rubes? Ugh, this man knows me better than I know myself. Nothing, I lie. We plan to spend a few days here. It makes sense to do that still. With Dad number 3 in Auckland, if we head north now, we'll miss this area entirely. Nate thinks about this. Tane texted earlier. They are doing a boat trip later today, across Milford Sound. Invited us to join. Perfect! For all of Nate's earlier enthusiasm around Tane's group trips, I can't see it now. We have to pay him for his time, and he's expensive. Worth it, I'm sure, but our budget is tight. He takes credit card, yes? The emergency credit card? The one our little airport blip has almost maxed out? Look, I say, standing to take Nate's empty plate from him. When we made our itinerary, Milford Sound was the second thing you wrote, as important as Hobbiton. You want to see it. So let's go. He knows I'm right. That it's what Graham would want. You sure? Because we will lose a full day of travel, and that means less time with your dad when we find him. I think of his trembling body as I held him last night. How important it is that he does this. It's not all about me, okay? Let's make it happen. All right, he says, standing too. He pulls out the flip phone. I'll let Tane know to save us the space. He heads towards the road to get signal to make the call, and I plunge the cookware into a bucket of cold, soapy suds. In the face of adversity, I learn my own strength. I repeat to myself in a mocking tone. More like, in the face of adversity, I am a coward. Another one! Nate yells. I jolt from a sleep I didn't know I'd slipped into. What? I shout. The map in my hands goes flying. My sunglasses fall off my head. Where? Who? Nate points out of the driver's window as we pass a row of green camper vans at a petrol station. JUCY written on the side. These juicy vans, they're everywhere. Juicy? I'm not entirely sure I'm awake. Who's juicy? I rub my eyes until I can see better, vision clearing to see Nate staring at me as though I'm the strangest person he's ever known. We're closer to Milford Sound now, heading into Deepwater Basin, the small, isolated marina where the tours embark. Steep, pointed mountains surround us, covered in lush, rainforest-like greenery. This feels like something out of a movie, I say, my head hanging out of the window to get a better view. The moisture in the air is already starting to curl my hair at the ends. The most incredible movie ever, Nate corrects. Did they film Lord of the Rings here? Some of the Middle-earth shots were taken here, but no active scenes. You're such a geek, I say with a laugh. Oh, sorry, miss. Did you know the Sahara isn't the world's largest desert? It's actually Antarctica. His impression of me is painfully accurate, and all I can do is giggle. I nudge his arm. And here I was thinking you were ignoring my little factoids. He shakes his head, smiling. You're kind of hard to ignore, Rubes. It's a clear day, blue skies with mottled clouds. The air is cold, but my skin feels warm. Nate opens the back of the camper, pulling out his waterproof clothes, extra layers, hats, gloves. I feel claustrophobic just looking at him. You're wearing that? He asks. I put a hand on my hip. Excuse me? I am so prickly this morning. The affirmation has set my nerves on edge. It's freezing, it's going to be wet, Nate says, practical as ever. I'm warm, and I'm going to carry my jacket, I'll be fine. I'm wearing leggings and one of his black hoodies. I'm hardly dressed for the Caribbean sunshine, but Nate keeps his eyes fixed on me, as though something is really off. But whatever it is, he lets it go. There's a shuttle to the terminal, but Nate wants to walk, so we do, stopping for coffee on the way up. I'm glad for the prop, because when we enter the busy terminal, Tane and the group greet us like old friends, and it gives me this overwhelming panic that I don't know what to do with my hands. I use the drink as a shield, smiling to greet everyone, standing back to let Nate take the lead. There's an older couple with thick Scottish accents who introduce themselves first, the McDonalds, telling us they're here celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary. Two young lads from Ireland, Ravi and Finn, eye me with interest when Nate says my name is Ruby. But if they recognise me, they don't let on. There are couples and friends from Iceland, Brazil, Japan, and Morocco. And then there's Candice and Alani, two of the prettiest girls I think I've ever seen, both from South African wine country. New Zealand is the first stop in their 6-month travels. I smile and give a dorky wave while Nate does the talking. I notice that he pays special attention to Alani. She's tall, with dark curly hair and enticing brown eyes framed perfectly with fine black eyeliner. She has a laid-back, effortless style, the kind that takes me over an hour to recreate. Nate's type to a T. He's making his little jokes, flashing his flirty half-smile. His eyes spark when he looks at her. I'd forgotten how unsubtle he is. How he glows like a light bulb when a pretty girl shows him attention. I smile to myself. It's kind of sweet. Tane hands us our tickets and I give Nate the credit card to arrange payment. Moments after he gets back, we board a large catamaran that holds maybe 50 people. Despite the crisp, fresh air, the smells of lunch cooking, both savoury and sweet, sits heavy in the back of my throat. It's so invasive I almost forget to take out the camcorder and record. Do you want me to do it? Nate asks when he sees me struggling to get the camera untangled from a rogue wire in my bag. What is wrong with me today? Yes, please, I say. Nate asks me if I want any specific shots, and it takes me aback for a moment. I think of Ryan and I directing each other, posing in perfect lighting, how everything was curated. It felt real, though. The way he'd look into my eyes, hold me tight, tell me he loved me, forever and always. Was all of it for show? I'm trying so hard not to think about him, so hard not to miss him. I shake the memories away. Normal holiday filming will be fine, please, I reply. Nate nods. Easy enough. I stand by the railings, taking long, deep breaths. Nate stays back, filming from afar, chatting with Tane as the boat leaves the dock. A speck of dust slipping through the cracks of the frosted mountains. I try and look glamorous, but spend most of my time swatting sandflies from my face. Maybe I'm losing my touch. Thankfully, the scenery is the star of the show. And as we sail deeper into the fjords, skirting with waterfalls, we scream with delight as we get covered in white spray. But after a few minutes, I need to sit down. My clothes are wet and I'm shivering. My insides feel bubbly. When we're almost 40 minutes into the cruise, a buffet meal is served. My stomach rumbles, but the thought of eating anything makes the back of my neck feel moist. I squint behind my sunglasses, feeling a rush of something I can't name. This isn't right. I haven't seen Nate in ages, but then I spot him with Alani at the back of the boat. He's taking her picture. I decide not to interrupt and instead ask a member of staff for directions to the toilets. It's there that things go south. So south, in fact, that my cheek is squished against the tiled wall as I struggle to stand. I've been sick multiple times, but it's only made me feel worse. Below deck, the engine of the ship roars like the worst migraine I've ever had. The gentle rocking motion feels like I'm inside one of those caged fairground rides. I groan against the toilet door, Of all the places to get sick, in the middle of a fjord. How's this for adversity? I have no idea how long I'm here. If I base it on the number of times the adjacent toilet door swings open and shut, I'd have to say it's nearing an hour. Nate is going to be worried. Fueled by an only slightly irrational fear that they'll think I've fallen overboard and are already sending out scuba divers for my remains, I peel myself off the cold floor and try to stand. I'm like a newborn calf, all gangly and unsteady legs. I suppress another retch as I climb the stairs, which I'm sure weren't this steep on the way down. It's so bright on the deck I put on my sunglasses. That's when I hear a moan. Small but loud enough to be heard over the rumbling boat. I rub my eyes to make sure I'm seeing things right, that I'm not having some sort of fever-induced dream. Nope. It's real, all right. Nate is kissing Ilani. They're up against the wall. With his broad shoulders curved around her, she's encased in him. A good kind of smothering. He pulls back to whisper something which makes her laugh, then delicately angles her chin up to his mouth as her bright red nails scratch along his arms. I stare for too long, feeling a mix of confusion and pride, as though I've resurfaced years later from my underground vomit chamber to discover my best friend has lived a full, happy life without me. Ilani arches upwards, closer to his mouth, pressing herself tighter into him. Another moan. I dry retch. I shouldn't be watching this. I need to leave. I need to die. I have no idea where to go. Where will possibly make me feel better? I turn and bash into a lifebuoy. It falls off the railing with a thud. Ilani spots me first, breaking away, nudging Nate with wide eyes. That's how I know I look as bad as I feel. Rubes, what are you... Shit, are you okay? I look into his panicked eyes. There's no fighting the swooshing feeling that starts in my ankles, rising slowly. Oh shit. I scan my surroundings for a bin, a plant pot, anything, but... I collapse like a rag doll crushed by gravity, legs buckling under me. When I come around, I've been propped on the metal chairs on deck, a plastic bucket next to my face. Nate sounds pissed off. His voice is as collected as ever, but all his words are clipped and forceful. He's saying things like, "Get her out of here, and how long will that take?" There's movement all around me, yet the boat feels still. Someone who tells me they are medically trained pokes and prods me for a while. I don't even question it. I have no concept of how much time has passed when Nate wraps his arm around me, pulling me to my feet. Are we done? I ask as my wobbly knees take me down the ramp we walked in on. Is the tour over? For us it is, Rubes. The next 30 minutes are a whirlwind of turmoil. I want to ask where we're going, why we're not heading back to the camper, why there's a car and a hotel keycard, but my brain is at such a level of exhaustion that forming sentences feels like climbing Kilimanjaro. We're outside and birds are chirping. It might be evening or maybe we're in shade. Everything is so confusing. When Nate leads me along a long rocky path, unlocks a large wooden door, and I see a bed and a bathroom, I stop questioning everything in case it's revealed I've fallen into a state of shock, or died and gone to heaven. Can I say, before flopping onto a thick, warm bed. Someone could tell me this bed is radioactive and I still wouldn't stop myself. Nate is asking me all manner of questions, handing me water and more painkillers. There's talk of another doctor, and I can hear how worried he is. Thankfully, the sickness feels like it's subsided, but it's left a cramping pain that's so intense I feel like I'm rotting from the inside out. I'm okay, I say through a grimace. Get back on the boat and have some fun. Knock it off, all right? Stop pretending everything is fine. His voice is snappy but still caring. Sleep, I say. I need sleep. I hear Nate close some curtains. The darkness behind my eyes deepens. I am sure I don't sleep because no one who's been comatose for that long should feel this exhausted. But now my mouth is dry, eyelids heavy, brain rattling. I'm so delirious, I'm slipping between reality and delirious dreams. 1 minute it's Nate next to me, holding a damp flannel on my forehead. Then, in the space of a blink, it's Ryan here instead. He's not happy to see me. He thinks I'm running from him. He tells me I should never have left. As my stomach burns and my skin turns cold, I wriggle around the mattress, desperate for an ounce of peace. I drift in and out of sleep. I try and vomit some more, but there's nothing left. It's all throat-scraping gasps. I'm empty, I say. Ryan is still here. He's on his knees next to the bed, holding a glass of water to my lips. You need to drink, he says. You're dehydrated. I think of a year earlier when I had appendicitis. He was good to me then, rushing me to hospital, holding my hand when I woke up from surgery. But I can't remember him ever doing this, staying awake all night, instinctively knowing what I need and giving it to me like he's built to serve me. You're so good to me, baby, I tell him. A soft leaves his lips. He sounds displeased. Then he asks me my pain levels. I tell him 4 out of 10, but he seems unconvinced. It dawns on me that he shouldn't be here right now. He should be on the other side of the world, where I left him. Why are you here? I ask. Got nowhere better to be, he says softly. He tells me to open my mouth and places 2 pills on my tongue, then brings a glass of water to my lips again. It's ice cold. The best thing I've ever experienced. Then he shoves a thermometer under my tongue. Ow! Sorry, sweetheart, he says. 10 more seconds. Ryan pulls the thermometer out and stares at it. Am I dying? I feel like I am. A mild fever, he says. They said it's not a worry unless it creeps up. They? I say, confused. I try and roll over, but a strong, firm hand on my back stops me. While he forces me to drink more water, he tells me he's spoken to the emergency line of our travel insurance provider, that it's most likely a stomach bug or something I ate. That if I don't improve within 12 hours, I should see a doctor. He tells me it's been 8 hours, 27 minutes, as though he's counting every single second. I swallow a whole glassful, only so I can wriggle away. Too much talk, too much pain. I hear Ryan step away. Stay, I say. I reach into the darkness for him. I don't know if... Please, I say. I need you. My teeth begin chattering. I pull the thick, crunchy duvet to my neck. I hear him sigh. Then the mattress dips behind me, and I curl into the warmth of him, my cheek on his hard chest, my fists tucked into the crook of his armpit. I don't know why he's here, but I don't care. He feels like home. Did I do the wrong thing by leaving? I say. You were everything to me, my whole world. There's a long pause before he speaks. You have no idea how much that means to me, he says gently. But it was what you wanted, what you needed. You put yourself first, and you always should. I tried so hard to be what you wanted, to be perfect for you. You are you, Rubes. That's enough. It always has been. But it wasn't enough, was it? Because otherwise you wouldn't have done that. I sniffle. Why, Ryan? Why did you do it? The silence is so long, I fear I've slipped into a new dream. But then I rise with his long, slow inhale. Because I'm an idiot who didn't know how fucking good he had it, he replies, smoothing his hand through my hair. He sounds sadder now. That doesn't make it hurt less, I mumble. It will all feel better come morning, he says. He shushes me softly, coaxing me into sleep, and I slip into another dream, praying he's right. The room is pitch black, but all my other senses have returned with raging clarity. I can smell pine disinfectant, feel silky bedsheets, hear birds singing and gentle snoring. Ryan? I say. I reach to the other side of the bed and find nothing but empty space. I remember I'm in New Zealand, that Ryan was never here, that I've been in a state of fevered confusion. Nate? I call. Fright shoots up my spine, the first thing besides pain I've felt in hours. The fear isn't so much that I'm alone, but that Nate's not here. As my eyes adjust, I see the outline of a far too small sofa, his feet dangling over the armrest. When he realizes I'm awake, he darts forward in mild panic. He touches my forehead. What do you need? Sick bowl? Water? My head still feels like it's been rattled in a cage with knives. My stomach is still turning. But there's one thing even more pressing. I need the bathroom. I don't need to elaborate why I've announced it. Nate's already holding out his arm, helping me hobble across the carpet to a small door. Are you okay on your own? I would rather drown myself in the toilet water than have him see me pee, but I feel so weak, so hot and shaky. I don't even know if I can pull off my leggings. I look into Nate's sleepy eyes. He's a shadow of himself. Hair all stuck up, sunken cheeks. I trust him like he was my own flesh and blood. Please help me. He nods, gripping my hand tighter, then switching on the light. I wince and he shuts it off again, opting for a dimmer light on the bathroom mirror instead. He helps me lower my leggings, then positions me on the toilet. He slumps against the side of the bathtub, turning his face away while I pee and wipe. I lean on him as I wash my hands, as I run water over the back of my neck, as I rinse my mouth out. The taste in my mouth is acidic. I wish I had my toothbrush. I've got you, Nate's saying, as he takes me to the bed again. No bedsheets this time, as if he knows how hot I'm feeling. Perhaps I told him. He hands me a fresh glass of water, and I sip a little as I try to get my bearings. It doesn't feel like a hospital, at least not the kind I've been to before. And it's so quiet. Eerily so. Nate moves to leave, and I grip his shirt. I'm getting the thermometer, he says. I release him and he returns seconds later, kneeling at the bedside, like Ryan did earlier. I'm so confused, I say. He nods as though it's expected. It's 4:30 in the morning. You haven't been sick for 9 hours, but you've been feverish. He places the thermometer under my tongue and watches the number as though it's a life or death situation. It finally beeps and he removes it. Fever's finally broken. He touches my forehead, then the back of my neck. I lean into his touch, eyes closed. Hold me again, I say. I don't see his reaction. I feel it. The heavy pause. I'm not Ryan. I'm Nate. I must still be delirious because it feels as though he says it with deep regret. I know. I'm so unwell, I say, as if it's an excuse, as though I'd refuse to come within an inch of him if I wasn't near death. I wrap my hand around his, it's still placed on my neck, and I squeeze it before I pull him to the bed. The movements are robotic, as though neither of us know where to put our limbs. We've shared a bed for 3 nights now, but this is different. I need comfort, and he seems to know that. Nate positions himself flat, and I rest on his chest like I did with Ryan. Wait, not Ryan. Nate. It was always Nate. I can't seem to grasp a coherent thought, so I say the first thing that appears in front of me. You feel harder. That sounds weird, sorry. I mean, you used to be so boyish. This is excellent neck support. You need to rest, he says. Head busy, you calm. You sick, me worried, he corrects. Hearing him say he's worried makes my sickness feel infinitely worse. As if the battle my body is fighting is now aware it needs reinforcements, that the odds are stacked against it. I take a slow, measured breath, and the memory of the boat flashes behind my eyes. Something I'm not sure if I dreamed. You were kissing that girl, I say, Alani. Nate tenses. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, acting like a teenager again. I got a bit lost in the moment. I cock-blocked you. My head bobs up and down as he laughs. It hurts my pounding head and he apologizes. But when he tries to adjust us, I refuse to move from my spot on his chest. It was the first time someone had paid attention to me like that since Lauren. I got a bit carried away. I picture Nate towering over Alani, his body humming with controlled power. Nate looks like a really good kisser, I think, absent-mindedly. The stunning backdrop, the glow of the bright sun, the leaning, the pressing. It was the hottest thing that's never happened to me. Who's Lauren? I ask. Nate's ribcage stills like he's holding in a breath. Okay. She was, let's just say, you're not the only one getting over someone. What? I had no idea, I say. But then why would I? We've only just begun to fill in the blank pages of our time apart. Another wave of nausea rises, and I push it away with questions I'm not sure I'll remember the answers to. How long were you together? It was almost 4 years. 4 years? I gasp. 4 years is a serious relationship, committed. And I had no idea this woman even existed. He laughs, but the movement is gentle this time, his whole body aware of my needs. Surprised someone could put up with me for that long? Yeah, I tease. 4 days with you and I'm already on death's door. He knows I'm joking, that, surprisingly, being together has been the easiest part of the whole trip. For me, anyway. For him, I imagine it feels a lot more like an employment you'd walk out of on day one. Not at all, he says, but I can't figure out why. I ask him how they met. Through Adnan and Flo. She's a vet at Flo's practice. And why did it end? You want me to write out my life story for you? He jokes. Sorry, I'm curious. And listening is a nice distraction. Nate heaves out a long sigh. I can't give a reason why it ended. I loved her, she loved me. When we met, everything felt easy. Lauren is so laid back, the kind of person so happy with life, with herself, that nothing phases her. Someone cuts her up in traffic, maybe they're driving to their wife in labour. A retail person is rude to her. They must be tired and overworked. It's not easy to be perky all the time. I loved that about her. Endlessly positive, empathetic, full of love. She sounds like a literal angel. I think of my bitching about the toilet bucket, about the camper van beds. I wish I was more like that, living a life unburdened by expectation. Lauren wasn't the problem. Falling in love with her was easy. It felt right. But something changed. We started sniping at each other, making little digs. Everything began to feel strained. We'd go to the cinema and bicker about what film to watch. I'd surprise her with dinner and she'd moan about what I'd cooked. I'd go to bed at 9 and she'd stay up till gone midnight reading or whatever. It was as though suddenly our lives were on completely different pages. In different books. In different libraries. Somewhere along the way, I stopped making her happy. I'm sorry, I say. I expect him to say, don't be, that it's fine, that he no longer cares. After all, that's what I'd say if he asked me about Ryan. What you're supposed to say after a breakup, so the other person doesn't feel uncomfortable. But he doesn't. He lies underneath me, motionless, as though he's deep in thought. I lie still too. Nate in love. As though a door has been creaked open, letting in a new, vibrant shade of colour I've never seen before. I bought a ring, he says quietly. Shit, I've never told anyone that. I lift my head, blinking a few times to stop the dizziness. A ring? I bought it a year before we broke up. I had a plan. And I kept telling myself that as soon as things went back to normal between us, that I would propose. But they never did. My brain misfires, I'm sure, because my jaw hangs open, my eyes widen, but no words come out. I flop back down, eyes on the ceiling. He could have had a whole wedding, and I would never have known. Would never have seen an ivory invitation on my doormat. It's been tough, he adds. With everything going on with my dad, I really needed her. I guess that's why I lean so heavily on Kira. I love Kira, I say. Nate nods in agreement. She's great. I don't know what I'd do without her. She's my best friend. Best friend. The jealousy strikes me stronger than nausea. So intense, the rush of clarity makes my head spin. I was such an idiot to walk away from this. I sit up, terrified I'm going to be sick again. Nate grabs the bucket, brings it to my lips. I heave. He rubs my back in slow circles. I might not hold the title of best friend anymore, but damn, how many people would do this for me? Even my mum stopped doing this once I reached my teens. He crouches down to look me in the eyes. I'm sure he's checking that my eyes aren't rolling into the back of my head or something. But as he stares, fully connected, my breathing slows, and all I feel is gratitude and certainty. I can never lose this. I can never let anything ruin this friendship. Because, entangled in a string of bad luck, it's the one thread holding everything together. Chapter 15. I feel Nate stir first. The mattress dips as he slips into the bathroom. I hear the flush, then the faucet. There is a long silence after he opens the door again, as though he's waiting to see if I'll rouse. I keep very still, eyes closed, mentally scanning my body. The pain in my stomach has dissipated to an irritating hum, and my head feels clearer. My body feels heavy, but not so bad that moving feels like being attacked with hammers. I think I feel better, I announce. I hear a clang in the distance, then footsteps. Thank God. I open my eyes and realise the pause between Nate leaving the bathroom and now must have been longer than I thought, because all traces of sickness, discarded painkiller packets, glasses of water, and the sick bin I became far too acquainted with have all been cleaned up. Nate is standing at the end of the bed, sleeves rolled up, with a bottle of disinfectant spray in his hands. Through the cracks of light in the curtains, I can see the room better now. It's all stylish wooden decor, like a hotel room, but far too quiet. Where are we? After you got sick, there was a bit of a drama. We had to turn back, and you made them turn the boat around. I hadn't had much concept of time. It felt like I was on that boat for days. But those people, they paid to... It was fine. There was a small dock about an hour from where we boarded. No one minded the delay. Everyone could see you needed to get off that boat. I bet they all cursed me, I say. You're overthinking it. People were concerned. It's so humiliating, though. I rub my head, too exhausted to properly visualize the consequences of someone taking pictures, putting them online, but alive enough to know they probably exist. It won't be hard to sensationalize either. Ruby Darling breaks down and ruins tourists' bucket list trip. So, we got off the boat and you took me to the nearest hotel? It's not a hotel, he says, opening the curtains. We're at ground level, but there's a low fog, so everything I can see, the woodland, the outline of a river as it meanders next to a private wooden deck, is marred with grey as the mist rolls off the edge of the mountain tops. The view takes my breath away. We're still in the heart of Milford Sound, lost in the wilderness. We're in a cabin, I think. I'd seen them online when I researched our route. All the reviews called them a once-in-a-lifetime experience, said you'd need to book months in advance if you wanted even the slightest chance of staying here. But this place was fully booked, I say. Nate's eyebrows pinch together. How do you know that? I may have inquired on the off chance I could convince you to treat ourselves. He purses his lips together, but doesn't scold me for my rule bending. Probably because he's already broken a few to get me here. After I spoke to the insurance people, and they didn't think you needed medical intervention yet, it was a panicked decision to get you somewhere you could rest. Somewhere you could, in private. Explode? Yeah, that, Nate says. The camper and its bucket felt like a nightmare neither of us wanted to experience. So, between Tane and the captain, calls were made, favours were pulled. Apparently some flights were delayed coming into Queenstown due to bad weather, meaning a last-minute cancellation. And here we are. Wow, what luck! Nate smiles. Looks like it's changing. Good luck might have been not throwing my guts up in front of a boat full of people, I say. Could have been worse, he replies. Could have shat yourself too. Nate the Optimist Andrews. My stomach contracts at the thought of how much the final bill is going to be for a place like this. How I'm ever going to find the money to pay it off. I need to work. I need to make money. I need to get the universe on my side again. And that all starts and ends with Stanley Oliver. So, Dad number 2, I say, throwing the bedsheets back. He's in Christchurch, yes? That should take us... I stand way too quickly and the walls of the room fragment into jagged edges. Whoa, easy there. Nate swoops his arm around my back, stopping me from falling. I must look like I'm deflating, back bent, arms limp at my sides. You aren't out of the woods yet. But we'll lose a whole day. I need to find him. I try and straighten, but my blurred vision makes it impossible. I can argue with him all I want, but my body isn't going to join me in the fight. We will, Nate says. His eyes turn serious, fixing on mine with renewed intensity. We're so close, I'm sure he can smell how disgusting I am, but he doesn't grimace or turn away. He keeps me in his arms, holding me steady. But this place had a 2-night minimum stay, and we need to make the most of it to get you healthy. But the schedule... I'll give you one of my tourist days. We'll make up the time and find him as soon as you're better. It'll all be okay, I promise. It's awkwardly obvious that he needs to let me go. That considering we had 0 physical contact for the first 2 years of our friendship, we've more than made up for it in the last 12 hours. But he doesn't. He digs his fingertips deeper into my back, waiting for me to agree. I nod slowly and he finally lets me go, positioning me on the bed with so much care and attention, I honestly think I could cry. The flip phone rings and we both startle. Nate grabs it from the table. He glances at it, then looks at me. Is it Melissa? I ask. Is everything all right at home? Yeah, I spoke to them last night while you were asleep. All good. But Nate shakes his head. I gave Alani our number, he says almost apologetically. Oh, right, I say. Alani. The kissing. I'd offer to give you some privacy, but... I tap the bedsheets. Give me 2 minutes, he says. He steps through the double glass doors and onto the deck. I watch him talk slow, a flirty smile across his face. He holds his own against the mountainous skyline and endlessness of the fjords. In the same flannel shirt he wore yesterday and ruffled bed hair, anyone would think he was born and raised in the wilderness. Like this is where he's supposed to be. Then, in the silence, I realize the same is true of me, even if the circumstances that brought me here are a little more fantastical. I crawl to the end of the bed, reaching into my handbag that's been neatly perched against the wooden frame. I pull out my little red suede bag and grab a new affirmation. Today's rest is tomorrow's success. Nate must sense my movement because he darts his attention inside the cabin. I hold up the piece of paper to the window. His eyes scan it, Then he gives me a look like, see? He chats for a little longer. So long, in fact, I wonder what they could possibly have to discuss. I mean, they barely know each other. Nate opens the double door. Have fun, he says into the phone before he hangs up. Is she okay? I ask. He's flustered, cheeks glowing. Yeah, she was checking you were doing all right, if there's anything she can help with. That's nice of her. Yeah, she's a sweet girl. They're still in the area. Tane's leading a hike in a few hours. She wanted to know if we were up for joining them, but obviously, given the current situation. Well, the universe has instructed me to rest, I say. Oh, sure, when the universe says it, it's a priority, but when I do? You should go, I say. I'm not leaving you while you're sick. His eyelids slam closed, and I know he's thinking about his dad. That he's projecting that guilt onto me. A trek was on your wish list, I remind him. Did you know that some trees here grow horizontally? Pretty cool, right? You must be feeling better if the factoids are flying again. See, I'm all good. You should go, explore, flirt, get laid even. Nate leans forward. The back of his hand presses lightly on my forehead, then the back of my neck. A hazy memory from last night appears. Me leaning into Ryan's touch. Except it was never Ryan. It was always Nate. He looks so deeply into my eyes that for a second, I forget his touch is purely medical. I'm going to make the most of this amazing mattress and sleep the rest of my sickness away. You can stay here and be miserable with me if you like, but if I were you, I'd be making the most of your holiday. I give him one final knowing look before I lie down and close my eyes. When I wake again, the cabin is glowing in shades of orange. It's still and quiet except for distant birdsong and the gentle rushing of the water that runs within touching distance of the deck. I instinctively know Nate's not here. That he must have taken up Alani's offer and gone on the trek. Finally, confident I can move without falling over, I head into the bathroom and run the porcelain roll-top bath. I wash my hair with the coconut-scented toiletries. I soak my aching limbs until the water turns cold. When I'm out, I realise I have no toothbrush, no hairbrush, no moisturiser. It is a sad, sorry state of affairs. I don't even have clean underwear. I grab my clothes from the bathroom floor and wash them in the sink, and then hang them on the deck to dry. I wrap the towel tighter around my chest and sit on a wooden chair, breathing icy air and taking in the sounds, the musky woodland scents. The distant buzzing sound from inside the cabin cuts through the peace. It takes me far too long to realise it's the flip phone. Nate must have left it here for me. It has 4 messages on it. One from Tane asking if we need anything. Another from Ilani asking Nate to call her. A message from Mum asking how things went with Dad number 1. I reply with the words thumbs down in lieu of any emojis on this ancient device. I flick to the next message from Kira. Reading it stirs a feeling I never get. Homesickness. It says, currently waiting at the bus stop in the pouring rain, wishing I could call you to come and pick me up. Man, I miss you like mad. Why does it feel like you'll be gone forever? Wish you could send me some pictures so I could see your pretty little face. Give my love to R. Kiss. I picture 16-year-old me at the bus stop where Nate and I met on that first day of college. I wanted it to be my fresh start. All the quiet loner misconceptions that stopped anyone approaching me at school would be erased. This was my chance to turn it all around, to make friends. But on the day, my nerves trickled into the type of anxiety that made me forget how time works. Despite 3 separate alarms, including one for the absolute last minute I needed to be walking out the front door, I was late. I jogged along the high street with my headphones blaring, trying to apply mascara and orangey bronzer. Nate was already there. scruffy clothes, face down, hair flopping over his forehead. The first full sentence I ever said to him was a breathless, "Did I miss it?" "It's running late," his reply before turning back to his phone. I saw him every weekday after that, but it was another 3 weeks before we spoke again. I was late once more, figuring the bus hadn't been because Nate was still waiting. "It just left," he said when I arrived. I scanned the road, confused how he knew that. He answered the question I didn't ask. "I waited for you." "But you'll be late too," I said. "Why didn't you get on it?" His shrug was lazy, his gaze fixed on the busy street, cheeks pink in the cool morning air. A minute later, he asked me what I was listening to. I told him Mumford & Sons. It was whatever was on shuffle. But his eyes widened as he said they were his favourite band, and that he played their albums on repeat. My mind went blank and I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I defaulted to my usual safety conversation. "Hey, did you know there's an island off the coast of India with an indigenous population so secluded they've never seen modern civilization?" "No," he replied. But he didn't look at me as if this was the weirdest thing I could have said. He seemed kind of intrigued. He asked me what school I went to, why he hadn't seen me around before. When I told him I went to the local comprehensive, he nodded with understanding because he'd attended the nearby private school. Not that you'd know it to look at him. He talked with a Hampshire twang and never had anything on his person that wasn't battered, broken, or ripped in some way. I later learned that his education had come at a huge financial sacrifice for Graham. I offered him a headphone while we waited 20 minutes for the next bus. Our heads bumped together, we laughed. I hit play, and in turn, the friendship button. The next day he asked me where I hung out at lunch. Alone in the library was the answer, but I didn't want to sound like a loser, so I said, "Just around." "Come find me in the student centre. We'll be next to the vending machines," he'd said. I spent my morning classes questioning if he actually wanted me to, or if he was only saying it to be polite. I second-guessed it so much I pissed myself off, and come lunchtime, decided to loiter in the area. Nate spotted me and waved me over. I ate lunch with him, Kira, Flo, and Adnan every day after that. I read Kira's message again, and all the others she sent since we arrived, which feels icky, but she knows we share this phone. She isn't going to write anything she doesn't want me to read. Besides, it's mostly private jokes I don't understand. Updates on Cooper. All signed off with 2 words. Miss you. As I read, I mindlessly think of Kira's arm wrapped around Nate at the dump. I think of how much he confides in her, how she gets him. Everything Nate told me he loved about his ex last night fits perfectly with Kira too. Optimist, laid back, confident in who she is and what she wants. I wonder if they've ever... The phone vibrates in my hands. A text from Amara. "Please tell me you're alive and well." I smile at the screen, so glad to hear from her, then feel a pinch of guilt for not reaching out sooner. I can't keep expecting my friendships to bloom without a little nurture. I write back. "I'm alive, but not sure I can say well. Saturn is ruining my life. Not satisfied with wrecking my entire travel schedule, it's now thrown vomit into the mix." Amara replies, "Saturn is a cruel bitch, but she knows what she's doing. You still have your affirmations from the app, right? Are they helping?" "They're about the only thing that is," I write. "Spookily accurate. I don't know how you did it." "Magic in a shit-hot tech team," she puts a winking face. "We hit #1 on the App Store this weekend. It's gone crazy. And speaking of crazy, how serious is your digital detox?" "So serious I fear Nate might abandon me on the roadside if I break it. Why?" The reply takes 2 minutes to arrive. They pass like hours. Then a single word flashes up. Ryan. His name hits me harder than all the nausea I've endured. My first thought is that he's already seeing someone new, that I've been humiliated once again. Another message from Amara arrives. I hate to bring it up, but things are interesting, and I don't want to upset you, but I also don't want you to be blindsided. I've been a mess trying to decide if I should tell you or not. I type frantically, "Oh, Amara, please don't make my stress your stress." I think for a moment, listening to the sweet song of an unseen bird, the croaks of frogs and chirps of crickets. Whatever she wants to tell me is meaningless here. "Tell me when I'm home," I reply. We exchange a few more messages back and forth about some exciting press she's had post-launch. I tell her that I can't wait to hear all about it, that when I get home, I want to make more effort to spend time with her, that I really appreciate her. "Soppy cow," she replies. The mailbox dings to let me know it's full, and I delete all the messages from Amara, promising myself I will delete Ryan from my mind too. It's a little while later when I hear the cabin door open. I'm still on the deck, wrapped in a towel my hair has dried in a limp, natural wave I would have categorised as a bad hair day any other time. "Hey," I call. "I wasn't expecting you back yet." Nate smiles when he notices that I'm out of bed. He takes off his cap and ruffles his hand through his hair. "How was the trek?" "I didn't go. I paid one of the employees here to drive me to the closest shop." He holds up a carrier bag, so heavy the handles are stretched within an inch of snapping. "Turns out it was all the way back by the camper. You hungry?" "Starved," I say, surprising myself. Nate nods, then makes his way to the kitchenette. He pulls out some fresh vegetables from the bag, plain pasta, crusty bread. And then, by the door, I spot the only thing that could make me leap to my feet: my suitcase. I run inside, falling on top of it, hugging it like it's a soldier back from war. I mean, the last few days have felt like life or death. "Oh, sweet Louis V! I will never ever leave you again!" Nate laughs. "The van is outside. Whatever you need, let me know and I'll grab it." My hero! "Move over, Batman," he calls as I disappear into the bathroom, my toothbrush already poised. When I return into the living area, dressed, fresh-faced and smelling like mint and lavender, Nate is already cooking. The smell of basil fills the air. He doesn't let me lift a finger, even though I insist I'm feeling well enough to help. It's like he knows I'm lying. We eat a simple yet delicious meal of pasta on the deck, enjoying the last few minutes of sunshine before darkness falls, marvelling at the way the mountain's reflection on the water slowly disappears, to be replaced with stars. "I'm sorry I ruined 2 days," I say. "You didn't ruin it." "But you missed seeing..." Nate holds his arms out to the scene before us. I'm staying in a luxurious cabin on the edge of a fjord. I think it worked out fine. I smile, conceding with a nod. "This is pretty amazing," I say. "Much better than the camper." "Is this what all of your travel experiences have been like?" he asks. "Pretty much, but there's a lot more focus on how things look." "How so?" "This, for starters. I wouldn't sit out here with a bowl of pasta eating it in my comfy clothes. I'd have to lay the table, set the scene, candles and lights. I'd have a full face of makeup, hair done, sometimes for a 2-second shot." Nate stares at me. I know, I mock. "Tiny violin, I don't know what real work is, blah, blah, blah." "I wasn't going to say that at all," he replies. "Do you enjoy it, all that stuff?" "I used to. I found it exciting, pretending I was fancy and living this life that looked, at least on the surface, like it was perfect. But once you start, once you build a brand around that, people expect it. They judge you if you're not suitably primed," I sigh. "It's nice being here, being me." It's like I'm on holiday from myself. What's the worst thing about it? He asks. The horrible comments. Nate keeps looking at me, a quiet moment of understanding. I can't imagine how it feels. It wasn't always like this. At first, people were supportive. They wanted advice on travelling, on things to see and do. And somewhere along the way, it flipped. People got tired of us. Us? Me and Ryan, I say. We are very much an online 2-for-1 deal. I move a cherry tomato around my plate. Ryan was the one who started it all. He changed both our lives overnight. At first, it was all about keeping us moving. The next flight, the next country, the next symphony orchestra. I look at Nate until he understands. It only takes a fraction of a second. But then we tipped into being personalities, always sharing more and more of ourselves. Our personas evolved and I became Ruby Darling. People liked her so much more than they liked me. I find that hard to believe. I smile through his compliment and a memory resurfaces. I was approached by one of those viral dentists a few years ago. They wanted me to get veneers and promote their services, I tell him. But you have lovely teeth, Nate says, confused. Ah, thanks, I reply. I didn't do it, obviously, but I started a conversation with them. Turns out they wanted to shave my real teeth down to stubs before they fitted the veneers. Stubs. Think you make Gollum. Jesus. I'd need religion with teeth like that, I say, and Nate laughs. It always stayed with me, though. How it was a perfect metaphor for the industry, shaving perfectly healthy teeth down to nothing to replace them with a shiny fake facade. Very philosophical, Nate says unsarcastically. I think that's what I've done to myself. Lost the real me in pursuit of some ever-changing concept of perfection. To his credit, Nate doesn't take the opportunity to tell me I did this voluntarily, even though we both know he's probably thinking it. How stupid I was to place my entire livelihood on the knife edge of public opinion. But if one good thing came from social media, it was me learning that Cooper is cute as hell, I say, steering us to easier subjects. He lights up like gasoline on a fire. He is cute, the real star of the show. I saw Kira posted a picture of you and him on a walk. Our weekly mental health walk, he says, where we put the world to rights for 3 miles, then head to the pub. Sounds heavenly, I say. Another pang of homesickness hits. She left a message for you, by the way. Oh, thanks. He smiles. Ilani too. He smiles wider. When I notice, he laughs with a shy edge. Stop it. I didn't say anything. I insist. You were thinking it. It's sweet, I say. I like seeing you happy. His blush deepens, then his eyes shoot to mine, assertive. I like seeing you happy, too. After dinner, and a brief battle with Nate to let me, I wash up while he takes a long shower. Given we'll be checking out tomorrow, I don't bother unpacking, but I do grab some clean pajamas from the camper. I'm sliding my shorts over my bum when Nate appears from the bathroom in a cloud of steam. He's wearing a fluffy white towel wrapped around his waist, and nothing else. Water droplets shimmer on his chest, and his hair is swished back in a way that makes his face look full and youthful and kind of, well, gorgeous, actually. Left my toothbrush out here, he says, casually, darting to his backpack, then back into the bathroom. I stand in the middle of the room, a little blindsided by what I've just witnessed. That wasn't Nate Andrews, the 18-year-old boy who would blow over in a strong wind. That was a fully grown man with a body worthy of gracing the cover of a fitness magazine. When did that happen? Logically, I know it's been the best part of a decade. I know we've both changed in immeasurable ways. I knew he looked after himself, that with such a physical job his body is his prime tool. But I didn't expect him to look that good. And I definitely didn't expect my mind and body to react like this. My skin feels hot, my palms are sweaty, and my heart pounds like I've been caught sneaking a peek into a confidential file, one never meant for my eyes, one I'm never going to be able to scrub away. When Nate returns to the living area, dressed in shorts and a black t-shirt, I feel infinitely more comfortable. It was a shock, that's all. A pleasant surprise. Though I must not look very at ease because Nate stops rubbing the fluffy towel over his hair and pauses. "You okay?" he says. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be? You look a bit flushed." "Yeah." That's all I can say. We stare at each other and then slowly his bemused expression transforms into a small smile. A sweet one. A caring one. "Early night," he says. "Give us a fighting chance of getting back on track tomorrow." "Yeah," I say, because apparently that's the only word left in my vocabulary. Nate plumps a pillow on the bed. He puts a glass of water on each wooden bedside table. We've slept side by side every night this trip. Hell, I even ended up on top of him on the first night. But this feels cozier, somehow. Intimate. "Do you want me to take the sofa?" I say. I would risk a slipped disc if it meant not seeing flashes of his naked torso every time I blink. "Are you crazy? Be more comfortable out on the deck." He nods to the cushions, which would look right at home in a Lego house. He's right, of course. I shake off my absurdity. This bed is big enough for the both of us. Stop making things uncomfortable, Ruby. I climb in and we lie there in silence for a while. "Rubes," he says. I instantly smile. "I know you're feeling weird, but if it gets too much, talk to me, okay?" I turn to face him, eyes wide with relief. "I'm so glad you said that because I don't know what happened there, but it kind of freaked me out. I wasn't expecting it to be that hot. And I know I'm only human and genetically predisposed to respond a certain way to that kind of stimuli, but it's not something I ever want to..." He sits up and my mouth slams shut. "Rubes, what the hell are you on about?" When it dawns on me that that weird meant sick, my body feels as though it's been thrown off a skyscraper. Here I am talking about my schoolgirl reactions to his ridiculously attractive body, while he's probably referring to the fact that last night he had to help me pee. I sigh as I give up. "Who knows?" I manage with a laugh. "It must be more fever talk." He chuckles, a sound so deep it rumbles through the mattress. "Yes, it's the fever," I decide. "Dehydration. Maybe all the vomiting has cut off the blood supply to the rational part of my brain. Sent it to other places. Or maybe this is Saturn's handiwork once again. Another attempt to destroy something I care so much about. Well, not this time, bitch." I have more important things to think about, so as Nate tucks his arm under his head and rolls to face the wall, I lock the image of his smooth, bare chest in a vault. I don't need it. It's irrelevant. It doesn't change the fundamentals of who he is to me, my friend. And right now, my nurse. "Thank you," I whisper through the darkness, "for looking after me." But for once he doesn't reply. He's already asleep. Chapter 16. "I feel regret," I announce. The soles of my feet are burning. I've got scratches from prickly bushes along my shins. Despite taking an extra van day to recover, I'm still a little weak post-sickness and chugging on a bottle of electrolytes as though it's the nectar of life. "I feel that you're complaining a little too much," Nate replies. He's ahead of me on the trail. For most of the way we've been surrounded by damp green woodland, the path littered with mossy rocks and tree roots. And thanks to the thick, damp air, every step feels like I've been pushing through a wall. Nate, however, ascends with ease, pausing to admire the foamy river we can hear more than see, to gently lift leaves bigger than his palm and assess them like a botanist. I'm seeing nothing but spots. We come to a clearing where the trees are more dispersed and the terrain separates into grassier patches. The snow-capped peak of the mountain feels touchable. We are so close to this bloody lake, yet so far. I feel as though I might die, I call to Nate. He's finding this 3-hour trek to Lake Marion, if we do it under 5 I'll be shocked, as easy as a stroll to the shops, which, given his physique, is hardly surprising. Following on from the surprise of Nate post-shower, I haven't thought about him like that again since. Everything has been perfectly normal, inside my dirty little brain and out of it. Which is why it's so unfortunate that I am now eye level with his pert backside. Ha! Caught you, Nate says, making me jump out of my skin. He turns to me so quickly that my only instinct is to cover my eyes with my fingers. I was looking at your feet! Nate ignores this, too focused on the squished sandfly on his knuckles. I swear this guy's been following me for half an hour. No, that was me. Nate is gently amused. What was it you said when we left the camper this morning and I asked if you were up to this? Oh, yes. That you can hold your own, that you work out 3 times a week, and that it's not all about size. I feel that I may have overestimated my abilities, I reply. Nate pulls out a granola bar and hands it to me. He's kitted out like he does this every weekend, with a navy waterproof jacket and big stompy boots. In comparison, I look like I'm cosplaying a yoga instructor. Prettiness over practicality. Silly Ruby. This was your idea, he says. This is correct. When we checked out of the cabin yesterday, I was still a bit iffy. Sure, we could have driven straight to Christchurch, but I felt so much gratitude to Nate and all he'd done for me these last 2 days that there was no way I wanted to leave Milford without him seeing at least some of it. I know, I admit. I'm letting it all out as per my morning affirmation. I can say what I feel, he repeats. He thought it was hilarious, which is why we spent the last 2 hours announcing every feeling we've had as soon as it comes to us. I feel like hiking is better in theory. I feel like I'm being eaten alive by bugs. I feel my underwear chafing. All the hikers who've overtaken us have given us a wide berth. We're so close, Nate says. We can eat our lunch, you can film a little, then we can head back to the camper. If we start the drive to Christchurch tonight, we'll be there by lunchtime tomorrow. Our original plan would have seen us arrive a lot later than that. Announcing my regret wasn't a backhanded way of getting you to cut this short, I say. I know, he says, but honestly? He pauses as though waiting for my permission. He raises his hands and bellows. I feel exhausted! A small flock of birds in a distant tree take flight, and against the barren backdrop, it looks almost apocalyptic. I cackle. I feel like we have walked to the ends of the earth. I feel like this hike should have come with a warning. Right, I say. I thought it was only me struggling. No, this is the sort of thing that reminds me of those school trips when your tiny little legs are screaming in pain and the PE teacher, who looks like he played Bane in another life, is leading the pack and yelling at you to pick up the pace or the coach will leave without you. That is oddly specific, I say. I may or may not have recurring nightmares about it. Knowing Nate is finding this as tough as I am, or at least claiming to, gives me the strength I need to make it the rest of the way. When Lake Marion comes into view, the pain becomes worth it. It's a humongous mirror on the ground. The cobalt blue sky and mountainous terrain shimmering onto the still water. Holy shit, Nate says, out of breath and pausing to take it all in. I feel World struck, I say. Damn straight. We walk to the rocks on the edge of the water, and Nate drops his pack, removing his jacket, then his boots. You're not going in, I say. It's freezing. It's cold, but I can handle it, Nate replies. I think I read somewhere that there are enormous eels in there. Room for one more, he says, with a playful wink. I turn away as he drops his trousers. A penis joke, really? A little farther around the lake, I notice the water rippling. A group of American tourists are playing in the distance. There's a family of 4 around the other side taking pictures. No one seems to care when Nate jumps in, wearing only his black boxer shorts. He comes up to the surface, swishing his hair to one side, rubbing a wave of water from his face. And, I call. I have the camera on him now. The flashing recording light instantly erases all that earlier bravado. Cold, he says, but amazing. He swims for a little, and I record him respectfully, knowing I won't use the footage in any real way, only to digitize and give it to him as a keepsake. To show Graham, if he wants. I pan the camera over the backdrop. I zoom out until Nate is a little dot in the middle of the deep blue waters. Nate only manages a few minutes before he starts shivering, a stark contrast to my sweat-soaked body. He climbs out, and I'm reminded of one of those scenes in movies where the heartthrob saunters out of the ocean. Thankfully, it's not only my body but my mind that's recovered, because I don't even register how good he looks. He's just Nate. He pulls a small, thin towel from his bag. It might as well be a tissue for all the good it does of drying him. He flops onto a rock beside me, his skin covered in goosebumps. It must barely be 20 degrees Celsius, yet he tilts his face to the cloudless sky as though we're poolside in Palm Springs. I feel refreshed, he says before pausing. Is this wearing thin? I feel like it is. Kinda. But I like talking about my feelings, I add. I notice the way he's looking at me, as though the conversation is teetering on the edge of something important. But then the left side of his mouth rises, tortuously slowly, a smirk that makes your blood pound, a smirk that says, I know something you don't. What? I say. Nothing. Did you mess with my affirmations? No, I swear. I know better than to touch the affirmations. Despite his playful tone, he's serious. I believe him. Then what? I unwrap the sandwiches we made earlier and hand one to Nate, then take a bite of my own. He smirks again. Nate! Okay, fine. He keeps his eyes on his food as he says the next line, coyness nipping at his cheeks. When you were sick, he says, it was as if your inner monologue was flying out of your mouth the second you thought it. It was very insightful. I scrunch my face as I watch him eat. How humiliating was it? I don't fever talk and tell. My pulse roars in my ears. That night is one big blur, but I know he slept beside me, and at points underneath me, and there was a long period of time where I thought he was Ryan. I could have said anything. If you don't tell me, I'm going to run into the water and be eaten by the eels. Seems unlikely. Nate, please. He sighs, putting his sandwich aside to give me his full attention. It wasn't anything embarrassing. Mostly about my ex, Lauren, and Ryan. He pauses. Although you did say something rather interesting about me kissing Alani. My heart stops beating. The way he's looking at me, all playful and knowing, I'm certain I'm going to hate what's coming. You said it was the hottest thing that's never happened to you. Oh, I say, exhaling. I take another big bite. Is that it? What do you mean, is that it? He laughs. That was the biggest kick my ego has had in years. I decide to get a little revenge on him for leading me on. I was delirious through fever. Clearly I had no idea what I was talking about. So it didn't look hot. I rock my head. He is aghast. Oh, now I've got him. It looked fine, a standard kiss. His mouth opens, his jaw works back and forth. Fine, he says, like I've said bloody horrendous. I'm joking. It was hot, okay? So hot, in fact, I fainted on sight like a Victorian maiden. He tears off a chunk of his bread and throws it at me. It lands in the middle of my chest and I burst out laughing. He watches me with a smile he can't fight. You drive me insane. You and me both, I say, and we smile at each other until our faces return to neutrality. In all seriousness, though, after what you went through with Lauren, and granted, I'm basing this on what I can remember, it sounds like a little holiday fling could be good for you. Get all that stagnant blood pumping. He snorts. Are you speaking from experience? I wish. I haven't been single in 6 years. I barely remember what a fling even is. Maybe this trip will change that. Nate's eyebrow hikes upward. Believe me, that is the last thing I need right now. We fall into a comfortable silence as we eat, interrupted only by birdsong and the distant sounds of tourists tossing pebbles into the water. Nate shivers and starts getting dressed. Weirdly, the subject of Lauren stays in my head. I wonder what the ring looked like. How long he spent picking it out. Young Nate was never big on romance, but I can imagine adult Nate making sure everything felt right. Not perfect. Right. I still can't believe you nearly got married, Nate. You nearly got married, he counters. I wouldn't say nearly. I wore the ring. Viewed a couple of venues. That's a few steps ahead of where I got. Nate looks pensive. Can I ask you a personal question? I put my food down and swallow, preparing myself. He doesn't normally ask for permission. Yeah? Ryan. He shifts his weight on the log. How do you feel about it all? You've been a little hard to read. I thought we agreed the I feel declarations were wearing thin. The joke doesn't land. Nate keeps his dark eyes on me. You've been acting like you're already over it, but when you were sick, it sounded the exact opposite. I puff out my cheeks and exhale. These are questions I've been avoiding asking myself, but the universe, Nate, clearly wants this out in the open. And where is more open than this glacial lake with air so fresh every breath feels like you're inside out? I begin, then cringe at myself. I don't want to be guided by something beyond here. This is too raw to come from anywhere but my heart. Ryan taught me how to become the person I am now. My career, my home, my social life, it's all entwined with him. I love him. Nate's and my eyes connect. I loved him. Blindly. I spent so much time looking ahead, I forgot to look beside me, to the moment we were already in, to the ways he was unknowingly betraying me. I see the moment Nate pieces it together. He doesn't know the specifics, of course, but does he need to? A betrayal is a betrayal. Heartache is heartache. Rubes. It's laced with sympathy. I quickly steer the conversation back to him. What about you? I ask. How do you feel about Lauren? There's a long pause. The breakup was 6 months ago, but it feels like a blink. I still think about her. Is that normal? You're asking the wrong person. His smile is filled with sadness. I guess I'm still processing it. Nate continues, trying to figure out what changed between us. Like you, I thought everything was finalized, me and her, that was it. And now here I am, on the other side of the world, looking for something completely different. And I can't for the life of me figure out how it all changed so fast. Maybe it was Saturn, I say. I'm playing. Sort of. Nate watches me very closely. You don't really believe that the universe is the reason your life fell apart, do you? I turn away from his gaze, focus on the water. But I can feel him undoing me, seeing parts of me I never show. No, I admit. But without this, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Nate packs away what's left of his lunch, then stands, holding out his hand to help me up. No one does, Rubes. Chapter 17. The empty road feels infinite. The clouds look like pink cotton candy balls spread across the sky. It's too cold to have the windows down, but we do anyway, the heater on blast to balance out the early morning chill. After a tough trek back to the camper post Lake Marion, we hit the road, lasting an hour's drive each before our heavy eyes made us call it quits, and parking up on the roadside, where I fell into the deepest sleep of my life. Nate woke me before sunrise, sweaty post-jog, to bring me a steaming cup of coffee and drag me off the mattress, metaphorically speaking. We're so behind on our schedule that I barely had time to brush my teeth and scrape my hair into a low ponytail before we were flooring it for the 6 long hours to Christchurch. We stopped only for petrol, grabbing stale pastries and fruit juice before hitting the road again, driving out of the forecourt like we're on the run from the law. We arrive in Halswell, a residential suburb south of Christchurch, early afternoon. The rows of bungalows feel endless as the camper's speed drops to a crawl, and we scan door numbers on the quiet roads. Here we go, Nate says when he pulls the van to a stop outside the house we're looking for. Number 3. A small white bungalow with a blood-red door, like Mum's. Tulips bloom in the front garden, and I think of Mum for that too. They're her favourite flowers. She would buy bunches every spring and arrange them in the prettiest pint glass we owned, telling me that I should never rely on anyone else to give me what I want, that I should always buy myself the damn flowers. I wonder if that was because my father never bought her flowers, or because he did so often that now she missed it and always would. I'm ripping open so many wounds by being here, I know I am. On cue, my hands begin to shake. These nerves never fully dissipate. They're always lying in wait for the moments I need them least. Nate spots it. You good? Maybe it's the romantic in me, but there's something about these flowers I can't move past. Mum loves tulips, I say, nodding to them. This could be him. He undoes his seatbelt. Let's hope. Nate lets me ring the doorbell, my final chance to change my mind, but I'm not going to. The last few disastrous days have shown me how badly I need this. I flex my fingers, giving Nate one last look. Are we screaming fuck again, or? He smiles. Optimism? Too many syllables. Let's stick with fuck, I say, as I press the button. A short lady in her late 50s comes to the door. She's wearing one of those boxy blazers that completely swamps her, the business style stark against her unkempt greying hair. Can I help you? She asks, eyes darting between us. Her voice is politely pleasant. I hope so, I say, before asking for Stanley Oliver. Nate and I agreed on the drive here that it's probably best not to launch into the daddy-daughter conversation immediately, especially after last time, so we keep things top line. That we're looking for him. That we think there might be a familial connection. That we have some questions, if she would be so kind as to give us the time to answer them. Of course, she says, opening her home to us. Anything for a connection of Stanley's. I can't say I'm not surprised that this lady, who introduces herself to us as Kathy, is so welcoming. I don't even bother to answer the door when someone knocks, let alone usher them inside with little explanation. It's an unevidenced thought, but The first thing I think when I look at this woman is lonely. Maybe because I've been that lonely too before. When I was in school, painfully friendless and desperate for someone to talk to. It's an unsettling recognition. We step inside her dainty, floral home. There are frilly lace tablecloths on every surface, flowers in vases to the point it feels overbearing. I can tell she takes pride in this house, but the girly decor makes me wonder if Dad ever lived here. His rugby-obsessed, music-playing, cigar-smoking vibe doesn't fit in this pretty little space. As we take a seat on a small sofa that has Nate and I squished elbow to elbow, Kathy pours us a drink from a conveniently just-made teapot. The teacup and saucer she hands us is so small it makes Nate look like the BFG. It should be funny, but I'm so nervous that I clutch the little handle so tightly I fear it might snap off. "Have you travelled far?" she asks, sitting opposite. "England," I say. Kathy doesn't look surprised. "I figured, based on the accents. You sound like you're on Downton Abbey." Nate and I are nowhere near that sophisticated, but we smile politely, nevertheless. All three of us awkwardly sip our tea. I know I should be leading the charge, but the words won't come. The shyness takes over. The questions feel as terrifying as the answers. Nate places his hand on mine and squeezes. I know what he's asking. I nod to let him continue. The Stanley we are looking for was born here, but moved to England when he was a young boy, he says. He left in the late 90s and came back to New Zealand. He still had family here. "I know he'd travelled with the band," Kathy says, "but I wouldn't know about England specifically. We met and married 15 years ago, engaged within 6 months. It was one of those when you know situations. He was always telling me about the places he'd seen, but I wouldn't like to say for sure where he was or when." The band. Not quite an orchestra, but it's possible. Dad was a little more experimental than I knew. "What instrument did he play?" asks Nate. "Oh, he was classical through and through. That disappoints a lot of my nieces and nephews. They always wanted him to teach them guitar or drums, something cool. He could get by on them, being so well versed, but his passion was the tuba. Oh, and the sax. The saxophone." Hazy memories fill my mind, the smooth sound of Dad playing by the window in a house I can't picture. The sound I recall better than his voice. 2 Stanley Olivers who play the sax? It's got to be him, right? The odds are too slim. Nate and I share a look, clearly thinking the same thing. "You really can't be sure he was in England?" Nate asks. "On the south coast? He didn't talk about ponies and pubs, anything like that?" Kathy looks taken aback, and then hurt fills her eyes. "I already told you I couldn't. What is this really about?" "Is he close by?" I ask. "Could we maybe call—" She arches her neck, brows tight. "I think there's been some mistake. Stanley died a year ago." The floor rises, tilts violently to the left, then judders around. I grip the arm of the sofa to stop myself falling off it. He died. My dad died. He passed away. I hear Nate confer as his face spins and jumps across my field of vision. I'll never know what his voice sounds like. Never know why he left us. I'll never find my true life path and end this curse. This can't be happening. "Yes," Kathy confirms. The room is still spinning when Kathy leans forward, handing me a framed photograph from the shelf. Inside is a picture of her in a beautiful lace dress, a bouquet of pink flowers in her hands. Very boho. There's a man beside her. Tall, bald, Asian. Is this him? I notice the oversized blazer she's wearing is the same one the man in the picture is wearing. This is your Stanley. She smiles wistfully. Isn't he wonderful? The kindest soul you could ever wish to meet. She pauses, as if registering what I've said. He's not your Stanley. I shake my head. No, he's not. The rush of relief is visceral. It bursts through every limb. I am so sorry we've wasted your time, Kathy. Oh, not at all, she says. It's funny, really. For a long time after someone passes, those closest to you tiptoe around the subject, afraid the mention of their name might reopen the flood of grief, but those waters are always there. These days I long for an opportunity to bring him up again. Remember that he was a real, living person, that he still has a mark on this world. She takes the framed picture from me and touches her late husband's face. To remember. I'm glad we could do that for you, Nate says. Kathy sighs, running her thumb over the glass. This was him long before his diagnosis. So happy and full of life. It's how I choose to remember him. Not in the final, dark days. That must have been unimaginably tough, I say. Motor neuron disease always is, she replies. The relief that was parading through my veins stops still. Motor neuron disease. I look at Nate. The colour in his cheeks has drained into an unsettling shade of grey. His eyes are still. It was a ticking clock from the moment we found out. But I'm so thankful we had those last few good years. They were everything, Kathy says, before turning sombre. Watching someone decline like that, losing the ability to do things they love, then losing the ability to do anything at all, I wouldn't wish it on a living soul. She lifts what's left of her tea to the ceiling, a silent cheers to the man she loved and lost, oblivious to the tension rising in the chest of the man next to me. Me neither, I say, not taking my eyes from him. Nate clears his throat, but it doesn't sound natural. In fact, it sounds like he is on the verge of tears. If he cries, I am not going to be strong enough to handle it. I force myself to make small talk, thanking Kathy for her time and telling her how lovely it was to hear about her Stanley. Nate is completely checked out, as though he's been slapped in the face with a cold, hard reality. Even when I stand and move to the door, he is a shell of himself. Silent and hard, as he walks out the front door without looking back. I hope you find what you're looking for, Kathy calls from her doorstep as I race down the garden path after Nate. He's farther along the road, past the camper, which I'm not sure is on purpose. The road is quiet, and my strained breath is audible as I take 2 steps to catch up with each of his. I put my hand on his forearm, and he stops so abruptly I almost smack into him. Hey, I say. I'm here, okay? I'm here for you. When he looks at me, there is so much pain etched into his expression that my heart throbs. I want to take it all away. I want to make it better. And I have absolutely no idea how. The last good years, says Nate, repeating Kathy's words. I don't recognise his voice for the hard edge to it. A ticking clock. He slams his eyes closed, and moisture glistens on his lower lashes. Why the hell am I here, Rubes? I don't know whether to tell him what he wants to hear, or what he needs to. So instead, I land somewhere in the middle. You're here because you're an amazing friend. Because your dad wanted you to be. You're here because you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you deserve a break, Nate. But nothing. It's 2 weeks, that's all, 14 days, of which there are 7 left. I promise you, he is okay. Nothing bad is going to happen in the next week. I am certainly not in a position to be making guarantees like this, but it works. The rigidity in Nate's back softens, his fists relax, but the guilt in his eyes remains. Whatever you want, I'll do, I say. No objections, whatever you need, it's already done. Nate takes one long breath in, shoulders heaving, chest rising, then releases it, every last bit of air. Once out, he looks at me, and the pain on his face retreats. But I know it doesn't disappear. It crawls back to the place he keeps it, where he thinks no one can see it, where it waits. Drink, he says finally. I need a damn drink. Chapter 18. When Nate said he wanted to drown himself in alcohol, I'm paraphrasing, I assumed we would end up in the nearest bar, perhaps a family restaurant with sticky menus and watered-down cocktails. Christchurch must have 1,000 establishments that would serve alcohol, so when he drives us north, to the outskirts of the city, I'm surprised. Are we going to grab a bottle of cheap cider and get drunk in a field like the old days? I ask when I see the Christchurch skyline in the rearview mirror. I don't know who you did that with, but it definitely wasn't me, he replies. His smile fills me with relief. He's been quiet the entire drive. Painfully so. I didn't either, I confess. I heard through the Whisper network that's how the cool kids spent their Friday nights. Alas, I was not one of them. Probably because you use the word alas. I gently pinch his arm and he howls a laugh. I feel like he switched on the heater as warmth stipples across my chest. I have always loved making him laugh. Even more so when I've had to really fight for it. Like a glimpse of golden sun after a gloomy grey day, you appreciate how badly you needed it. Nate parks up before we're officially out of the city lines. The fluorescence of an independent burger bar fill the camper, along with the sound of thudding tumble dryers from the laundrette next door. I'm thinking that he's changed his mind about the let's get stupidly drunk plan, until I spot a small gap between the two businesses. A single black door with a wonky wooden sign nailed to it. Travellers welcome? I read it aloud. It's more of a question. As much as I'm starting to bond with our daisy wagon, Nate says, I'm thinking, given our misfortune, it's probably not wise to consume copious amounts of booze and climb into a vehicle, no matter how good our intentions. I cannot argue with that logic, but as I glance at the ominous-looking black door, I really want to. Don't say it, he says, at the same time as I say, this looks like the opening scene of a horror movie. Tanner gave me a list of places he recommends when we were in Milford. Nate explains, it has great reviews. From who? Hannibal Lecter? Nate climbs out of the van. Come on, it's only for one night. Yeah, because we'll be dead by morning, I call, but he doesn't hear me. He grabs our bags from the back and walks toward the door. I follow him. The black door leads us to a reception consisting of a stack of crates and a childlike adult on their iPhone who tells us, we're in luck, he has a twin room available. Nate wiggles his eyebrows at the word luck. I am suddenly over-appreciative of the damp, misty camper. The unquestionably available room looks more like a prison cell, with bedding-deprived bunk beds and dark grey floors and walls. But there's running water, it's clean, private, and even though I can hear the heavy metal bass of the room next door as if my ear is pressed against the speaker, if it makes Nate happy, I will do it 100 times over. Home sweet home, Nate says, flinging his backpack onto the top bunk. I cannot get the door shut. I barge it with my shoulder, I fiddle with the hinge. I fear this is a deliberate fault so that someone can creep in during the night and kill us. Nate frowns, stepping closer to inspect the door. Don't be ridiculous, he says. It's so the bedbugs can travel from room to room. I shudder as though I can feel them crawling across my back. Don't even joke about that. Lighten up, will you? He says. I know you have your standards, but in the real world, places like this are... I slam my palm against the door, trying to get it to shut. It doesn't budge, but the movement startles Nate so much he fixes every last bit of his attention onto my face. Do you have any idea why I always look for a certain standard of accommodation? I say. Because yeah, it's nice to be in a lovely place with clean bedsheets and fancy toiletries in the bathroom. But there's a reason I pick them. Because you can get an in-room massage at the press of a button. I hate that he thinks that of me, because it's so far removed from who I really am. Safety, I announce. Nate's jaw clamps shut. I hear his teeth grind together. He instantly knows what I'm telling him. Something that, as a man, he doesn't need to consider in the same way. Oh, he says. Yeah, oh, I nod. I travelled alone for years before I met Ryan, and let me tell you, I have experienced things. I've had drunk men follow me from dinner and pound on my hotel room door. I've had weirdo receptionists call my room in the middle of the night asking if I want to get drinks. Every place I stay, I check for hidden cameras, for suspicious fixtures on doors and windows. I travel on red alert, eyes on the nearest exit, on everyday items I can use to protect myself if needed. Because no one wants to think it will happen to them, but the odds are pretty damn likely that at some point, something will. So yes, I like nice places. But more than that, I like safe, secure places. And because of the messed up way this world works, they often go hand in hand. He glances between my face and the faulty door, connecting dots he hadn't considered existed 2 minutes ago. Right, he says. And let's get this door fixed. We're so close, I can see every shade of brown in his eyes. Hazel, chocolate, caramel. He shoves his body into the wood with a bump. The door creaks, then jams into place. It locks effortlessly. We're staring at each other in peaceful understanding. I see you, you see me. I'll ease up on the teasing. Nate says eventually. Thank you. I walk to the bunks, lift my case, and heave it onto the bed. Nate watches me. For what it's worth, he says, I would never let anything bad happen to you. I shrug. Can't fight the universe. Hey. His voice is rough, teetering on the edge of anger. I mean it, he says as I face him again. You're safe with me. Always. It's not a proclamation. It's a promise. I feel safe with you, I say, and mean it. For the longest time, I believed there wasn't a single place in this world that could make me exhale and relax into my own body. Not a living soul who could put my racing mind at ease. Mama's come close, but there's so much history there, so much childhood pain both of us have aching fingers from holding on to. But this moment with Nate, it's different. Effortless. It's not just words. I feel his support as a physical entity holding me up, pushing me forward. Good, he replies. I feel safe with you, too. A smile creeps across my face. It's a moment of clarity, because I want to be that for him, his safe space, the person he leans on, the one who makes it better. From his pocket, the flip phone vibrates. Nate pulls it from his jeans and glances at it. It's Tane. I texted him to ask where the group was. I motion for him to go ahead. He answers before stepping into the dark hallway. Hey bro, is the only thing I hear before the door closes. The room feels empty without him. Silent, too, despite the house music that I swear is the same song on repeat. I unpack my toiletries but decide not to bother with anything else. I try and fail to open the window. I lift the lid on the metallic toilet. I'm relieved to find it gleaming. With Nate still gone, I take a moment to pull out a new affirmation. I perch on the edge of the bunk as I unfold the paper and read it. Honesty is a language I speak fluently. I'm trying to think what that could possibly relate to when Nate slips back into the room. Perfect, he's saying. 20 minutes? We're at the hostel you recommended on... That's the one. We'll see you soon. He hangs up as I shove the affirmation into my purse. We have a plan? I ask. That depends how you feel about an unlimited supply of wine. Depends on who's paying for it. Nate's whole face lights up, telling me the answer is him. Tane is taking the group wine tasting. Says there's room for 2 more. My treat. Despite his sprightly tone, there's still sadness in his eyes, as though the effort it's taking to pretend everything is okay is exhausting. I know about that. I get the feeling one of us should probably keep a level head tonight. I haven't been sick in 3 days, but I'm not sure I'm ready to push my luck with alcohol just yet. Yeah, I thought about that, but it's wine tasting, not wine guzzling. You can always use the spit bucket. I do not spit, I say. Nate presses his lips together, eyes wide. That is way more than I ever wanted to know. Thanks. It turns out the chosen winery is fancy. I remember Googling it before we left England, and Maya Bay came up as one of the most awarded and recommended wineries in the South Island. Nate and I have only 10 minutes to freshen up and change before Tane and the group arrives in their minibus. We've been in close quarters in the van, even closer when I was sick, but the logistics of getting changed in this 2x4 room feel humiliatingly awkward. We're both vying for any available space as we change back to back. Nate's elbow smacks me in the back twice, and my heel accidentally connects with his backside once, and once more on purpose as I try to avoid our bums touching as I try to slide my skirt over my thighs. For the first time since we touched down in New Zealand, I put on some makeup. I can see Nate's tan lines in the reflection of my portable mirror, but I keep my eyes fixed on my face, blending my foundation, applying blush, shimmery eyeshadow, and red lipstick too. There she is, I say, smiling at myself once my look is complete. Nate doesn't look as happy with my resurrected face. He turns to me, fastening the last button on his navy shirt. Creased, with sleeves rolled to the elbows, is as sophisticated as Nate's fashion sense gets. He frowns in distaste. Oh, God, please don't tell me you're about to say I look better without makeup. I like makeup, very much so. He shakes his head, confused. No, not that. Then why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Like this lipstick is made of the blood of poppies. The creases between his brows deepen. His attention drops to my scarlet mouth. Fine. Whoa, slow down on the compliments. That door is normal ego-sized. I need to stand a chance of getting through it. His laugh is awkward, nervous even. He backs away to the door, running a hand through his hair, eyes still fixed on my lips. I'll meet you outside, he says. Try not to take 3 decades to accessorize. I make no promises, I call as the doors swing shut behind him. Tane drives like Nate, slow and steady, as though he has precious cargo on board, which means the journey is smooth, but it takes a full hour to reach the Maya Bay estate. An hour which, thanks to being the last to be picked up and Nate grabbing a spot at the back of the bus with Ilani, Candice and the 2 guys from Dublin, Ravi and Finn, I spend the whole journey in the single seat at the front, a few boxes of Tane's business merchandise for company. I can hear the conversation, the jokes, the stories of travels. I answer in my head. Oh, I loved Bangkok. Did you stay on Khao San Road? Chalong Bay was by far my favourite. But I am very much not a part of the conversation. Nate seems happy though, distracted from the disastrous events of earlier with Kathy, and engaging in the topic like he's cramming for an impromptu exam. That's the most important thing. It's early evening when we pull into the estate, the only indication we're in the right place, a Maya Bay motif on a large wooden sign. Otherwise, it is endless greenery as far as the eye can see, with the distant mountains almost black against the sapphire sky. Tane parks next to what looks like a supersized log cabin, and the group bundle out, thanking our guide in a symphony of accents and dialects. Inside, it's so much more sophisticated than the outside alludes. It's a true work of modern architecture, with marble floors and industrial-looking fixtures. After a welcome drink, I take a sparkling water, we quickly move to a large, bright room at the back, with a long wooden table. With 2 last-minute additions to the booking, extra seats need to be found, and much like the minibus, in the fuss, Nate and I are separated. Tane smiles at me as I sit next to him in the only available spot left. He must register the way my whole body stiffens like I'm a lost child in a supermarket. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you," he says. He's not flirting, I'm pretty sure. There's just a natural hospitality in him, as though he can sense I've lost my security blanket, that I need some reassurance. I'm a bit of a lightweight, I confess. That's what this is for. Tane holds up a metal bucket. You could have done with one of these on the boat in Milford, huh? Yeah, I say through an embarrassed smile. Thank you so much for all your help with that. Nate told me how kind you all were. I really am so sorry that Tane waves his hand to stop me. Everyone gets sick, he says. Can't be helped. He waits for me to say something more, but I don't, because my brain shifts into not panic mode, but close to it. As though it's stuck on a loading screen. Say something. Ask a question. Do something. Tell him there are more sheep in this country than people. At my silence, Tane turns to the host, a young guy with a beaming smile, asking him to begin. The host introduces himself as Kua, and though he begins with a nervous, shaky voice, looking at Tane for reassurance, he quickly finds his confidence, telling us the long history of the land, from his ancestors to the family that lives and works here today, and how they plan to preserve the land for generations to come. It is so magnetic that no one makes a sound the whole time. Kua finishes with a smile, calling us Varno, and extending his gratitude that we chose to spend our evening with them at Maya Bay. Flights of 5 wines are placed before us, 2 whites, 2 reds, and a rosé in the middle. There are instructions on how to proceed, how to sniff, swirl, sip, spit, but when I look up from my first taste, everyone is so excited the concept of tasting the wine has already gone right out of the window. The McDonalds, the wedding anniversary travellers from Scotland, purchased 2 full-sized bottles of the rosé for the table within 20 minutes of starting. I glance around the room as I sip the Sauvignon Blanc, which is dry and citrusy and delicious. Everyone is pink-cheeked and chatty. Even Nate starts to look like a permanent fixture of the group. Everyone seems desperate for his opinion on which wine is his favourite. Ilani, however, seems desperate for something else entirely, keeping close, throwing her head back as she laughs at his jokes. As designated driver, Tane offers most of his wine to Ravi and Finn, who are more than willing to take it, keeping a small sample of red for himself. He tips it in my direction before tasting. In this room full of people, it's the only interaction I have. A little later, Nate passes me on the way to the toilets. He puts his hand on my shoulder. You good? He asks. He knows I'm not. He knows I'm overwhelmed. Uncharacteristically quiet for the girl who kicks him in his sleep and around him lets her conscious stream of thoughts flow free. I nod, but he doesn't carry on his way. He waits a moment, watching me. Slowly, he lowers his mouth to my ear. They're just people, he says, like you and me. Make a connection. I put my hand on his, a silent thank you, He squeezes me once, then leaves. Butterflies dance in my stomach. I am in deep, wine-laced waters. I stare at Tane so long that he begins to feel it, turning to look at me with cautious eyes. Find a connection, say something, speak! What made you want to do this, for a living? I blurt. Me? My voice takes him by such surprise that he splutters his drink. Yes. What made you want to get into tourism? Tane laughs to himself, then straightens like he's being interviewed. I think I said it with a little too much force. Well, I never enjoyed school all that much, he says. I tried hard, but it didn't come easy to me. It was a means to an end, a thing I had to do. I worked in retail for a while after I finished, but hated it. I wanted to start a business, but didn't think I was smart enough. I subconsciously frown, and Tane smiles. I don't say that for pity, and I've learned wisdom is more than understanding trigonometry and syntax. But yeah, I used to believe that. So, what changed? I was in Tahuna one day, he says, clearly reminiscing. Only 24, killing time waiting for a friend, and I heard these tourists looking in a store window, curious about Pounamu. He shows me the beautiful green stone hanging from his necklace. I never paid much attention to tourists, but something about the way they were genuinely interested, respectfully appreciative, made me want to show them how amazing my culture is. So I told them the history of the stone, the stories I've been told 100 times growing up, the ones that feel like they run through my veins. They thanked me, and we chatted for a little while about where they were heading. They asked me what I would recommend, and I told them about some incredible indigenous businesses. And then my friend arrived, and I said goodbye, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. How much I'd enjoyed expressing myself that way. That's amazing, I say. After that, I considered teaching for a bit, wondering if that was what my calling was. But it felt like an expensive risk to study again, so I started advertising myself as a tour guide instead, taking groups around the South Island at first, then expanding to the whole country. It took a few years to make a decent living to move out of my parents' house. But here we are. 10 years later. And I'm spending my life showing people this beautiful land, sharing the stories of my culture, helping to keep our history alive. There's no better feeling. You must be so proud, I say. I am. He beams before asking, and what do you do? After everything he shared with me, I have no idea how to answer. I'm between jobs right now, I say. But Tane is too invested now. He turns so his whole body is facing me. I thought Nate said you were in content creation. I think Nate prefers to call it messing around on the internet. No, Tane says. He definitely said content creation. Said you have an impressive following. I glance over at Nate, who has now returned from the bathroom and is deep in conversation with Alani. They look so intimate, eyes locked in, like there's no one else here but the two of them. Oh, I say, surprised he sounded so impressed by it. I always thought he believed it was kind of silly. I turn back to Tane. Yeah, I guess I do, but it's a long story. I started with my ex-fiancé as a way to see the world, and it got bigger than I ever thought it would. Than I ever wanted it to, really. I blink, and a stream of small font insults fill my mind. I used to think the positives outweighed it, but with some distance, it feels like self-harm. Anyway, I say, I've spent the last decade country hopping, sharing my story online. Wow, Tane sits back. That's impressive. And you make a good living doing that? To sustain yourself. My affirmation slams into my mind. Honesty is a language I speak fluently. Not really. I wince. There's been some amazing opportunities, but when you travel, the money gets eaten up pretty fast. And I've been a bit naive, living as though it was always going to be that way. I spent a lot I didn't save. And then my luck changed. It's the first time I've properly admitted that, even to myself. I signed the lease on the fancy flat. I rented the pretty little car that's put a financial boot on my neck. I spent eye-watering amounts on clothes and makeup and beauty treatments. No one forced me to do any of those things. I did it to keep up appearances, because I thought it was what Ruby Darling should be doing. Nothing grows without rain, Tane says. I'm sure you don't want to talk business right now. It feels like he's alluding to my earlier silence more so than the current conversation. But if you ever wanted to share the story of a big Maori guy and his tour guide company, I'd be super grateful. Of course, I say, the excitement making me sit taller. I would love to post about you. I'll make sure I give you a full... I stop talking. Ah, crap. But now might not be the best time. Tane waves a dismissive hand over his face, eyes shy. Ah, I get it, it's okay. I am mortified because he clearly thinks I'm fobbing him off. No, seriously. The internet is a wild place, and I recently fell out of favour with it quite spectacularly. Really? You? He says, surprised. Want to tell me about it? That depends. Do you want to hear a wild story about Saturn and sex chat rooms and a whole lot of daddy issues? His eyes spark. Holy shit, yes I do. Tane and I chat for the best part of an hour after that. I tell him tales of my travels. We're laughing and bonding, and my shoulders lose all their tension. I slowly drink a glass of wine, and I stop worrying about what to say next and actively listen. I learn. More about the incredible Maori culture, what it was like to grow up here, about Tane's younger brothers, about the worst customers he's ever had, definitely the horny 18-year-olds who did unspeakable things in the back of his minibus. It's a little while later when I catch Nate's eye again from across the table. By now I've moved on from Tane, talking to the McDonalds about their 2 grown-up children they've left in charge of their home in Glasgow. To Ravi and Finn about the best bars in Dublin. Ansha on Camden Street for sure. I was the isolated caterpillar, now the reformed social butterfly. It's dark outside, but there's a singular gold light above us, lighting Nate in a dreamy glow. He doesn't speak, doesn't make a motion. He simply keeps his eyes on me. Reassurance. Pride. I'm having fun, I mouth. He tilts his wineglass to me. Good, he replies. Chapter 19. 2 large charcuterie boards and half a dozen loaves of sliced bread aren't enough to sober the group up. They stagger one by one out of the winery, leaving generous tips, promising to follow every single member of staff on social media. Tane and I do our best to herd them like cattle into the minibus. I slide into a seat next to Nate, where hollered requests for music fly over our heads and our eardrums ache from the screeching voices behind us. As the Christchurch skyline draws closer, Tane turns down the music to a gentle boo from the group. I'm guessing from this that the party isn't over. He asks no one in particular. Hell no, Ravi shouts. I know a great bar if you're interested, says Tane. Nate and I glance at each other, eyes gleaming. He doesn't need to ask the question. I nod, and he calls back, Absolutely! A few of the group aren't as keen, so we drop them at their accommodation and drive 5 minutes to a bar in the middle of Christchurch that Tane promises we will love. He waits for the rest of us to be safely inside, instructing everyone to drink water and to stay clear-headed enough to order an Uber at the end of the night. I cannot blame him for wanting to clock off. He told me when he's actively running a guided trip that he works up to 16-hour days, including a hell of a lot of driving. But he was right about this place. It is a unanimous hit. Whiskey barrels line the back of the bar, illuminated in neon fluorescence. The music from a live band playing 90s and noughties classics vibrates against my skin. The shiny wooden dance floor is already packed, so the group take a booth in the corner, ordering rounds of whiskey cocktails and a couple of pitchers of tap water, Tane's trusted advice sticking. The conversation is full of laughter, and I'm sipping mindlessly. By midnight, my delicate stomach is long forgotten, replaced with a warm, buzzy glow, and this feeling that everything is good, that I'm right where I'm supposed to be, travelling, living, breathing. When I drink, I tend to get a little overly excited, whereas Nate becomes even more mellow. He's playing pool with the Irish guys and Maria from Brazil, leaving Alani and her best friend Candice and Maria's partner Isadora at the table. The three of them chat as though they've known each other their whole lives, not just the week since they joined this guided tour. Softened by alcohol, for the first time ever, I fit right in. We talk about our plans for the rest of the trip. Candice and Alani are heading to Australia next. Isadora tells us she's back home for a few months, while she and Maria save to travel Europe next summer. So, what's his story? Alani nods across the bar to Nate. He's arched across the pool table. I zone in on the small of his back, the way it curves so perfectly you could eat cereal out of it. I've been giving him all the signals, but he's kind of, I don't know, disinterested. Is he? I immediately think of Lauren. Of the image of Nate walking back into the jewellery store, asking for a refund. No matter the circumstances, that's got to feel pretty humiliating. Yeah, she says, holding my gaze. At Milford, he seemed so into me, and then he declined the hike, which makes sense given you were still sick. But when I texted him a few times, no reply. Then earlier at the winery, he was looking at me like there was no one else in the room. She's not wrong, I think to myself. And now I'm invisible again. I can't stand the hot and cold game. It's not a game, I say. Nate isn't like that. Alani is sceptical. I get the feeling he's hung up on someone. I should be honest, right? That's what the universe wants. But there's a bigger part of me that knows this isn't my story to tell. Instead, I end up saying, he was in a serious relationship with someone back home. Now he's not. It's an adjustment, that's all. Really? Alani brings her whiskey sour to her lips, then pauses, eyes intense. I thought it might be you Nate was hung up on. Me? I squeal like a tail-pulled pig. She doesn't blink. Just a vibe I thought I picked up on? Candice and Isadora nod enthusiastically. We couldn't believe you weren't a couple. Oh, God, no, not at all, no. We have never crossed that line, never even come close, never even thought about it. Despite my innocence, I sound guilty as hell, which only makes the burning hot skin on my chest more visible. I mean, there was that one time he came out of the shower dripping wet, but I was fevered and dazed and shocked. I haven't thought of it since, okay, maybe once, but absent-mindedly. The way someone with a peanut allergy might wonder what they taste like, but logically knows it's irrelevant because they could never have them. All three of them side-eye me, drinks at their lips, smirks rising. I don't know what more I can say to make them believe me. Nate and I were friends at college, but then I left and things changed. I was engaged to someone else, but then I caught him. Never mind. Which led me to find out about Saturn return, and I realised I need to... Wait, Saturn return? Candice asks. What is that? I'm halfway through the basics when I notice how wide all their eyes are, like when I was in school and couldn't stop talking about the places in the world I wanted to visit for half an hour straight, not noticing the boredom of my audience. Sorry, I say. It's an astrological theory that resonated with me. You don't need to believe in it if you... What age did you say again? Candice interrupts. She looks at Alani. Between 27 and 29? Shit. They look at each other. That explains literally everything, they scream at each other. I look at Isadora, who seems as though she's doing her own mental calculations. I'm 33, she says. 28 was when I finally came out, when I met Maria. When we first travelled together, my whole life changed. This is it. Ilani pulls out her phone. She's found a Saturn return calculator. She types in their dates of birth and confirms that both her and Candice are in the middle of their returns. This is why Jacobus broke up with me. Why I was made redundant, what pushed me to go travelling. Because it wasn't where I was supposed to be. It all makes so much sense. We spend the next half an hour drinking as we rip our lives apart, trying to find where it all went wrong, how we plan to piece it all together. Sisterhood, I think to myself. This is what it's like. There's only one word to describe it. Lovely. Nate cheers at the game of pool, and the others down a loser's shot. I remember the purpose of this conversation. Nate is interested in you though, Alani. He's just new at the being single thing. I don't know that, not at all, but it seems like the logical thing to say to encourage someone to stick with it. Only, it doesn't work. Alani is a new woman. This is so typical of me, to come to an amazing country like this, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and instead of embracing it, I get hung up on the first good-looking guy I find. No! This is what I need to learn, I am sure of it. I'm not doing this anymore. I am finding my path. From now on, I'm only indulging in things that are good for my mind and body. She puts her drink down. She pauses. She quickly picks it back up. Alcohol excluded. Candice shakes her head in quiet disbelief. For so long, I felt like a lost soul. Everyone else seems to have so much purpose. Half my friends have babies and housing bonds, and all I wanted to do was get on the next flight. Now I know why. This is what I'm supposed to be doing, exploring the world, finding myself. She smiles at me. Thank you, Ruby. All three of them raise their glasses to me. Surprise surges in me and is quickly replaced with gratitude. To kicking Saturn's arse, I say, and we all cackle in laughter. Ilani snaps a picture of the four of us, and then as we compose ourselves, eyes settling across the busy dance floor, my attention flicks to Nate again. The words, "I thought he was hung up on you," stick in my head. It's an absurd concept. We're friends. That boundary has been set in stone. There have been no longing glances, no stolen touches. Everything has been above board, clear cut. But as I watch the way his large hands grip the wooden cue, the way the fabric of his shirt clings to his muscular frame, I begin to wonder, why? Why have I never seen this man for what he is? Pretty damn perfect. As if he feels me staring, Nate's attention darts to me. He smiles when our eyes lock, and it hits me that the most attractive thing about him is his beautiful, kind soul. Never even thought about it, is what I told them all. The universe wants me to know honesty? Well, honestly, I am a dirty little liar. Chapter 20. It must be gone 1 in the morning. I've had 1 glass of wine and 3 strong whiskey cocktails, Yet I need one eye closed to see the buttons on the card reader. I'm basking in a liquid glow, all loose and floaty, which makes carrying a round of drinks to the table borderline impossible. Nate spots me and leaps across the bar to my aid. He's wobbly on his feet, spilling all over his knuckles as he tries to take half of the glasses from me. "Oh, you're drunk," I tease, slurring even though I try not to. Their game of pool had only one rule: winner buys the shots. I'll bet he's sunk double digits. "You're drunk," he says. "But it's good, right? You feel okay?" "Yeah, I'm great. The girls are so much fun." The band are playing some old rock song I used to know all the words to. There's so many bodies dancing that it takes me longer than it should to get back to our booth. It's empty. How long was I at the bar for? "Where are they?" I ask Nate. "They left about 10 minutes ago," he says, placing the glasses on the table. "Didn't they say goodbye?" I put mine down too and rub my temples. You know what? They did. I think I forgot. Oh, shit. Nate slides the alcohol out of my reach. I definitely don't need any more of that, and reclines against the booth. "That's $70 you'll never see again." I think of the excess I owe on that doomed convertible. 10,070 more like. I mutter as I sit beside him. "Huh?" I quickly change the subject. "I thought you would have left with Alani." He shrugs, unfazed. "She didn't give me the impression she wanted my company. I hope I didn't say anything to upset her, or..." "What?" Nate notices my panicked expression. "Nothing." "Something," he insists. His smile is crooked, eyes glazed. "You look guilty." Damn it. There's only one way out of this. The truth. "I have a confession." "I knew it. You were biting that bottom lip again. Come on, hit me." "And it's not a big deal," I say. "Totally minuscule, a little detail, but my affirmation said I know how to speak the language of honesty or something like that, and so I said something a little too honest, and it's silly, really. You'll probably laugh and think, say it already. I told Ilani about Saturn return." Nate closes his eyes. "Oh, here we go." "It was the weirdest thing. We were all getting along so well, talking about all sorts. Then she said she thought you were a little disinterested." "Disinterested?" he repeats. "I kissed her within an hour of meeting her. What gave her that impression?" "Me." Nate's eyes narrow. "You?" I cringe into myself as I say it. "She thought you were hung up on me." Splutters of alcohol fly across the table. Nate wipes his chin as he coughs out, "She thought what?" "They all did," I insist. "And obviously that's not true, and I didn't want her to think you weren't interested, so I sort of, just top line, told her about Saturn return, thinking it would assure them that we were totally platonic, and they got so excited by it, like I did. And when I tried to talk you up, she was adamant that she was chasing after the wrong things and needed to focus on herself." Nate's mouth hangs open. "I am so sorry." "Shit, Ruby." "Maybe I can save it," I say, fumbling as I pull out our phone and flip it open. "What if I call her now and explain?" Nate stops me, closing it again. "I think you've caused enough damage." The music throbs between us. I've tried so hard not to make this trip awkward, to prove to him that I am a good friend, someone worth keeping in his life, after all those long years of absence. And I'm screwing it up. "I'm sorry I blocked your cock. Again." He almost chokes on his drink for the second time in 2 minutes. A surefire way to know Nate is drunk is when he exhibits the table skills of a toddler. He grabs a napkin from the table next to us. "You're a nightmare, you know that?" "It was hardly my fault. They thought we were more than we were. What was I supposed to do?" Nate is acting like this is hilarious. Tell them no and move on. I tried to do that, but they were obviously picking up on... I stopped myself. Oh no, I've said too much. On, He drops his head to one side. I really don't. We are grown adults sharing a camper. 2 + 2 = 4. Nate waits for me to carry on, and I know it's a trap. Yet I fall right into it. And you blew Alani off to stay with me when I was sick. You're almost as invested in finding my dad as I am. And then I've been having weird... He looks intrigued. Weird what, Rubes? I don't want to say. Why not? Because you'll call me shallow. I've never ever called you that. Why would I start now? Honesty, honesty, honesty. I take a gulp of my drink and fire it at him. Because since you shaved off all that Yeti hair, I've been kind of noticing that you're not... His eyebrow rises. Not unattractive. The pause is so long I could suffocate. Is that Ruby speak for, you think I'm hot? There's no emotion behind that question. I can't read him at all. I hold up my finger. I didn't say hot. You didn't not say it, he says with a gentle chuckle. His laughter puts me at ease so much, I let it all come out. When you stepped out of the shower in Milford Sound with that towel slung low on your hips, you looked so good. I swear my life flashed before my eyes. He's not laughing anymore. All the humour has evaporated, like our whiskey-laced breath. Fuck, he says. He puts his palms flat on the table, head low. I can't see his pissed-off face. Fuck indeed. The air has soured. The line I've crossed is already miles behind us. Oh, God, I don't know why I said that. I'm drunk, out of my mind. This is what having your life flash before your eyes is really like. I'm sorry. I take it back. I don't think that at all. He lifts his head, eyes dark. Don't you dare take back the best compliment I've ever had. It's too much. The way his stare hits me. I know we're drunk, but it doesn't feel like silliness anymore. It feels like the realest thing I've ever known. I've said too much. I should go. I pick up my purse, not entirely sure where I'm heading. Possibly to play in traffic. I know your favourite thing is to up and leave, but seriously, it's not a big deal, he says gently. He seems to sense I don't believe him because he adds, maybe I should even the score and tell you something. I stutter. His smile is devilish. Heat blooms in my belly. Everyone knows alcohol and fire don't mix, yet here we are. No, I say, but my face gives my curiosity away. I'm burning everywhere from my chin to my toes. I try to leave again, this time in search of an ice bucket to submerge myself in. Nate grabs my hand, holding it firm against his chest. Earlier tonight, I said your lipstick looked fine. Yes, how could I forget such glowing endorsement? He licks his lips, eyes like lasers on my mouth. That was the only word that came to mind because my entire brain was filled with an image of what that shade of red would look like wrapped around my cock. Nate! I holler. He laughs, loose and easy, but when he registers my prissy tone, he glances down rueful, as though the suppressed, sober part of his brain is sending a mayday message. Now, I'm sorry. I have a thing for red lipstick, I can't help it. His cheeks flush, but his eyes hold steady. Weirdly, he's still holding my hand tight against his chest. I feel my heartbeat in the back of my throat. Why does this feel so monumental? As though I'm walking along a cliff, considering throwing myself over the edge. I release myself from his touch and press the heels of my hands into my eyes. Tomorrow is going to be embarrassing as hell. No, it won't. Okay then, I say. Simple as that. We both burst into laughter. I replace the heat from his hand with the cold glass of my drink. I knock the whole thing back in one. He does the same. The band bursts into some old campy rock song we used to listen to at the dump. Pounding drums, killer riffs, nothing romantic or sexy about it. Yet I still feel the heaviness. The way neither of us can look the other in the eye. This cannot make things weird between us. I won't allow it. Let's dance, I say. I'm not dancing, he shoots back. I flash him a knowing smile. Fine, we can sit here and talk more about how badly you want my red lips around your... He's on his feet, pushing me by both shoulders to the middle of the packed dance floor. I knew that would work. A switch is flipped, and we're jumping around like teenagers. He joins me in a totally out-of-place Macarena. Then we bounce our hips against each other, grab our ankles, and thrust across the floor. Neither of us care how ridiculous we look. We're two kids again, dancing under disco balls, having the time of our lives. Nate takes my hand and spins me around, leaning me back until I'm horizontal in his arms. I laugh at the ceiling, then lose myself in that caramel chocolate shade of his irises. Face to face, he winks at me. My heart stops. We don't take our eyes off each other. I've had so much alcohol, I can't say where my purse is right now. But I know exactly where Nate's hand is. On the small of my back, pressing me against his chest. I'm sure he's supposed to have pulled me upright by now, but he hasn't. He won't. He mouths my name, and I cannot stop staring at his lips. Full, smooth, gorgeous. And then we're kissing. From nowhere. With no warning. No chance to take a breath first. Just lips and heat and sighs. His mouth is warm and soft, and for all the thrashing around we were doing, now he's slow and intimate, kissing me like he's got one chance to prove to me how good he is. And he is good. I'm lost in the taste of him, the pressure, the way his hands glide over my body, the way he pulls me upright, moulding my body against him as I strain to meet his mouth. He pulls back for the briefest of moments. Nate, I breathe. His hands are still around my back, holding us hip to hip. My insides are on fire. My outsides feel sub-zero. What are we doing? He says, searching my eyes for an answer he won't find. I don't know. He squeezes my ribs, and I feel his fear. I know exactly what's going through his head, this paralyzing confusion, this rippling excitement, this pulsing need for more, I say. More kissing. This time it's urgent. My hands are under his top, clawing his silky skin. He's grabbing my bum and tangling his hands in my hair. Somehow we end up against a wall, his heavy thigh pressing between my legs, wet kisses against my neck while I bite his ear. I have no control of my body, no sense of place or decency. It's a frenzy of sloppy passion. Until we are tapped on the shoulder by a burly bouncer. An intervention from the universe. He shakes his head at us. Stop it or get out, he says. Nate and I look at each other. We both know the correct answer. It's right there. Except neither of us take it. We burst into the hostel room, limbs tangled, laughter maniacal and slurred. Let's have sex, I say. Yeah, let's have sex, he replies between kisses, as though we're discussing what to have for breakfast. It'll be fine. Totally fine. He slides his hand between my legs, and I groan so loudly, I'm surprised we don't get a bang on the wall. Just two friends doing the dirty. Happens all the time. Perfectly normal, he agrees, pulling away long enough to take off his jacket. Hunger hits me, but not the sexy kind. I want to have sex and then eat a mountain of chips, I say, devouring the skin on his collarbone. He picks me up, wrapping my legs around his hips as he carries me across the room. With melted cheese and bacon, he says. God, yes! I fall back first onto the bottom bunk. Nate rests his hands on the metal rail above, watching me. It's a good thing he likes my red lipstick so much. It's all over his mouth. And neck. With the intensity of flame, he looks me head to toe. Holy shit. You're so gorgeous, Rubes. This can't be real. Nate has never even told me I look nice. Beer goggles, I say. No filter, he corrects. No boundaries either. In one quick move, he pulls his top over his head, and I slam my teeth into my bottom lip. You're so hot, Nate, like, seriously. What happened? Maybe I grew up, he says. Or maybe it just took you this long to notice. He drops to his knees in front of me, throwing my shoes over his shoulder one at a time. It's so dramatic and over the top that I laugh. And then, for some ungodly reason, I think of Ryan. Of what he would say if he knew this was happening. If it would hurt him. Like he hurt me. Nate lifts my skirt and puts his lips on the bare skin of my thighs. And as his kisses rise higher, every other thought disperses. There's nothing in my head but the sweet, dirty mumbles Nate breathes into my skin. The words I die to know. But I'm so desperate for more, I don't dare stop him. Nate kisses me over the top of my knickers, hot and wet. I groan into my curled fist. This time the bang on the wall comes heavy and angry. Nate does it again and I take no notice of the warning. I'm moaning again, cursing his name. He's cursing too, saying something about dying and dreaming and never being the same again, but I can't make it out because my head is tipped back in so much pleasure. I'm seeing stars. Literal stars. Constellations across the ceiling. Wait, what? I squeeze my eyes shut, then open them to see more, glowing brighter, burning, followed by the Milky Way sliding into view like a PowerPoint presentation. I stare hard at the orb-like lampshade, desperate for clarity, only to watch it morph into Saturn? It grows arms and a smiley face. It winks, then waves at me. Oh God, I'm so drunk, I'm bloody hallucinating. I sit forward. Nate stops immediately. What's wrong? I need to be on top. He looks painfully confused. Right now? Right now. I drag him up my body, pushing him flat against the mattress. I feel his heavy breaths between my knees. So bossy. He sighs as I slide over him. I love it. And you're going to love this, I say, trying to pull my bra over my head, but the underwire snags on my boob. Undoing it would make too much sense. I've got one tit out, arms flailing in the air as the straps stretch and snap against my skin. I've got it, he says. Nate sits up at the same time as I lean forward, our foreheads colliding in a thwack. We both yell, someone curses. And that's the last thing I remember before everything goes black. Chapter 21. Fluorescent hostile lights burn through my closed eyes. My brain splinters like a cracked egg. I thought I'd agreed to take it easy. I promised myself I wouldn't drink much, and now I feel like I bathed in poison. And then I move, and I feel something else. Something warm and hard and Nate-shaped. I peel open one eye to confirm my suspicions. My blurry vision is filled with the pointy jaggers of his stubble. I become aware of my hand on his pec, of my open, dribbly mouth on his neck. The memory of last night hits me like a block of concrete. Oh no, no, no. Nate sighs in his sleep, and I hold deadly still until he relaxes into the mattress again. I angle my head to look at him. He has a little purple bruise over his left eyebrow, one that I'm pretty sure matches the throbbing pain on my right one. Careful not to rouse him, I climb off, rushing to the bathroom, where I sit on the toilet, shaking in remorse. I'm spiraling, anxiety so menacing that I'm freaking out about every life choice I've ever made, when there's a gentle knock on the bathroom door. "Rubes," Nate says slowly. The sound of his rough morning voice sends a spike of adrenaline through my body. Flashbacks to his hand between my legs, his mouth on my skin, me hallucinating Saturn on the hostel ceiling. Maybe death by hangover wouldn't be so bad. "You okay?" "No," I grumble. "Me either." Silence. I rest my head on the toilet roll holder. "I'll get you some water." I hear the hostel door open and close. I'm hollow as I stand and look in the mirror, a shadow of myself. There's lipstick and mascara smudges all over my face. My bra is still half on, one boob flopped out, the other pink from having its circulation cut off by the underwire. I groan, strip naked, and stand under the shower. It will wash away the shame. It will. It has to. When I step out of the bathroom, Nate is sitting on the edge of the bottom bunk with his head in his hands. He looks as horrendous as I feel. "Bathroom's free," I say at the same time as he tells me he's picked up a can of Coke and an orange. The Ruby Hangover Special from another lifetime. "Oh, thanks." I stand in the middle of the room. Doors bang all around us, the rush to check out. Nate still won't look at me. This is bad. So very bad. I keep my towel in position as I shimmy into a sundress it's probably too cold for, but it's the most comfortable, clean thing I have besides pajamas. Nate rounds me, making for the bathroom, head still down. When he shuts the door, I hear the shower running. When he steps out 10 minutes later, he wraps the towel around him like a woman would, tucked armpit to thigh. And when I remember what I said last night, why he's keeping himself covered, my whole head swells with heat. We don't talk while he dresses, nor while I sip Coke and peel the orange like a sad, lonely child. Even though it's a cloudy day, I bunch my hair under one of Nate's baseball caps and put on my sunglasses. I settle the bill. There's a $20 fine for noise complaints. I shrink as I pay it, refusing to make eye contact with the guy on reception. Nate puts our bags in the camper, and I climb into the passenger seat. There's no way I can drive. When he's next to me, he turns the ignition, but does nothing else except take long, slow breaths. We need to talk about this sooner or later. It's days before we fly home. We can't spend it like this. "Last night was," I begin. "Really fucking stupid," he says. I was going for something softer, but okay. I have a flashback of saying, "I want to have sex and then eat a mountain of chips." How graceful. "Yeah, it was," I say. "One minute we were dancing, and the next you kissed me out of nowhere and—" "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he says, body twisting to face mine for the first time today. "You kissed me." He says this with such raging certainty, I need to replay the memory. It's hazy, but I'm sure. "No, you kissed me," I repeat. "You leaned me back while we were dancing, and then you kissed me. I don't remember much, but I remember that." "Not possible. There is no way on earth I would have kissed you first." Ouch. A bullet would have hurt less. I mean, not because... It's fine, I say. My head can't handle this conversation. Let's agree to disagree and move on. I search the glove compartment for leftover sweets. Nate sits forward in realization. "I didn't have a condom, did you?" I shake my head. "No. I'm not taking anything either. That would have been a nightmare." He forces his mouth into a shameful grimace, and I wonder if it's the logistics of our escapades that disgust him, or that he almost did them with me. Nate opens the flip phone, reads a text, then fires off a reply, while I sit with the awkward knowledge that Nate and I were minutes away from having chaotic, unprotected sex on a disgusting mattress. We were so possessed with each other that it took us knocking each other out to stop us. Maybe I did kiss him first. I wouldn't put it past me. But this isn't some stranger in a bar. He's supposed to be my best friend. I'm supposed to be giving him the trip of a lifetime. I'm here to change my life to a better, brighter course. At this rate, he's going to regret ever agreeing to this trip. What an utter mess. Nate is still typing. Who is it? I ask. It is our phone, after all. Kira. He doesn't finish his sentence. I hear the whoosh of the message sending, then watch him delete it from the folder. Logic tells me that it's probably to save space in the limited inbox, but nerves have me terrified he's telling her what happened. That he's sharing his regret at ever agreeing to come away with me, telling her all the things he can't tell me. A car parks next to us. A man grabs a huge bag of laundry from the back and walks into the laundrette. So, what now? I say. Dad number 3 is in Hamilton, in the North Island. The ferry is a little over 4 hours drive away. He checks the time. I reckon we can make the final sailing at 6:50 p.m, but only if I'm safe to drive by early afternoon. How much did you drink? Too much to drive. He nods. Yeah, it makes sense. I only had a couple of drinks in the bar. With a power nap, I should be okay. My breath hitches in disbelief. Is that all he drank? I thought he was as pissed as I was, but then can I really trust the drunk girl who was hallucinating planets in the lampshades? Nate climbs into the back and unfolds the bed. Desperate for space, I stay up front, feet on the dashboard, pouring congealed jelly sweets into my mouth, praying to the sugar gods for a kick of joy. Then I remember my affirmations. The help I need, just a piece of folded paper away. I tiptoe to the back, careful not to rouse Nate, and bring my red suede bag to the front of the camper with me. I take a deep breath, reach into the bag and unfold today's affirmation, confident it will solve everything. It reads, "My mistakes will be the making of me." I scrunch it in a ball and flick it across the camper. Oh, screw you! Chapter 22. The ferry is so rocky, and Nate and I are still both so delicate, that we sit green-faced and groaning opposite each other on the top deck. The air feels like ice in my lungs, fresh and quenching. Nate has already jokingly compared it to the Isle of Wight ferry, saying he wished it had half the beauty of New Zealand. But still, between the small talk, he won't meet my eye, won't relax. He slept for a couple of hours in the camper before downing a Diet Coke and a cheeseburger. He seemed good as new after that, driving us to the ferry port in Picton with no complaints. But these choppy waters have brought back the worst in us both. When we're finally into the Cook Strait, the fjord-like valleys surrounding us, the sunset leaving a golden blue hue behind them, Nate heads down a deck to buy us some drinks. He returns with 2 cold bottles of water and wordlessly hands me one, then slumps into a seat. He pulls out the camcorder, gliding it along the beautiful horizon. I watch him for a moment, his short hair thrashing in the wind, the sadness in his eyes. I'm ruining this, for both of us. Our friendship is standing on an abyss. Last night we nearly went over. I don't hate you, he says, not taking his attention from the camera. He finally glances my way. You're giving me that look again. My insecurities are visceral, I say. I just know you that well. I take a nervous breath. My mistakes will be the making of me. Perhaps it's time I try and acknowledge that. You said our friendship is important to you. When you agreed to come here, you said that. I did, he replies, seemingly oblivious to where I'm heading with this. I feel the same, which is why I don't want you to take what I say next the wrong way. It comes from a place of care, okay? Nate lowers the camcorder, sitting forward. His eyes narrow on my bottom lip, pulled between my teeth. I release it. All of it. I think this trip might have been too much too soon for us. One drunken night and we both nearly ruined it. And I know you think I started it, and I know I fought against that, but let's be honest, it's pretty on brand for me to mess things up. No one is perfect, he says. When we get home, I think we should have some space. I might go back to London or somewhere else. I have no idea. But I think if we have any hope of staying friends, then we need a little break. Cool off from whatever that was last night. Re-establish some boundaries. His lips curve, then straighten, as though he doesn't know whether to laugh or curse. One kiss and you want to run away from me? Really? It was more than a kiss, Nate. His glance to the water is indifferent. So too is the word that leaves his lips. Barely. I don't understand how he's being so calm about this. As though he does this all the time. Perhaps he does. Maybe that's why he and Kira are so close. The thought makes my stomach swirl. I'm sucking you into my chaos. You deserve so much better. The last thing I want is to lose you again, I say. This is me trying to prevent that. I am too fragile for this. Nate's chuckle is playful, but he rubs his eyes, exhausted. What's so funny? This is important. Don't you care? I know instantly that it's the wrong question to ask. Nate's spine stiffens, his jaw tightens. Care? He says. You want to know how much I care? He stands walking to the railings, taking lungfuls of salty air. He's there so long, I think that's the end of it, that the conversation is over. But after a moment he returns, standing above me, a fiercely protective edge to his gaze. After you left, I grieved you like a death, Rubes. Did you know that? Because as far as my world knew, you were. Gone and never returned. I know, and I'm sorry for that. He continues, poised in the face of my misplaced defiance. It's the hardest breakup I've ever had. And it wasn't even romantic. If anything, that made it worse. I didn't understand. Couldn't comprehend why you'd eject me from your life so easily. Do you want to know why I can't stand to listen to all those old songs we once loved? Because it drives me out of my mind. Brings back all the sour memories of missing you, of endless days wondering if you were ever coming home. There's a pain in my sternum, hot and sharp. Shit, Nate, So don't tell me I don't care, okay? This matters to me. It matters more than a drunken fumble, more than the awkward aftermath. We don't need space because we're already bigger than this. There's nothing that could happen that would stop me caring about you, got it? He is so passionate that all I can do is nod. A cold wind sweeps between us. My hair flies into my face, but I don't move it, don't even blink. That first night in France, I say. I couldn't get settled, couldn't sleep. I dragged my bed across the room to the window and opened the curtains, so I could sleep under the same sky as you. No, you didn't, he says, amused in his disbelief. I put my hand on my heart. It's beating far too fast. I swear. His gaze hardens. I did the same thing. Yeah, sure, I say, convinced he's trying to make me feel less stupid. I did. That's how much I missed you. I did it for 6 weeks straight. And then, a few days before you were due to come home, He stops abruptly, lips twisted in regret. You what? He says the next words like a test. I came to France. My gasp pushes him on. To the chateau you were working in. I had this bright idea to surprise you, this fantasy of you showing me around, us hanging out, talking like old times. I spent my wages from working with my dad that summer on a ticket for the Eurostar and petrol. I drove all night. He laughs like he's leading to the punchline. I turned up, looking scruffy as ever, in my dad's beat-up van, and nearly got thrown off the property by your old boss Elaine. She thought I was there to pitch for building work or something. I smile at the vision of Elaine in her custom Chanel coming face to face with 18-year-old Nate, in his ripped jeans and bird's nest hair. I didn't know that, I say quietly. I know, he replies. Because you'd already moved on, a few days earlier. Another country. She thought Spain, but she couldn't be sure. I trawl my memory. I went to Rome after France. I thought he knew that. We were still texting often back then. But maybe he didn't. It would have been the first of many occasions I'd jump on a flight without him knowing. He flops onto the seat beside me, as though releasing that confession has emptied his soul. Our knees bump, thighs graze. I look at him, really look at him. I've seen his face 1,000 times or more, but it's different to me somehow, softer. His stubble is thick and dark, travelling along a strong jaw, framing full lips. His eyes, an anchor for my roughest seas. His skin, that I've now tasted, warm, welcoming, wanting. I realise something I've always known, that Nate Andrews is absolutely beautiful, inside and out. It's a click, a key in a lock, a bend that finally breaks. My heart flutters in my chest, a mix of complications swirl inside me, panic, excitement, terror, and hope. Why did you do that? He shrugs, the same way he did all those years ago, when I asked why he didn't get on the bus. But then an answer comes to him, and he turns, looking me dead in the eye. Because I missed you, he says, and my insides glow. I missed you more than I've ever missed anyone. And this trip has made me realize I've been missing you every day since. What happens next is a moment I know I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. The way Nate's entire physicality changes, leaning closer, body subtly pleading. His eyes so warm, show me things he'll never say. Like how he'd chase down a moving car to get to me, that he'd uproot his entire life to make me happy. For a few moments, time ceases to exist. We don't look at each other like this, ever. A new feeling encroaches from the edges of us, followed by a buzz in my heart space. It's screaming. What if? Something has changed. I feel it in my bones. What if I peeked behind that door? Would he do the same? What if I leaned in? What if I touched him? What if I said something I can't take back? What if Nate and I don't let myself finish that thought, because the fantasy is erased with sharp-edged reality. I ended my engagement less than a month ago, and Nate too is fixing his broken heart. These confusing emotions are so new, so fragile. But as I look into his eyes, I have the strongest feeling. If I stepped off this ledge, he'd likely step with me. But what I can't be sure of is how hard we'd hit the ground. So, Dad number 3, he says, as if coming to the exact same conclusion at the exact same time. It squashes the moment into oblivion so perfectly. In the space of a blink, I wonder if I imagined it. If I'll ever know what to do with it. What do we know so far? I shake the piercing thoughts loose. Leave them in the ferry's wake. The most likely candidate? Up in Hamilton, I say, my voice surprisingly steady for the nerves I feel. His socials had a profile picture of an orchestra. Most of it was private, but the location confirmed he's still there. At least he was. It'll be another long drive, Nate says. 6, maybe 7 hours. But hopefully worth it, I say. Nate smiles, taking my empty can from me before heading to the recycling bin. It'll be worth it. No matter what, it's always worth it. As I watch him walk away, I hope to God he's right. Chapter 23. I wake the next morning alone. We're parked in a Freedom camping zone off the highway near Wellington, on the edge of some lush green farmland, a couple of rimu trees our only privacy. I open the curtain to be greeted with a warm, bright morning and the sight of Nate, topless, cooking breakfast on the portable stove. He cracks 2 eggs, then turns to the wash bowl behind him, scrubbing one of his t-shirts, then mine, before hanging them in the misty air to dry. It's a beautiful sight. I watch him for a moment, wondering if something will stir, if I'll feel what I did yesterday on the ferry again. That undeniable pull, a yearning even. But it's as it always was, a simple calm, gratitude, and the warmth of friendship. I smile, stretching across the bed, relieved that I have my wild mind under control, that my heart isn't reaching to ruin one of the most meaningful relationships I've ever known. Nate sees the open curtain and bangs on the window. "Grub's up," he says. We were both so shattered, we barely spoke after driving off the ferry. The plan had been to head north and drive into the night to make up the distance to Hamilton, but after disembarking, it was already pitch black, and we only made it a few miles before calling it quits. We fell into bed, an imaginary wall between our bodies. One bed, as far apart as physically possible. As I open the rear double doors, I'm momentarily worried what awaits me. But Nate smiles when he spots me. There's no awkwardness, no rush of emotion, just his steady presence. "We're bigger than this," he said to me yesterday. I'm starting to believe we are. We eat our runny eggs and toast with some fresh strawberries Nate picked on his morning run, and plan our travel day. It's a little over 6 hours drive. We agree that I'll take the first 3-hour shift, he'll take the second. 1 stop for a toilet and sustenance break. We can't afford much else. It's going so quickly. We've only got 4 more nights here, I say. Nate's nod is a little sad. I'm sorry the plan got messed up. If this guy is the one, it's hardly any time at all with him. Yeah, I say. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Short and sweet? Brief and broken? Who's to know? And we've got to squeeze in Hobbiton and the glowworms at Waitomo Caves. There was somewhere else you listed too, I say, reaching to my bag for the map. Nate puts his hand on mine, stopping me. It's okay. We ran out of time. I look into his eyes and see something there I can't quite place. But you came here to... I came here for you, he corrects. With a stomach-flipping whoosh, that what-if feeling is back, with vengeance. I follow Nate's hand, still on mine, all the way up to his face. He's staring at me. Is it too much to hope he feels it too? It's not a big deal, he says. There'll be other chances. You already planning a return trip? I tease, but he doesn't bite. He avoids the question entirely and moves his hand away, reaching for my empty plastic plate. He brushes the breadcrumbs onto the ground, then wipes it clean with some soapy water from a bucket. I get the feeling there's something I'm missing, but the man is vaulted shut. Even if I knew for sure he was hiding something, I couldn't crack it out of him. I'd better get ready, I say, giving him a chance to stop me, to say something more. Nate doesn't look up. Cool, hit the road in 10 minutes, he says. While I'm changing inside the camper, the flip phone vibrates. I grab it from the front dashboard and see Kira's name on the screen. A new text. I know I should hand it to Nate that it's unlikely to be a message for me, but I'm so curious about their friendship. I want to know what's going on in his head. I glance through the window. Nate is busy putting away the gas burner. I open the phone, and the 6 words I see make my pulse accelerate. You need to tell her, babes. I scan through the other 9 messages from Melissa, Tane, Amara, a few from my mum. There's nothing from Kira. He's deleted all their previous communication. Nate bangs on the window, seeing me clearly procrastinating from getting ready. 10 minutes, he says as a reminder. I slam the phone shut. I'm ready, I call. I might be dressed, but I'm not ready for what's coming. Not even close. The hours on the open road pass slowly. We play games, I spy, making crude sentences out of license plate letters, and a little something I made up called fabricate an entire life story for the driver in front. We make a brief stop at Lake Tarpo, squeezing in a nice lunch, before taking a few shots with the hashtag #LoveTarpo sign. I barely have time to pee before we're back on the road, heading for Hamilton. With traffic, we make it before sunset. There's an unspoken moment between us as he pulls the camper to a stop in front of the large modern house. It's white-walled with black crystal windows overlooking the quiet, homely street. Whoever lives here is wealthy and wants everyone to know it. Third time lucky, Nate says, with little conviction. Man, I need this. I need to find my dad and put an end to this upside-down world I'm living in. I take a deep breath before unbuckling my seatbelt. Let's hope so. The front door has one of those camera doorbells, and I half expect it to be a hurdle we'll never cross, until the large black door creaks open. A little girl, in denim dungarees, 8 at most, smiles like she's been waiting all day for us. Kia ora! Oh, hi, I stop and start, terrified I'm about to introduce myself to a little sister, a cousin, someone important. Nate picks up my slack. He crouches to look slightly less intimidating. We're looking for someone called Stanley Oliver. Is that your daddy? Uncle? Granddad? Stan? Ew, the little girl says. No one ever comes knocking for him. Probably because he has poop breath. She throws her head back laughing while I look at Nate, urgent. He remains composed. He's at work, she continues. At the dairy round the corner. Past the florist. If you find him, tell him I ate his pineapple lumps. We thank her and leave. It's busy inside the store. At least 10 people have entered in the few minutes we've been parked outside. Even if this man is my father, it's going to be a nightmare trying to talk to him in a crowded shop. I don't know if it's a good time to do this while he's working, I say. Let's take the temperature, says Nate. Suss out the situation. We can always revisit him at home later. I follow Nate and his logic, entering the chilly, air-conditioned store. Neither of us know what we're looking for, He could be employed to work in the storeroom for all we know. So we stroll the aisles, paying more attention to the staff than the tin cans. A girl with a buzz cut and giant metal hoop earrings mopping up a milk spill. An older lady with pointy glasses reminding the long queue to have their payment ready. Bust? I say to Nate, ready to give up. Not yet, he replies. Hi, excuse me, he says to the girl with the mop. His smile is undeniably charming, and she steps back with a small blush when she realises he's talking to her. We're looking for Stanley Oliver. Oh, hi. She rubs her neck, shy. He's on the deli, far left corner. We head over. My heart is in my throat, my mouth dry. This is it. It has to be. There are no other options. Behind the glass front full of cheese stands a tall, slim man with his back to us, his hair concealed under a hairnet and cap. Stanley? I say. Who's asking? He turns slowly, revealing a tuft of ash-blonde hair poking out to frame his young face, full of post-pubescent acne. I'd be shocked if he was over 18. I must have gotten his date of birth mixed up. My heart hits the floor, sinks under it, never to be seen again. Sorry, I say. I step away and my back collides with a hard wall of Nate. Wrong person. Hold up, the guy says. Don't I know you? My mind is still racing with the consequences of this that I can't find words. He was the last shot. There are no more options. I'm never going to find him. This was all for nothing. Yeah, Stanley says, certain. You're all over the internet. Everyone's talking about it. Ruby something. I can't believe you walked into my work as easy as that. He looks me up and down, once, twice. The third time is slower. I fold my arms to cover my boobs. You look better in person than you do online. Bro, I love redheads. I got to ask, do the curtains match the... Nate shoulders around me, a human shield. His voice is quiet, but holy shit, it's deep. I dare you to finish that sentence. Stanley smirks and I grip Nate's forearm. This is a waste of time, I say. Nate's attention zones in on the hurt on my face, the disappointment seeping out of me. He gives the kid a long, dark stare, then returns to me. Damn right, he replies. Nate takes my hand and ushers me out of the store, to the sound of Stanley calling out, Wait, is there some kind of reward for this? Is he going to pay me? I don't start crying until we're outside the dairy. The cool evening air hits my damp face as the tears free-fall across my cheeks. Unstoppable, even though I'm expressionless. Completely numb. I can't believe it, Nate says. I can. I climb into the passenger seat of the camper, put my head against the window, and close my eyes. I should have known this would happen. I'm fucking cursed. Nate doesn't say anything more, as though he knows there are no words that could make it better. He just drives. I must fall asleep at some point because when I open my eyes, we're outside a fancy hotel with a glass-fronted lobby, showing off a chandelier that sparkles against polished marble floors. Am I dreaming? I say. Nate laughs to himself. I made a reservation early this morning. I figured you'd want to be close to him and that it would be nice to have a base nearby. He pauses, shaking his head with sadness. I really thought he was going to be the one. I look around the camper, at our crude sketches on the fogged-up windows, the tangled bed sheets and limp pillows, the stale smell radiating from the overflowing mini-fridge. I never thought I'd be so quick to defend this rusty bucket, but with every passing day, it's felt more and more like home. This is our base, I say. Running water, Nate counters. And no snoring man beside you? I like my snoring man, I say. My. I mean, thank you. That was a really sweet thing to do. But I'm not sure our budget can cover this. In fact, I'm certain it can't. It's on me, Nate says, switching off the engine. I already booked 2 rooms. You can have some peace tonight. Oh, I say. I sound far too deflated, so I lift my voice to compensate. What a treat! The pretty brunette on the reception desk is chipper and flirty. Her eyes widen when Nate tells her we're in 2 separate rooms. Objectively, I know Nate is an attractive guy. But have women always been like this around him? Or am I only noticing it now? The receptionist slides the first keycard to Nate. She barely looks at me. Just the one night, she confirms. Yes, he says. We offer incredible rewards for long-term stays, she says, and we have suites available. The service here is exemplary, if I say so myself. I can't tell if she's digging for commission or... Actually, I interrupt. We fly home in a few days. Oh, what a shame. Nate gives her a polite smile as he signs the paper. Either he hasn't noticed the googly eyes she's giving him, or he's doing his best to ignore how inappropriate it is. Nate hangs back while I check in. I do not get the same personal treatment. In fact, the receptionist barely shows any interest in me at all, until I slide my passport across the desk. Then she does a double take. Wait, she says, checking the name again. Are you Ruby? As in, Ruby Darling? In another life, maybe, I say. I feel so far detached from that name. I'm not even sure how to respond to it anymore. She checks the picture again, then stares hard at my face. It is you! They said you were in New Zealand, but I never thought you'd walk into my hotel of all places. Do I get a prize? Who do I call? No one? I say. I'm not sure what humiliation tactic this is, but I'm not in the mood for it. I take my passport back. Can I have my room key, please? I've had a nightmare day and my temples are throbbing. I truly just want to sleep. The woman nods. Of course. Room 304, she says. Right next to your friend. I take the key and grab the handle of my suitcase. Thank you. Wait, she calls as soon as my back is turned. You haven't been online in a while, right? I look at Nate. We're in silent agreement. No, and I have absolutely no plans to. Nate and I take the elevator to the 3rd floor. His eyes look tired, as though he needs this rest as much as I do. I desperately want to ask him to stay with me, to cancel the other room. I've been so accustomed to having him in my personal space that his retreat feels like an insult, one I don't know how to recover from. Ruby the celebrity, he says playfully. I can't go anywhere with you. It's weird, isn't it? I say. I haven't been online in the best part of a month, and it's as though I'm gaining more traction. I don't understand. Or maybe you're unforgettable. I snuffle my disagreement, and then I notice Nate's firm gaze on me, and my cheeks flush. Why are you so perfect? The elevator doors open, and Nate carries our bags along the corridor with a fence of swirly carpet. He stops at my door. Do you want to come over once you're settled? I ask. You don't have to pretend you're not sick of me, he says with a laugh. I'm not. Oh God, tightrope, my dangling legs, den of vipers below. I could use someone to talk to unpack the disappointment. I tap my head. There's a lot going on in here. And he doesn't know the half of it. All right. Let me shower and we can order some room service. He turns, then pauses. There's something I need to talk to you about, too. He adds. There's a worry in his eyes. I think of Kira's message. You need to tell her, babes. Only now I'm not sure I want to know. Okay, I say. Half an hour? Half an hour, he agrees. I get comfortable in my cosy, golden-lit room, pushing all thoughts of Nate to the back of my mind, until I take care of something more important. I pull the flip phone from my bag, absolutely dreading this conversation. Mum's voice is croaky enough to make me think I've woken her, despite insisting she's been awake for hours. "Menopause, darling," she says at my disbelief. "Just you wait." I try to keep my voice light, but clearly I fail, because after only saying hello and asking if it's a good time to speak, she instinctively knows something is up. "We didn't find him," I say. All 3 of them were dead ends. One of them, literally. Mum is quiet for so long that I think the line is cut out. But then I hear a quivered sigh, and I know she's processing this news, like I am. All the emotions, disappointment, gratitude, anger, hurt, relief. "It wasn't meant to be," she says. "Yeah, maybe." I hate the feeling that life is out of my hands, that I'm the subject of someone else's whims. "I wanted to know," I say. I don't need to elaborate for Mum to know I mean why he left. "I wanted to know why." "You always have, darling. And I wish it wasn't this way. I wish I could give you more." "You gave me everything," I say. "I tried. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. If I'd only been braver, it could have been so different." "It's not your fault, Mum." Her shuddered sobs tell me how long she's yearned to hear that. To relieve the guilt she's been holding for almost 26 years. I picture a tear fall from her eye, blending with the 100 others Dad's leaving caused. I think maybe it's time I closed that door. For good. Mum takes a deep breath. I know she's composing herself, sitting straighter, the way she always does after the hard conversations. "Look, enjoy your break from the world. Don't worry about me or anything else for that matter. All the background noise can wait." The way she says this makes me think there's more she's not telling me. "Is everyone okay?" "Yes, but..." She pauses, clearly deliberating whether to keep walking that path. She decides not to. "How are things with Nate?" Now it's my turn to fall quiet. "Hello, Ruby?" "Complicated," I finally say. Ah. That noise carries an immeasurable understanding. I talk low, unsure how thin the walls are. "We almost..." And since then he seems fine, like everything's normal, but I've got all in my head about it, thinking, wondering. "Nate has always been a special person in your life, one of the good ones. Don't ruin your friendship, Ruby. You've only just got it back." I know, I say, thinking she's telling me what I need to hear, knocking some sense into me. I should be grateful I have him in my life at all, not worrying about pushing for more. "But," she adds, voice serious, "if there's something you need to say, a truth you're holding back, don't deny yourself. Trust me, it will all come out eventually." We end the call 10 minutes later when Mum leaves for work, but not before she assures me that she's okay. Her words linger. I imagine what Nate would say if I told him how I was feeling. If I opened my heart and showed him the last piece of myself, the only part I've kept from him. Everything about this feels so fragile. But Nate says we're bigger than this. And if us almost having sloppy, drunken sex didn't knock his faith in me, then me telling him how much he means to me shouldn't either. I shower, rehearsing the lines I'll say. "I think I like you. I think I really like you." I put on my pajamas. Do you ever think about us as more than friends? I call room service and order a selection of healthy-ish picky bits and Nate's favourite beer. I don't want to lose this, but I'm trying to figure out what's missing from my life, and I'm starting to believe the answer is you. That it's always been you. I pull out an affirmation and smile at the words. Real love doesn't die. It evolves. I kick my feet. This is the push I needed. My final sign that I'm on the right path, that Nate and I are evolving into something new, something that could be incredible, breathless, life-changing. I stare at my reflection in the foggy bathroom mirror, nodding with certainty. I'm doing this. I'm laying it all bare. I'm wide open. The food arrives. I wait and wait, but Nate doesn't come. Chapter 24. I'm woken by a pounding on my door. It's dark thanks to the plush blackout curtains, but the digital clock tells me it's almost 9. My first emotion is panic, that I'm late for something. Where am I? Where am I supposed to be? But then I see the uneaten food still on the desk. The beer Nate never arrived to drink. I think of my dad. Wherever in the world he is, I guess I'll never know. The disappointment swallows me like quicksand. I pull the pillow over my head, desperate to escape it all for a few more hours. Then the banging starts up again. Ruby? Someone calls. It must be Nate. I rise, opening the curtains to let some light in before heading to the door. I thought we had plans, I say, jiggling the deadbolt. What happened to you? I open the door fully and am immediately silenced, jaw agape. In the hall stands a man in a designer leather jacket. His short blonde hair, perfectly styled, is gleaming in the bright white light from the camera behind him. I could say the same thing to you, Ruby. Ryan? Ryan? Ryan. He smiles when I say his name, clutching his chest in relief. We did it. We actually did it. Ryan clicks his fingers towards the guy with the camera, then points at my face. I know exactly what it means. Make sure you get it. This is the shot. With no time to brace myself, Ryan leaps towards me, arms around my waist as he lifts me up and spins me around. I found you! I found you! He's saying over and over again. He plonks me back on the floor, and when I fall back, dizzy and confused, he wraps his arms tighter around my waist, grinning down at me. I know that grin. That everybody's watching smile. I have searched the whole world over for you, Ruby darling. Thank God I found you. It's a moment from a romantic movie. Lovers reunited, the heart-bursting climax. Except the only thing I'm about to explode with is anger at his audacity. I push his hands from my body. Why are you here? What the hell is going on? He steps forward, desperate to hold me again, but fighting it. I've spent the last 10 days searching the world for you, Ruby. If I wanted to be found, Ryan, you'd have known where I was. Ryan studies my tight expression. A single glance to my trembling hands is all it takes for him to read me, for him to realise that whatever swooping saviour story he'd been planning isn't going to work. He looks to the tall guy in dated skinny jeans holding the camera, wordlessly telling him to cut. Hey, no, please. Baby, I know you're upset. You have every right to be, I am owning that. But I'm also not going to let this go without a fight. 6 years, Ruby. 6 years, you've been my everything. One slip, that's all it was. We can't let this ruin what we... Hey, Rubes, sorry about last night. I made the mistake of lying down and then... Nate stops dead in the middle of the room. He's holding 2 paper cups of coffee and a paper bag turning translucent with grease. He scans the room before narrowing in on Ryan's hand, which, in the flurry of his desperate apology, has snuck under the fabric of my silky pyjamas and rests on the bare skin of my hip. I step back when I see the dark look in Nate's eyes. Who is this? Ryan's nostrils flare as he glances between us. Ryan? This is Nate. Ryan clearly feels obligated to a much more detailed explanation. Nate. Ryan, Nate replies, eyes on me until I nod. His blink is slow, but when he opens his eyes, he forces a polite smile. He leans forward, hand outstretched, always the gentleman. Hey, I'm an old friend from Lymington. Ryan shakes it, seemingly relieved by the word friend. Oh, really? Ruby's never mentioned you. It lands like tar between us, thick and heavy. Nate cuts a look to me. He doesn't need to say anything. The hurt is written all over his face. I did tell Ryan about him. I know I did. But surface level. Met at college, watched bands at the dump, how he drove a busted old white van. His name blended with a collection of others, Kira, Adnan, Flo. I never gave him the importance he deserved. Never admitted how close we'd been. I always thought it was to stop Ryan getting jealous if they ever met. But now they're standing in front of each other. I see it so differently. I now know I wanted to keep Nate in my memory, untouched, safe, mine. I think I made our friendship sound like it was nothing, because inside it felt like everything. I have mentioned you, I say to Nate. It's fine, he says, even though it isn't. Ryan, oblivious to the tension and clearly deciding this mighty interruption isn't an issue, steps closer to me again. Ruby, I've changed our whole lives, he says, eyes deep and focused. After you left, I racked my brains trying to think of ways I could prove to you that it was you I wanted, how I could make it right. But you were gone. I went everywhere trying to track you down, all the way to your mum's. She said you were having a break, that you'd gone to New Zealand, that if you wanted to talk to me, you would reach out. But Ruby, I can't live without you. The whole world has been watching our journey. The next great step in our love story. What? My mind feels like it's assembling a puzzle in slow motion. Ryan is beaming at me. We've gone viral. The hashtag Where in the World is Ruby Darling has had millions of hits. The world has been looking for you to reunite us. We've got brands falling over themselves to work with us, people sharing highlight reels of our relationship. The views this reunion video will get will be enough to pay the rent for a year, if not more. We're on top, Ruby. I did it all for you. For us. Ryan, you... The rest of the sentence evades me. This is everything I wanted. The key to financial stability, paying off the excess on my car, keeping my home, the career I worked so hard for. This unlocks it all. And the universe has dropped it in my lap. Last night's affirmation storms into my mind. Real love doesn't die. It evolves. I thought it had been referring to Nate. But what if it was Ryan? This is too confusing. I can't think with all this pressure. I tug at the strands of my bed hair. But last time I checked, everyone hated me. You know how fickle all that shit is. A few words from me and I had it all cleared up. They love you again, like I do. Well, almost. His smile is so cocky, it rouses me from the excitement of knowing my luck is changing, that my career is back from the dead. I once believed him blindly. Never questioned it. Now I examine every syllable out of his mouth. He is so good at showing me what I want to see, that I'm not sure what side of him is real and what isn't. I'm not ready to forgive you, I say. That's okay, I can wait, however long it takes. He nods to the cameraman, but I'm not sure the world will. I know exactly what he's saying, that even though we're not back together, might never be, there's a story to be told. A very lucrative one. Ryan explains, I brought Tim here to film. He's a professional. I know you're a perfectionist and would want this to be right, but the sooner we get the content shot and edited, the sooner we start earning. And the sooner I'll get paid, Tim announces in his thick London accent. What a gamble this would have been for Ryan. Trekking across the globe to find me, bringing an employee with him. It's like a romance story for the digital age. You've got mail becomes you've got social media. If anyone can sell this to the masses, it's Ryan Larson and Ruby Darling. This sounds like a win. A chance to clear my debt and give me enough left over to get back on my feet. It is a win, surely. So why does it feel like the news is sitting on my shoulders, crushing my chest? Shit, Ryan. We were planning on doing this authentically, but we can take a few cuts, reshoot our reunion somewhere more scenic than this hotel room, maybe near the coast, somewhere with a travel board who might want to affiliate with us. Yeah? I say, breathless. My natural instincts kick in. That makes sense. If we do this, we want to do it right. I'm so busy thinking about the logistics of a shoot like this, and how I can make it work for me, that I barely notice the way Ryan is holding my hand, running his other up and down my cheek. Get paid, get out. All I need to do is pretend, and I've gotten pretty bloody good at it. But the next words from Nate wipe the smile from my face. I'll leave you to it. Hey, no, I say, at the same time Ryan thanks him. I rush to the door where Nate is still hovering, his exit a final formality. I speak low so only he can hear me. This is work. That's all, a job, Ruby darling. Nate frowns in distaste, eyes hardening on the edge of my cheek Ryan was cradling. Does he know that? Yeah, I mean, he will. I need this money, Nate. I need a job when I get home. I have financial obligations. I don't expect you to understand what I do, but I thought you'd understand why. Stay and you'll see. Nate glances at the door. I reach for him and my fingers against his arm make us both take a short, sharp inhale. Electric. That's what it feels like. Desperation. I waited up for you last night, I whisper. I thought we were going to talk. He begins. Ryan interrupts, asking if I have a phone charger. I tell him no and turn back to Nate. There's a hollowness in his eyes, but it's laced in confidence, as though he's answered a long-standing question in his mind. I wanted to, Nate says, but then I fell asleep. Signs from the universe, right? I reach out to touch his arm again, but he moves it slowly, reluctantly, out of reach. Oh. I should be happy, relieved at planning the enigmatic return of my alter ego, but instead my lungs deflate as though they've been stabbed with a pushpin. My feelings have grown vine-like over our friendship, tightening it until we suffocate. I know he feels it. He must have seen the change in me, how desperate I am to be near him, as though my body craves his presence. Nate Andrews knows me better than anyone. But if he thinks another bump in the road is going to throw me off course, then he is greatly mistaken. I turn back to Ryan. Nate is coming with us, I announce. Sure thing, Ryan says. It's work, I whisper to Nate, hoping my reassurance will be enough. The only thing I know how to do. Nate nods once. If you say so. Chapter 25. Nagarunui Beach is cold and quiet, and after a 10-minute location scout, the four of us park up near a grassy mound overlooking fresh, untouched sand. Glimmers of sunlight bounce off white folds of broken waves, leaving lazy white strikes as they retreat. Tim and Ryan climb out of Ryan's rental car first and begin setting up the cameras, including the drone that flies above us, getting establishing shots of the dreamy beach. Nate sits on the edge of the open boot. I am beside him, making the most of the light to smooth on foundation and detangle my hair. I spent the entire journey here planning this in my head, and I want to look half decent for this. Caught on the ocean breeze, the affirmation I pulled out earlier blows from my bag and onto the grass. Nate leans forward, handing it to me. Any chance it says, "My ex-fiancé is a total knob, and to grace him with another second of my presence is 1 second too many?" he asks. He says this with such humour that I almost miss the intensity of his gaze. How he presses his hand against mine as I take the paper from him. 0, I'm afraid, I reply. It says, "The names I lost led me to be found." Whatever that means. I shove it in my back pocket as Ryan calls across from the folding work desk he's set up. "Can you believe it?" he says. "This is so perfect." "Yeah," I say. I sound excited. I don't know why. Nate turns to me with such a disappointed expression. It reminds me of the first night I came back to Lymington, when we met at the dump. When I stupidly thought I could walk back into his life as though nothing had happened. He watches me as I smear lipstick on. Pink this time. The scarlet alternative felt like playing a game I knew I'd lose. "What are you thinking?" he asks. "I'm thinking that something good should come out of this trip, right? Ruby Oliver didn't get the happy ever after she hoped for, but Ruby darling will." Nate jumps off the boot, scanning the path that leads to the sand. "You're not staying?" I ask. There's a crack in his calm shell. I see it in the way he grinds his teeth before trying to conceal it with a hand over his thickened stubble. "No. Please don't go, Nate." I feel like I'm begging. This doesn't feel like something I'm needed for. The words fly out of me. I need you. During the hour-long drive to this beach, Nate was quiet, listening to Ryan and Tim plan the scene. The running, the lifting, the kissing. But whatever he was keeping to himself in that car runs free now. Every last thought. I can't watch you be someone you're not. I can't watch the woman I felt. I can't watch you disappear into this fake version that doesn't even scratch the surface of who you are. One that doesn't show your beauty, treats your shyness as some fatal flaw, as though you're not sat there absorbing all the little things other people miss, learning about them, caring in your quietness. You have a memory like a goddamn encyclopedia, yet the camera comes on and you act like you can't recall your own damn birthday. The ocean breeze roars past my ears, but I'm certain there's no oxygen in it because I can't pull anything into my lungs. My soul is on fire, my feelings ablaze. Nate! I say his name like it's the last word that will ever leave my lips. What are you saying? He softens. The sweet, gentle Nate is still in there. I'm saying that Ruby Oliver is the best person I've ever met. Ruby darling is a poor man's substitute. I understand what he means, because I feel it too. This disconnect. I have principles. The problem is I cannot afford to live by them. I have bills to pay, a career hanging by a thread. Do you truly believe we came all this way just to go back to square one? That the universe put you through all this shit, this heartache with your dad, for you to default back to how things were? I stumble over my thoughts. They're firing at me, too fast to latch onto. All my affirmations, everything I've learned about myself, honesty, fears, what makes me happy. And what has it all led to? "Ruby, babes," Ryan calls. "We're ready over here." Nate's voice deepens, serious in his delivery. "I know you think you need to do this, but you don't." "Ruby," Ryan calls again. Nate groans, and I see the moment he gives up. His palms raise to the azure sky as he shakes his head. "I'll be back in 2 minutes, I tell him. Please, Nate." I give him a stern look as I thrust the camcorder into his hands. "Trust me." I walk to Ryan and Tim, and while I feed the microphone under my jumper, they explain that there are 3 cameras and a drone. "So, this is the setup." Ryan talks me through his plan like he's directing a low-budget movie. Where he'll find me, looking solemnly out to the ocean, how he'll swoop me into his arms, how we'll kiss and make up, literally. "Won't people see through this?" I ask when he positions me, alone on a rock, the wind sweeping through my hair. I look like I belong in a moody music video. "Everyone loves a love story," Ryan says. "They'll believe whatever we show them." This is the happiest he's looked in years, rejuvenated by the thrill of the chase, the excitement of being the main character again. I'm simply his B story, an actress playing a part, the lost girl he gets to find. Ryan positions himself in the centre of the car park. Then the sound of him calling my name bursts through the air. The camera is rolling. Here we go. I flick my hair dramatically as I turn to see him running across the uneven ground. He's got the gumption of a reality TV star, a Ken doll of stiff limbs and a plastic expression. Tim glides the camera between us, and a familiar feeling surges inside me, my finger hovering over the on switch. Smile, gush, perform. But that part of my life is over. For good. As planned, Ryan reaches me and drops to his knees on the damp grass, hands on my hips, begging. He tells me how long he's been looking for me. I place my hands limply on his shoulders and feel his nails dig into my waist, urging me to say something, to stick to the agreed script, crying over how much I've missed him, how much he means to me. But none of it comes. So he takes the lead, spilling endless words about how far he's travelled, the places he's been, the hardship he's faced trying to get back to me. Then he stands, lifting me onto my tiptoes, pressing his nose against mine. Then his final declaration. "I'm never going to let you out of my sight again." What a horrid sentiment. Ryan lowers me, enough so that our lips could touch. With one closed inch, he'll have his money shot, the thing he came here for, because I'm certain, despite what he says, it wasn't me. Ryan's smile is victorious as he lowers me, further still, our bodies sliding into a locked position. It's my moment to strike, and I make it loud enough for every microphone and drone and camera to pick up, even the one in Nate's hand. Action. "How many times did you cheat on me, Ryan?" My voice is clear and steady, and I watch as the words land, the adrenaline violently rising between us. "Was it just the one time, when I caught you fucking yourself in our living room with the woman on the other end of the laptop? Or was it more than—" "No!" Ryan stares at me, eyes thunderous. I asked you a question, and no isn't the answer. I put my hands on his chest and push myself away from him. "How many websites? How many times?" "What are you talking about?" His play-dumb act might fool the faceless people he's saying this for, but not me. Not anymore. He cuts a look at Tim, who immediately shuts off the recording, but it doesn't matter, because my cameraman is gladly picking up the slack. Nate looks glorious behind the camcorder, leaning on the hood of the car, legs crossed. A ginormous smile fills his face. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. The sex streaming you've been engaging in for what, our entire relationship?" Ryan's jaw darts back and forth. "It isn't cheating!" "The whole world might believe you are this dreamy, wonderful fiancé who dotes and spoils and adores me, who tracks me down on the other side of the world because he can't bear to be apart from me, who saves me from the big, bad internet when my reputation is on its knees. But I know better. I know what you did. I know that I told you I wanted space, and I know that the most exciting thing about this whole thing for you is what it's always been: views and validation. This is ridiculous, he says. His ears glow red. His eyes have that lost little boy look in them. How do you think the internet would react if they knew the truth? They'll never talk. We've got agreements in place. I laugh, imagining him asking every person he'd digitally fooled around with to sign a confidentiality agreement. Because of course he would. He might be cruel, but he's not stupid. Not with me, you haven't. Ruby, I love. Don't you dare, I yell. Someone who loves me would never do what you did, would never abuse my trust like that. He lifts his hand to stroke my face and I recoil in disgust. I swear I never touched another woman. You think that matters? You think that doesn't make it real? Yes, he spits. We have spent the last 6 years playing this game, showing people what we want them to see, the best of us. Not you moping around the house with your hair unwashed, those stupid pimple stickers on your face, bitching at me for going to the gym or out with the boys. Pretending is what we do. It was no more real than any of that. The version of me he's painted, the first descriptors he jumped to, tell me everything. He doesn't care for Ruby, the real Ruby, the one with her flaws and humanity. He wants primed, perfect Ruby. And thank God, she's long gone. It's real to me, I say. I notion over his shoulder, and when he turns to look, Nate gives him a little wave. And I suspect it will be real to everyone else, too. You're blackmailing me, he says, incredulous. No, I say. I'm giving you a gentle reminder that I have proof of what you did to me. And now you can act accordingly. He speaks through tight lips. And how is that? I want my name off the flat's rental agreement with immediate effect. No early exit penalties. I want 2 weeks to myself to clear out my things without you there. I want you to explain to the internet that I never cheated, that it was all a convenient narrative you used to try and win me back, which you didn't. And lastly, I want you to make sure the name Ruby Darling never leaves your mouth again, or I hit post on that retro little video recording of mine. For fuck's sake, this is insane. He looks at Tim to help him, but Tim just shrugs. This is clearly above his pay grade. You wanted a dramatic reunion, Ryan. I gave you one. I walk to Nate, giving him a winning smile. He matches it twofold. You're walking away from a huge opportunity, Ruby, Ryan calls. No, I say, flicking my hair over my shoulder with an eat shit grin. I'm walking away from you. Shockingly, Ryan and Tim don't offer us a lift back to the hotel. Nate and I are technically stranded, but we make the best of it. We explore the beach, collecting sand between our toes, tasting the salty air on our tongues. I do wobbly cartwheels, Nate runs to the waves. We are as free as the birds. Eventually, we find a small beach vendor along the road and buy ice creams. Then grab a spot on a splintered wooden bench and eat. Next time you plan on unleashing a revenge fantasy like that, could you let me in on it so I can sort the travel arrangements? Nate says with a smile. I laugh. Yeah. Didn't think that part through. He licks his strawberry cone, keeping his eyes on the shoreline as he nudges my knee with his and says, Proud of you. I rest my head on his shoulder. I close my eyes and finally relax. I'm proud of me too. After we've eaten, we ask the cashier for a number for a taxi firm and pay a small fortune for a ride back to the hotel where the camper is parked. With less than 48 hours until our flight home, we have nowhere to go, nowhere to be. So I drive. We roll through pretty suburbs. We get lost in boxy grey industrial areas. I balance cardboard cups of coffee between my knees. We have a picnic dinner of fresh fruit and convenience store crisps and dips. The miles tick over. The hours pass by. I suppose we're looking for somewhere to camp for the night, but mostly we're talking. About life in Lymington, about my travels, filling in the gaps from 10 years apart. How my relationship with Ryan went from real to ruin. You kissed him, Nate says. The deep edge to his voice makes me take my eyes off the road long enough to look at him. There's heat there, emerald envy. I wonder if I'm imagining it. I didn't actually, I say. Looked like it from where I stood. Ah, the camera always lies, I say. It's easy to pretend. He shifts his weight in his seat, shoulders angled to me, face forward. Were you pretending when you kissed me? You kissed me? I almost take the bait until I see the corner of his mouth rise. It was nothing like when we kissed. And why is that? There's little light now that the sun is set. Only the flickering glow of streetlights as we speed past. Yet he brightens somehow. This conversation should feel treacherous, terrifying even. But it's as if we both want it too much to care for the consequences. I would have told you last night, but you fell asleep. Forgive me for travelling not only around the world, but also across a whole damn country in the last 12 days, all because a beautiful woman asked me to. I saw a mattress and my body did what it does. Beautiful, I say. He holds that compliment as if it's the truest thing he's ever said. Breath-stealingly so. My mouth falls open, but before I can even acknowledge the enormity of what he's confessed, he's changing the subject, veering us away from fire, while I desperately try to keep myself warm. Ryan wasn't what I thought he'd be like. I mean, he looked exactly like I expected, but I don't know. I thought he'd be less narcissistic? Yeah, that, he says, and more human. I always pictured you ending up with someone who makes you the centre of his world. And not in a pushover way, just someone who appreciates how lucky they are to wake up every day and get to spend it with you. Who never takes it for granted because they know tomorrow isn't a given. They know you might up and leave for the next adventure before they're ready, but they'll never clip your wings because they know how badly you need to fly. The next words fall from my lips before I even know what they are. So someone like you. The silence is so dense I swear I can feel it. Is that how you see me? Nate says, so gentle it could break and heal my heart at the same time. I repeat what he said to me at the beach earlier. You're the best person I've ever met. Our gazes hold firm until the road forces me to look away. He exhales with a slow headshake. An idiot by any other name. The phrase makes me think of my affirmation, the one I pulled out earlier at the beach. The names I lost led me to be found. A hazy memory thrusts to the surface. Any other name. I straighten, tightening my grip on the wheel as adrenaline fires through my chest. Wait. The names I lost. I accidentally slam my foot on the brake and the camper judders to a stop in the middle of the road. The car behind, rightly, flips me off as they pass us. Shit, Rubes! Nate clutches at the strap of the seatbelt. There's already a thick pink line across the side of his neck. I know our luck is running low, but I don't think we're at multi-car pileup levels yet. Sorry, I say, trying to calm my heart rate. I slowly indicate, pulling the camper onto the edge of the road. I need to make a call. Tell them I'm being held against my will. I don't laugh. I can't even find a hint of humour in this, as I look for the phone in the glove box. By any other name, I repeat as I pull the handbrake. Stanley. Nate looks at me as though I'm having an unhinged moment. Stanley, I say once more. I grab the flip phone, ignoring that there's a new message from Kira on the screen, and going straight to my mum's number. The phone rings 6 times before Mum answers, voice husky from sleep. Darling, is everything okay? I think I might have made a massive mistake, I say. Nate didn't take it well, she assumes. I choose not to acknowledge how mortifying it is that he's heard that. Dad's name, I say. What is it? Stanley Oliver, she confirms, and I hear it the same way I've always heard it. Am I going insane? Maybe, probably. But to be sure, I ask her to say it one more time, slowly. This time she hits all the correct pauses, and Nate's eyes widen to find mine. Holy shit. Stan, I say, pausing. Lee, I breathe. Oliver. Yes, she confirms. I press my forehead against the cold glass of the driver's side window. This whole time, we've been looking for Stanley. Oh no, Mum says. Darling, I thought you knew Lee was his middle name. Whilst Mum supported me in this search as much as her emotions would allow, I hadn't involved her as much as I clearly should have. I never showed her the names I was researching. I must have forgotten in the madness of it all, I reply in a small voice. I look at the dark sky. One last middle finger from the cosmos. Or a simple human mistake. Both things can be true at the same time. But what matters is what I do about it. Mum reconfirms everything else I thought I already knew, date of birth, his career, education, all of which I had correct. I'm seeing a friend for breakfast. Can I call you later, or will you be sleeping? She asks. I look at Nate. I'm not sure. Keep me updated, she says before she hangs up. Nate and I stare at each other. Too scared to feel confident smiles creep across our faces. The names I lost led me to be found, I say. I can't believe this, he replies. This means we need to find internet access, like immediately. Nate reaches over me to switch on the ignition again. For the first time, we are in complete agreement on that. We find Hamilton Public Library on our map and head straight there. It's an enormous glass-fronted building that without its name in big bold letters on it, you could easily mistake for a hotel. It's late, but open, and we walk inside thinking we're the luckiest people in the world, until a polite but clearly exhausted receptionist tells us there's no one around to authorise new members before they close, that she can't, therefore, let us through the barriers. The receptionist, Victoria, so her name badge tells me, stands legs wide, arms crossed. She's the same height as me, and yet it's oddly intimidating. She's the last hurdle between us and the information we need. Nate and I share a pained expression. I beg to use her computer. Nate, in one of the most surprisingly sexy moves I've ever seen, slides her a $20 note. She doesn't move from her power stance. I'm sorry, she says. You should have come earlier. But we couldn't, Nate tells her before launching into an abbreviated version of what we're doing here, who I am, what I'm looking for. Wait, you're Ruby Darling? Her arms drop to her sides, eyes alight in realisation. I've been following you for years! You helped me plan my itinerary for my holiday to Japan last year. Oh, wow, I say. It's beautiful over there, I loved it. It really is. I went to Chuishu like you recommended. I enjoyed the most incredible hot spring. I break into a smile. Did you know that legend states that they were originally discovered by foxes? Isn't that cool? I feel Nate beam beside me. Goddamn encyclopedia, he says through a proud laugh. I had no idea, Victoria says before gushing. See, this is why I love your content. I was following this other travel influencer before I found you. Smug guy he was. Obviously came from money. He had the most. Nate clears his throat. Anyway, look at me chewing your ear off. Seeing as you helped me out. She looks behind her, then to the barrier blocking our access. I can give you 10 minutes. She presses a button, and the metal barrier opens. On the second floor, I take a seat on a trendy lime green chair. Nate grabs a purple swivel one from another desk and slides to the desk beside me. I type in New Zealand white pages, and then my father's name. The right one. This is it. One last try. Come on, universe, I say. I look at Nate, and then I press enter. Chapter 26. It's early morning when we pull up outside a thin, 2-story terraced house with white cladding in Botany, Auckland. It's in need of some TLC with the front gate off its hinges and chips in the outer paintwork. But it's homely and quiet. The downstairs window next to the front door glows gold. Someone is home. Nate and I stayed in the library until a security guard with a flashlight escorted us out. We cross-checked all 45 listings for Stan L. Oliver in New Zealand. We checked socials and search engines. Every stone was turned. And then we found him. Stan. Dad. There he was on a blog post for a local community centre. The award-winning pianist offering lessons to school children, limited places, so don't miss out. His toothy smile, so familiar, despite the grey hair and deep laughter lines. He looks happy. He looks like me. The eyes, the face shape. We cross-referenced against public records, and up popped the address. We're sitting outside now. We tried to sleep after the library, both climbing into our beds fully clothed, lying face to face in the moonlight, possibly the streetlight. I was too charged to properly notice. Neither of us could sleep, so we drove straight here, sitting outside his house like we're officers on a stakeout. I look at the house again and take a deep breath. It feels different to the other times. More certain. I stare at the window, wondering if what's behind that wall is going to be the magic elixir to fix my life. The missing piece. I reach into the back of the camper under my pillow and pull out my red suede bag. For courage, I say. Nate doesn't make a joke. He doesn't even tease me as my shaking hands pull out a shred of paper and I unfold it with beady eyes. I know it's ludicrous to put so much meaning behind it, but I can't help it. My silent advisor. I am dependent. I stare at the words. I check the back, I scrape my nails along it, trying to unfold more, but there's nothing. No, 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 no. What is it? Nate asks. I look at him and he jerks his head back, panicked. What? He repeats. It says, I will not. Where's the rest? My heart is beating in my throat, my hands are trembling so much I can barely hold the drawstrings of the bag open. I will not what? I will not what? I am in a ferocious panic. I drop the remaining folded pieces of paper in my lap, scrambling to make sense of this. Should I pull another one? Pretend that didn't happen? Should I? It's just paper, Nate tells me softly. It's not about the affirmation. It's about not trusting myself. About not having the courage of my convictions. About not knowing what I'm doing with my life, I say. I must have cut it off when I was blindfolded. The other half must be... I scramble through the remaining paper on my lap until Nate's warm hands clutch mine. I stop still. Every time Nate touches me, I get a sudden, purposeful dose of affection, and my heart roars with excitement. But surprisingly, this time it quietens. It slows and steadies. Breathe, he says. I have no idea where the nearest hospital is. I can't handle a cardiac arrest, okay? He waits for me to nod. Then he breathes with me, silently, until I'm rational again, composed. You don't need a piece of paper to help you handle this, Rubes. After everything you've faced, this'll be easy. I clamp the inside of my cheek between my teeth. It's one thing to be rejected by the world, it's a totally different thing to be rejected by your own flesh and blood. I need something. You have me, Nate says. This, flesh and blood, us. Rubes, we're the same. He lowers his face so I can meet his eye. The strongest feeling hits me. It's gratitude and relief and longing all mixed into one giant emotion. He's looking at me like he cares, truly cares. The same way he looked at me at 16, bundling my tipsy self out of a party and taking me home safe. The same way he looked at me when we met up in that cafe and he told me about his dad. And the same again on the ferry north, when he told me our friendship is bigger than our mistakes. Nate is the one person who makes me feel as though I can do anything. As though whatever decision I make, it will be the right one. I want to tell him this, those exact words, let them loose and hope to God he feels the same. But there's no time for any of that because a man that even in the early morning light looks so much like the picture Mum kept, is leaving his house. Oh my God, I say. Nate must see it too, the likeness, because I feel his whole body tense beside me. Is he? The man reaches the end of his garden, opens the gate, and heads for a small silver car. There's no time for doubt, for insecurities. It's now or never. I jump onto the pavement. I run 5 steps, stopping at the man. I don't even need to ask, I just know. Stan, I say. He turns, keys loose in his hands. At first, his face is full of annoyance. Then it shifts into subtle bewilderment. And then slowly, the creases around his eyes deepen. The wisps of grey around his mouth rise. I don't know how, but he recognises me. He knows exactly who I am. Dad, I say. It can't be. His words are all breath. He steps back unsure, eyes scanning my face. Ruby? He glances behind me to where I feel Nate hovering, close enough to make me feel safe, but far enough so that he doesn't seem intrusive. Not that he ever could be. I hold out the photograph. He takes one glance, then his face twists in pain. It's you, he says. It's me. Our tentative gazes connect. I open my mouth once, twice. I've imagined this moment so many times, and now I'm speechless, I say. Stan, Dad, closes his eyes, then steps closer. He wraps his arms around my shoulders, pulling me in for a warm embrace. I shake in his arms for a moment. Then I cry. So does he. My little girl, he says before pulling back. He twists a strand of red hair around his finger as he assesses my face. You must be, 26? All grown up? 28, I correct. Longer than I thought, he says. Longer than I ever wanted. His phone rings in his pocket. He pulls it out and the name Janet fills the screen. He frowns before cancelling the call. I'm supposed to be somewhere, but... He holds out his arm. Come inside, can we talk? How long do I have? I glance at Nate for an answer. Take however long you need, he replies, happiness personified. I'll be waiting right here. Chapter 27. The house is messy. The narrow hallway is filled with open cardboard boxes. Kitchen utensils and books spill out over the floor. In the lounge, the television is still on, and there's a half-eaten bowl of porridge on a tray on the patchy fabric sofa. The house smells warm, almost like old gravy. Excuse the mess, I haven't long moved in, he says. A few months, maybe 6. Lucky to have found you, I reply, realising how true that is. I found you on a blog post advertising your piano lessons. The only time I get to play anymore, he says. Something he clearly isn't happy about. You would struggle to fit a keyboard in this crowded house, let alone a piano. And I needed the extra money, he adds. In such a meaningful tone, it makes me wonder if he's questioning my motives. I'm not here for... I didn't mean sorry, he says. Just oversharing, I tend to do that. We have that in common. Dad smiles before entering his small beige kitchen, opening and closing drawers as if searching for something. Is it just you and your partner here? He's not my... I pause. We don't need to argue the incidentals. Yeah, it's just us. Your mother, he says. It's not a question, but it is. She's at home. Dad comes to the kitchen door. I can't tell if he's relieved or upset by that news. He holds up 2 mugs. I don't have English tea. Water's fine, thank you. He nods, retreating to the kitchen. Water runs, a kettle boils. I try and make myself comfortable, but my whole body feels as though it's in the wrong place. As though I've been picked up and plopped in another timeline. I feel 12 years old again, overflowing with insecurities, shrivelling in self-doubt. Like me, love me. The same little girl who fell asleep with tears on her face, wondering how he could do this, how he could abandon us, and never look back. I glance around the room, looking for clues to the man he is. I hunt for family photographs, for a framed degree certificate, a shiny saxophone. But there's nothing. Everything about it screams generic space in generic house. He reappears with the mugs. His steaming, mine ice cold. This isn't how I thought my weekend would start, he says. I'm a little unsure where to begin. Maybe with the obvious. How did you find me? I blow out a breath. That's a long story. I'd love to hear it. I give him an abridged version. I tell him about my travels, the orchestras I followed, how a run of bad luck led to Mum confessing she knew he was in New Zealand. That was news to me, I say. Before this, all I knew was that you were a musician, that you'd taken a job in an orchestra, that you weren't ever coming back. He frowns. That wasn't the original plan. I was working, I sent money. The idea was to come back when things had died down, but life happened. Just because I wasn't there doesn't mean I didn't want to be. He reaches across the sofa, touching my knee. It feels weird. And now I think about it, so did our earlier hug. As though it's too soon for such contact. I smile through the discomfort. I'll adjust, it takes time. But that's in the past. Your mother can't rewrite the things she did, and neither can I. But you're here now, in this moment, and I want to know all about you. Who you are, what you do, what led you here. I start at the beginning. About my childhood in Lymington. I push through the worst of my school days, little hints at how lonely I was, but without bringing down the jovial mood. I tell him what I studied at college, how I met some amazing friends, how I left them all behind in search of something I never found. He gets it, because he did the same. I don't tell him that it's a mistake he could have spared me from making. Then I flash forward to bumping into Kira and talk him all the way through to now. We spend almost 2 hours talking. Dad is fully engaged, frowning and smiling at all the right parts. He listens. He watches me with amazement. It's everything I wanted from him. I never wanted him to be magnificent. I only wanted him to be. To know my world and exist within it. He tells me about his life now. How he gave up playing saxophone professionally decades ago. Everyone said it was going to come back into trend, but I'm still waiting. I stuck with piano instead. I'd love to hear you play, I say. Your mother had recordings. Did she never... I shake my head before he can finish. It was hard for her, after. It was hard for me too. He clears his throat and tells me how he worked in Europe for a few years, then came to New Zealand for a job. An offer of a lifetime that would see him playing every day in a world-renowned orchestra. But the company went bust a few years later. Why didn't you come back when the company folded? I ask. My heart reaches the back of my throat, its survival based solely on the answer he gives. I made my bed, he replies. I figured it was best to lie in it. Resentment creeps into my heart space, but I fight it. Did you meet someone else? Start a family? I cringe at the poor choice of words. Another one, I mean. I already have enough of those, he says. I've been dating over the years, never remarried, though. My partner Janet lives in Grafton, not far from here. She's great. He doesn't sound overly sure. His gaze is stern. She doesn't compare to your mother, of course. No one ever could. The words make me sad. I wonder what she would say if she heard him talk like that. I can't imagine it would give her any peace. And Kira, he says after a moment of almost awkward silence. You're close? After everything I told him about how hard I found making friends, it's sweet he picked up on her name. We lost touch for a while when I was travelling, but yeah, she's great. And what does she do for a living? She runs a tattoo studio in Lymington. She's quite the artist. Creative. He smiles, but I don't understand why. There's another lull in the conversation. I fight the uncomfortable feeling by telling myself it's natural, that we're getting to know each other. It's my biggest regret, he says quietly. Leaving you girls. There's a genuine melancholy in his eyes. The remorse weighs him down, rounds his shoulders, curves his spine. My first instinct is to tell him that it's okay, that Mum and I coped, that it was tough, but we got through it. Except the words won't come. As though my body knows they aren't true. I have felt an unspoken vindication for this man for all these years, but now it's long gone. It wasn't right what he did to us. You missed out on my whole life, I say. Was that what you wanted? Not at all. He looks up, urgent. His already clouded eyes are filled with tears. I was young. About the age you are now. I thought I had everything figured out. I thought I had a handle on it. Evidently, I didn't. You ran away to the other side of the world. You left us behind. As soon as I say it, I feel like a giant, inflamed hypocrite. We are more alike than I thought. It was complicated, he says. I was born here. I came home. But you already had a home, I counter. I'm getting snippy. I slam my mouth shut. This isn't how I want this to go. I came here to meet him, to bring him into my life, to make a new life path with him in it. This is one more thing I'm trying to sabotage. Why? Darling, he says. His English twang has been subtle, but with this word it's clear as day. I know you must be feeling all sorts of things. That you're jet-lagged and face-to-face with this strange old man you barely remember. It's not going to be easy. But you came, which means, on some level, you have to be okay with it. Lean into that feeling, please. I want to, I say, but I'm not entirely sure that's true. How I wish I'd had that last affirmation. I wish I knew how to handle this. I can't change what I did. I can't erase what happened and the pain that followed. But, now you're here, maybe I could return the favour. Come to England for a few weeks, make amends. I picture it, and all I feel is guilt. I'm not sure Mum would want that, I tell him. What about Kira and Odette? My neck snaps back. At first I think I've misheard him. But in the silence that follows, the sentence plays over in my head. Once, twice, 10 times. Did he just say Odette? Kira's mum? Odette, I repeat. What does she think of you being here? I don't know. He sighs with the understanding I desperately crave. I get it. I can imagine things are complicated. I blink, trying to catch up. He clearly thinks I know more than I do. I decide to go along with it. Yeah, so complicated. Things were different back then. Technology wasn't what it is now. And accidents happen. It was one of those things. I never intended for it to escalate like that, but it did, and so I did my best to protect everyone by keeping things separate. A clean boundary. They were in Bournemouth. You and your mother were in Lymington. It worked that way. No one got hurt. I close my eyes as I try to work out how that tall, kind woman has anything to do with this situation. And then the pieces align. It all makes sense. My stare is hard and full of hatred. You were having an affair. He scoffs. It wasn't an affair. It's the meekest lie I've ever heard. It was an overlap. Besides, you're here, Ruby, and you're close with your sister. You tracked me down. You must have accepted this or you wouldn't be here. He reaches for me again. I flinch away from his touch. Oh, you didn't know, he says as realization hits and regret sweeps across his face. Dominoes cascade in my mind. How on earth would I know? I see myself in the student centre, chatting with my friends, my first real ones. Kira telling me how she'd moved to Lymington from Bournemouth when she was a little girl, that her mum married Kira's stepdad when she was 10, that they loved the same things, live music, drums, fine art sketching. She didn't know her real dad, and because of her stepdad, she never felt the need to. I felt jealousy, sick to my stomach jealousy, because I wished I knew what that felt like. Little did I know Kira and I had more in common than I could ever have imagined. You had 2 homes, 2 families. Mum used to tell me you were travelling with the orchestra, that you were touring the world, when in reality you were an hour's drive away. Sometimes I was doing that. I had to earn a living. Did Mum know? No, he exhales as if this conversation is painfully inconvenient. Odette. He pauses, looking to the ceiling. For courage, for forgiveness, who's to say? Odette is a lovely woman. When she moved to Lymington against my advice, he adds as though he heroically tried to spare her. It didn't take her long to make friends, to hear things about other aspects of my life. She found out about Mum and me from someone else? I gasp in horror, imagining myself in her shoes, learning that the man I love, the father of my child, was already married, and through the rumour mill. I'm not proud of it. If I could go back in time and change it, I would. I would come clean. I would not destroy the lives of 2 unsuspecting women. I holler. That too, he says. The softness of his words makes me look like a fire-breathing dragon. I feel like one too, as I lean forward, hands on my knees, desperate for breath. When she discovered the truth, Odette and I fought. We broke up. It was messy and angry and heartbreaking for everyone. For the babe, Kira. I wanted to keep it between us until I knew how to broach the subject with your mother, but Odette was hurting. She wanted to tell her. And I knew how much it would kill her, so you bolted. Anger pulses, red hot, reaching the back of my throat as I realise what he's not saying. And you didn't even tell her why. How could I? He whimpers. I put one hand on the wall, the other on my forehead, desperate to stop the room spinning. Odette never told Mum. Of that I'm sure. She kept the secret of my dad being in New Zealand from me, but she wouldn't have been able to hold on to this. It would have eaten her alive. Like it's doing to me right now. My eyes rake over this weak, lonely old man. A fraction of the man I'd placed on that pedestal. You fucking coward. Ruby, I did what I thought was best. For who? You? The man who I no longer want to call my father stands. He's only a little bit taller than me, but it's still ominous. My muscles tighten. I glance to the window, wondering if Nate is still outside. Have you never made a decision that at that time you thought was right? That would spare people from pain when in actual fact you were the one who had caused it? Everyone makes mistakes, I say, but everyone doesn't make the same mistake over and over for years. That's not fair. None of this is fair. I surprise myself at my volume. We are eye to glaring eye. What you did to Mum, to me, to Odette, to Kira, the pain you caused, the lies, 2 families ruined. And for what? I loved them both. Oh, how fucking noble! Ruby, he says. There's a darkness in his eyes now, a warning to watch my tone, the type of scold a parent easily gives. But it takes more than matching DNA to be a parent. He never was. And he never will be. All these years, I say, I thought I was missing out on a relationship with you, that my life would have been so much better if you'd stayed, if you'd cared for me. But now I know that the only person you're capable of caring about is yourself. That is not true, he says. There's a desperation seeping out of him, so acrid I swear I could choke on it. I don't want to hear any more, I say. It's so blindingly obvious to me now what this whole quest was about. What I've spent my whole life doing. Chasing. Chasing the next high. Running after the next thing that's going to make me feel complete. Only to hold it in my hands and feel nothing. I grab my purse. I leave the picture on the sofa. I no longer want it. My mum is a kind woman. So is Odette. Neither of them deserved what you put them through. They may never get the chance to tell you what you are, and maybe they've moved on so much they wouldn't want to, but I take a slow breath as my affirmations fill my mind. Truth. Owning my feelings. Being brave. Trusting my fears. Hear me when I tell you this, because it's the last thing you'll ever hear me say. You're a piece of shit. I walk to the front door. Stan is calling out behind me, telling me I'm overreacting, that I can't do this, that I should hear him out. My response is to slam the front door behind me. My chest shudders with the need for release, but I won't do it on his land, where he could even get an inkling that he's hurt me. The way he spent his whole life hurting me. I walk fast along the road, hands curled into fists. I swing open the camper door. Nate immediately takes his feet from the dashboard and puts his newspaper aside. He sits up, alert. What? He says, urgent. What happened? I manage to climb into the front seat and shut the door before it bursts out of me. A hurricane of emotion. Nate has his palms on my cheeks, fingers in my hair, desperately trying to pull answers from me. Did he hurt you? Did he? Nate stares, hard and venomous, at the house, then reaches for the handle of the door. No, stay. I need you. Nate wraps his arms around my shoulders, pulling me into him. I shake silently to the sound of his gentle assurances. It's okay, he says, stroking my hair. It's okay, I'm here, Rubes, no matter what. Kira! I snort through a mess of tears. Nate pulls back, reaching for the flip phone in the glove box. I can call her. No, I say. Kira, she's... We lock eyes. Nate, she's my sister. The camper falls silent. I hear Nate's shock in his stifled breath. He blinks a few times, as though he must have misheard. Kira's your... he repeats. I nod, and 2 warm droplets hit my cheeks. He was having an affair, I say. With Odette, he lived a double life. He thought I'd forgiven him. He thought I knew. He thought I was okay with it. Piece of shit, Nate growls. I sniff. That's what I said. He runs his hand over my damp cheek. I wish I knew how to make this better. I have one last look at Stanley Oliver's house. He hasn't followed me. Once again, he has the fight of a legless mouse. Get me out of here, please. Where do you want to go? I tell him the truth. Anywhere with you. Nate nods, then slides the camper into first gear. That I can do. Chapter 28. Nate treats me to lunch at a Mexican chain restaurant in the centre of Auckland. It was only a short drive into the city. It took longer to find somewhere to park. Nate and I haven't said much since we left Stan's house. I've been gazing out of the window, processing. It's a busy Saturday with shoppers rushing past. A pair of exhausted waiters take our orders and deliver our burritos in between hanging limp Christmas decorations from the ceiling fans. I'd almost forgotten it's late November, Nate says, trying to distract me from my mental overload. Travelling will do that, I say. We lose all sense of time and place. The real world ceases to exist. I picture Mum at home, staying up late, phone on loud, waiting for me to update her. What the hell am I going to say to her? I blurt through a mouthful of rice and beans. Nate doesn't need me to clarify who I mean. You'll know when you see her, he replies. It's a pragmatic answer, full of confidence in me, but it doesn't help much. I feel as if I'm about to rip her whole world wide open. Sometimes, Nate says gently, when you've experienced that level of heartache, a little more doesn't feel as heavy. I get the feeling he's referring to Lauren when he says this, as if, when the cut of a breakup was already bone deep, he barely felt the pain of returning a ring. I wonder if he regrets that now, if he wishes he'd fought harder for her. I don't let myself dwell on that. You know Kira so much better than I do. What do you think? Kira has always thought you were amazing. She followed your career, showed me your videos when it killed me to hear your voice. I guess she thought she was helping. I don't know. But her heart is good. She will take it better than you think, I'm sure. That fills me with some hope. I highly doubt she's looking for a familial relationship from me. She already has a close bond with her stepdad's children, 2 younger brothers. But it gives me confidence that she won't rip me out of her life at the news. God knows I could use another friend right now. Odette, however, and the way she looked at me in the corner shop, that's where my reservations lie. I have a confession, I say. Nate startles as though he can't take much more. I saw the message from Kira on the phone. Pleading with you to tell me something? Nate's silence is guilty, but so is mine. I shouldn't have read it. I knew it wasn't for me, but I was curious. I'm sorry. It's our phone. You had every right to look at it, he says. He picks up his drink and sips, clearly stalling. So, he says, resting his chin on his knuckles, eyes closed, preparing himself. I wanted to tell you this sooner, but with everything that's happened the last few days, no time felt right. The impulsive thought strikes like a dagger. You and Kehrt dated? What? He looks amused. No. Oh. Heat floods my face. Sorry, I thought... You're so close. She's my friend, he says, as though reminding me of his boundary lines built with titanium, the ones I keep dreaming about throwing myself through. He heaves out a nervous breath, then fires it at me. I'm not coming home. I drop my fork. You're... what? I'm staying here, in New Zealand. Staying? I gasp. It's not the jalapeno burning my chest. I don't understand. We booked flights. I booked you a return. I booked mine open-ended. I blink a few times, trying to catch up. What? Why? Nate puts his head in his hands. Whatever he sees on my face is too painful to look at. Man, I wish I'd told you earlier. Kehrt told me to, but I honestly didn't think you'd care, or I thought you'd want to stay too with your dad maybe, and we could work out a plan. I thought keeping this to myself would take the pressure off you, but now it's doubled it. But your dad... I know. This decision has wrecked me. I've second-guessed it every 5 minutes since I made it. Every time you mentioned that this was only a 2-week trip, it cut me, knowing I was losing more time with him. But he told me to do this, Rubes, he reminds me. When I told him about this trip, he said he wanted to see me visit all the places he never got to live vicariously through me. I'm going to buy an iPhone so I can take him with me, share all these moments through the screen. I feel guilty as hell that he wants this for me. There's so little I can do for him, but this, to live, that's easy. I stammer out the beginnings of words, no idea how to finish them. That's so beautiful, I say. I wish I'd known you wanted to do this, Nate. Who doesn't want to see the world, he says. I wasn't leaping to do it at 18, but now that I'm older, more financially secure, it's been something I've been thinking about. Before this trip, I'd only ever been to France and Spain, and since everything with my dad, and then Lauren, I need this. For me. To breathe for a while, you know? I know, I say. I half smile, pleased he's putting himself first, but devastated that he's not coming home with me. I'm gonna really miss you. He almost reaches across to touch me, but stops himself at the last second. It's 6 months, that's all. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. I'm pretty sure I said something similar when I left for France all those years ago. It's 1 summer, that's all, a blink of an eye. Life was never the same again. I lift my burrito to my mouth again, but I don't have the appetite to take a bite. So, what's your plan? Tane and the group arrived in the North Island a couple of days ago. I called him when you were with him earlier. Anyway, he's happy for me to finish the rest of the tour with the group. Hobbiton, Rotorua, all the stuff you thought I'd miss out on. And then, on to Australia. Sydney to start. I've got enough money to last me a few months. I smile fully now, picturing Nate geeking out at Hobbiton, and then again in the Sydney sunshine, sipping a beer with lime on Bondi Beach, climbing the walls at the sight of a spider, crawling into a damp sleeping bag with sandy toes, waking up to the sunrise, the light illuminating the gold in his hair, his skin, his eyes, his heart. I want him to experience it, every last second, because it's what he deserves. Even if the thought of me not being there to see it makes me want to crumble into 1,000 broken pieces. Don't go, I want to say. Stay with me. But I would never do that. I would never deny him something he so truly deserves. That is love, I think. Pure love. The thought scratches an itch with a branding poker. I sit back, shocked at the way my heart and mind hopped, skipped, and jumped to that conclusion so easily. Love. This is amazing, I say and mean it. His eyes narrow. You're not mad? I'm high on love, drowning in my own emotions. I swallow the lump in my throat. Why would I be mad? Nate's stare is serious, yet inquisitive. He can't read me this time. Because... He looks at my mouth, then forces his attention back to my eyes. I feel like something has changed. Everything has changed, I say. I came here to find my path, to fix my life. It's like I've made it 1,000,000 times more complicated. Or, he says, you found something you spent your whole life looking for. Family. I nod, slowly, knowing he's referring to my half-sibling, and try to ignore the tiny part of me that wants to believe he's talking about him. Chapter 29. Nate and I stay in Auckland for our last full day together, walking around cobbled Queen Street. Well, it's my last full day. I don't buy anything, but Nate picks up a second-hand iPhone, swearing he won't turn it on until I leave for the airport tomorrow. I made a promise and I'm nothing if not a man of my word. We're under bright fluorescence of a tech store that smells like the burger the guy behind the till is microwaving. There is nothing romantic about this moment. But as Nate looks down at me, a playful glint in his eyes, I feel it again. How much I need him. How much I want him. I think of my failed affirmation this morning, a clear signal that I'm on my own here. That I don't yet trust my heart and head enough to do the thing I so badly want to touch his neck and pull him against me. To kiss him properly this time. To remember it. What? Nate says. You're looking at me funny. He's staying, I remind myself. We have less than 24 hours until this is over. I will not ruin it. I will not risk losing this again. I'll leave you to pay, I say before walking out of the shop. I wait on a bench opposite the store, and Nate strolls into the sunshine 10 minutes later with a giant carrier bag, a long thin box poking out. I don't want to alarm you, but your bag is excited to see me. He smirks. I had an idea. Dangerous? Potentially. He looks along the road, avoiding my gaze. Tonight is our last night together. I know. There's a painful squeeze in my heart. I didn't know it was possible to miss someone standing in front of you. What do you say we buy a mountain of sweets and slip into sugar comas until morning? Nate's eyes finally find mine. I don't know what's behind them, but I know it's something I'm going to like. I think I have a better idea. It's pitch black when we arrive at the Freedom camping zone on the edge of the coast. It's a clear night. The temperature has dropped enough to make me roll up the windows to flip the heat to max, but it means we are spoilt for spots. We have the whole area to ourselves. It takes a few three-point turns to find the best position, high up, overlooking the rocky coastline where the night sky looks as detailed as an oil painting, so real I could extend my fingertips and touch the stars. I step out of the camper, mouth open, not even thinking about the mud under my feet, the bugs in the air, or anything at all beyond the world in this moment. It's so breathtakingly beautiful. This doesn't feel real, I say. I know, Nate replies. He's drenched in the white glow of the Milky Way, of other worlds that hang like dreams above us. This is where we're camping tonight? One hell of an idea, I say. This isn't the idea, he tells me. No? He opens the back door of the camper, pulling out the long cardboard box he purchased earlier. I thought we could scope out that little planet that's been causing you so much havoc, he says. We're stargazing, I squeal, taking the telescope box from his hands and inspecting it as though checking it's real. This must have cost you a fortune. It's worth it. He stops still, noticing my expression. How truly happy I am. After the day we've had, it must be quite the turnaround. His eyes are so intense that I falter. He lifts his hand to my cheek briefly, before running his thumb over my temple. To see the smile that hits the eyes, he says, nothing beats it. As quickly as the gesture began, it's gone. He uses one of our culinary knives to open the box, to pull out the telescope and examine all the parts, not noticing the way I'm tracing the skin he touched. It takes us half an hour to set up as we fumble with paper instructions, flashlights fixed between our teeth, our gloved fingers making heavy work of the delicate screws, and then finally, we position the tripod on the edge of the camper roof, aimed at the sky. The expert said we need to follow the moon, that at this time of night and the time of year we'd be looking around about... Nate holds up his hands, and it's sexy in a geeky kind of way, the way he focuses so intently. Here, he says, confident. His fingertips graze over mine as he takes control. He peers into the ocular, his large hands working in the most precious of motions, as he glides the scope across the night. You consulted experts? He blushes. The guy in the shop gave me a few pointers. I let Nate take the lead, watching him with deep focus as he makes minuscule movements, on the hunt. I think I have it. In record time, I tease, mostly because despite 2 fluffy blankets, coat, hat, and scarf, I'm still shivering. I slide over to Nate, positioning myself to look. He leans against me, careful not to let me touch the eye of the telescope, because the smallest movement could change everything. Don't I know it? I peer into the viewfinder, spotting it instantly. The bronzy gold lump of gas, millions of light years away. I take in the beauty, the wonder of the universe. Then I smile and say, there she is, the little life wrecker. Nate laughs and I pull back to look at him. You want to hear something funny? He says. I'm starting to think you might be onto something with this Saturn return stuff. You're right, I say, deadpan. That's hilarious. He laughs, coy. I've been thinking about it, how the last year has been one huge screw-up after another. Everything in my life fell apart. And then I showed up. And then you showed up, he says, nudging me with his elbow. Nothing about the last few months has felt easy. I wake up every morning worrying about what's going to hit me today, how much more I can take. It's been the hardest year of my life. You were born a few weeks after me, remember? You were in your Saturn return too. He concedes with a reluctant nod. Maybe it's a coincidence. But yeah, maybe it was Saturn. Or the moon. Or Santa Claus riding a meteor, whatever you want to call it. But it was something. I howl a laugh. After all the shit you gave me for believing. I know, he laughs too. Call me converted. We smile at each other. We are the rawest versions of ourselves. Hair in disarray, unwashed clothes, sleep-deprived eyes. Yet the urge to kiss him is so all-consuming I can barely stand it. There was a moment there, with Ryan. I thought I'd lost you again. Nate says. I thought you'd say you were leaving with him. Running back to your real life. It was never my real life, though. That's the thing. Every minute of my life was for someone else, for a camera, for an audience. I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to live for me. His eyes land on mine with a renewed intensity. And what do you want? What do I want? I say, lighter than I feel. I want a new career, one with real meaning. I want to go home, spend time with Mum. I want to get to know my sister. I want to make sure she's okay, that she's not messed up by daddy issues like I am. I want to wake up and not check my phone for at least an hour. I want filters only for coffee and trolls to be fairy tale villains who live under bridges. But most importantly, I want to be Ruby Oliver, whoever she is, whoever she ends up being. Nate smiles again and my heart beats faster, knowing I've earned it, knowing this smile is only for me. I like Ruby Oliver, he tells me. Always have, always will. He means it platonically, I'm sure of it. But my cheeks heat up all the same, tingling against the cold. I glance again at the sky, to that burning ball that led me here. I don't know if I'm supposed to push this, to give in to the impulsive thoughts rushing through my brain. If the universe will find some way to punish me for this. But honestly, at this point, I don't care. There's one more thing I want, I say. My hands are shaking as I drop beside him on the roof. He rolls on his side to face me. I touch his wrist with one finger. He looks at it, then back at me, eyes wide and full of something I've only ever seen once before. The night we danced, right before we kissed. Yeah? I close my eyes. The next word is a pin-drop whisper, a promise I can never unmake. You. I feel Nate's palm on my cheek, and when I open my eyes, any fear I had evaporates. I could say anything to this man, my biggest fear, my darkest secret, and he'd understand. Because it's me, and every part of me is a part he cares about. How? He asks. There's curiosity in his tone, a quiet hope. I want him naked, inside me. I want my head on his chest, listening to his steady, unfaltering heartbeat. I want his friendship, his love. I want to know what sounds he makes when he comes undone. I want absolutely everything. When I fail to answer, Nate moves over me. The weight of him, hard and rigid, makes me catch an icy breath. His stare is as endless as the night sky, as dark as his motives, as he drops his gaze to my mouth. But he's not going to kiss me first. He's going to make me close this gap. I don't even care to understand why. I don't want to question his hesitancy. I just want him. Say it, Rubes. Say the words, and I'm all yours. I kiss him gently, testing. He presses against me, then pulls back. His eyes flick between mine, unsure. I have never felt more certain in my entire life. I want you in every single way you'll have me, I say. He smiles, then crashes his mouth against mine. It hits me like a shot of alcohol, warming me from within, leaving me craving more. I'm electric, burning as bright as the stars. That first kiss in the bar was good. So were the ones that followed, but sloppy with confused intentions. There's no confusion now as Nate grinds against me, hard as steel. I grab his backside, pulling him closer, wrapping my legs around his hips. Our kisses deepen. It's slow and smooth, and oh so good. It's the best make-out session of my life. I pull off our gloves with my teeth and feel him groan as his cold palm slips inside my bra. Is this okay? Please tell me this is okay, he breathes. It's everything, I reply. I feel like I've waited my whole life to touch you, he says through broken breaths. The revelation makes me lean back, squeeze my eyes shut. There's a sparking sensation in my chest, unfurling through my body as the enormity of what he's saying hits. It all comes back to you. This feels so new to me. The danger of it is heart-piercing. But Nate is so measured, so assured, as if he's been building towards this moment since the day we met. I grieved you like a death, Rubes. I'm never going to hurt him again. Touch me like I'm yours, I say. Anywhere, everywhere. It's all for you. He kisses me, unleashed, as if one blink and I'll evaporate before him. His mouth drops to the middle of my chest, kissing my heart, hands running wild as he removes my top, my bra. I slide my fingertips under the waistband of his jeans, rough denim scratching my knuckles. I take him in my hand and his eyes close, the groan that comes from him dripping like warm honey down to my core. Have you ever thought about this? I say, against his neck. His palm slams against the cold metal underneath us, a feral edge to his pleasure. All the fucking time. I take his stutter as a sign I'm doing something right, so I keep going until his eyes turn hazy, his lips trembling against mine. Slow, Rubes, slow, he says, pulling me back, adjusting us until he's on top of me, my head on the blanket. We've got the whole night ahead of us yet. He pulls his top over his head and I reach out, tracing the hard lines of his stomach with my fingertips. The whole night? Let's show Saturn who's boss. The laugh flies out of me, replaced with more kissing. As the rest of my clothes glide away from my skin, the cool night air hits me. But Nate's hot mouth kisses my goosebumps. His touch, his lips, everywhere I never knew I needed them. I'm naked in front of him, in more ways than I thought possible. Holy fucking, Nate sighs, taking all of me in. You're the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Holy fucking yourself, I say. It's my turn to undress him, and I take my time, running my hands over his arms, his thighs, his chest. The boy I knew before is only recognizable in his innocent eyes. The rest of him, his buff, rough exterior, tenses under my touch. Condom, he says, reaching for his tossed-aside jeans, my wallet. For all his talk of not crossing this line, the thought of him buying a packet of condoms while my back was turned makes me smile. We're not waiting a minute longer. Every passing second where we aren't touching is wasted. He rolls on the condom and I stroke his face, running my fingers down his chest. Once it's on, I tighten my grip on the back of his neck, pulling his mouth down to mine again. We're doing this? He says, breathy against my lips. He positions himself right where he needs to be, pausing, waiting for me. A question stings my peripherals. Is this a good idea? The knowledge that there's no going back, that we'll never be the same again, is unavoidable. But any concerns are answered in his loving eyes. I've never wanted anyone the way I want him now, with heart-bursting certainty. Never needed anyone the way I need him, like he's a pillar of my existence. Never loved anyone the way I love him. Like there is always light in the dark so long as he's there. We're doing this, I say. When he's completely inside me, he shudders out. Rubes. Through a disbelieving sigh, I can't believe. He kisses me with so much tenderness, and I feel him smile. I hear his words without him saying them, that this is so unbelievably believable, so implausibly plausible. Nate and Ruby, as though every road, no matter how convoluted, was going to lead us here, to this very moment, eventually. He moves against me, confident and purposeful, and I don't even try to be quiet. We're sharing air, heartbeats, kisses. The stars behind his head explode with every deep thrust. All I can do is lie back and watch him work. His hair falling loose over his forehead, the dark stubble on his jaw, his mouth open, reaching for more of me. Nate. His name is all I need to say. The most exquisite way to describe the dark, messy, dirty thoughts filling my mind. Our bodies crash together, screaming, mine, yours, ours. Rubes, you're so perfect. I can't. Fuck. I'm never doing this with anyone else ever again. I've never seen him look like this before, so hungry and desperate and overwhelmed. He's got me at the center of his attention, and I love it. He reaches down to where our bodies meet, his thumb working in smooth circular motions, and my pleasure peaks. I'm so close, but I'm not ready for this to be over. I clamp my lip between my teeth and fight the wave with everything I have. Nate frowns, eyes full of concentration. He knows I'm holding back. Stop biting that bottom lip and come for me. He pulls me forward until I'm in his lap, his fingers splayed across my ribs, pressing every inch of our skin together. Then he lowers his hands to my bum, grinding deeper into me, until I'm hissing his name, kissing him like I'll die if I don't. When it finally hits, I grip his shoulders, tilt my head to the stars, and let it all out. Until there's nothing left of me, but the sweet, whispered encouragements he's leaving in my ear. I come back to earth as he's falling. Our mouths are open, kissing deeper than we ever have, pouring every scrap of ourselves into the other. When we're still and panting, I collapse against his chest. He doesn't let go, doesn't move. Neither of us speaks. We keep our pounding hearts pressed together, looking up at the same sky we always have. Together. It's the middle of the night and we're still on the roof, naked under fluffy blankets, eating glow-heart sweets and sipping cheap champagne from the bottle. We've had sex twice more, explored every inch of each other, and now, relaxed and empty, I cuddle into his chest, my thigh draped over his stomach. I've seen so many beautiful places on this planet, places I've considered moving to permanently, places I could picture a happy life, a wonderful existence. But not one of them has felt anywhere close to how I feel lying in Nate's arms. Sex with someone for the first time is usually the worst it will ever be. Something to build upon. It didn't feel like that with Nate. It was as though we already know each other, soul deep, that we weren't so much discovering each other, but confirming what we already knew. You know what I can't get over, I say. What's that? The way this feels perfectly normal. Nate is quiet for a second before his rough, tired voice says, "This feels infinitely better than normal." Our noses brush, then he lifts his hand, cupping my jaw, fingertips splayed across my scalp until my skin tingles. He finally kisses me. First. I laugh against his lips. Gotcha. He breaks away with a confused smile. Huh? You said you'd never kiss me first. That there was no way on earth. Gotcha. He sighs, my joke far funnier to me than it is to him. He rolls onto his side, facing me, his elbow pressing into the roof. You want to know why I said that? Why I was so sure? It's all I've been thinking about, I tell him, honestly. Because we're friends. He says it kindly, but it lands like a slap in the face. Friends. Friends who kiss, I correct. I'm not great at explaining myself, especially when it comes to you. It's like there's always been a block there, a barrier I would never cross, he says. Do you remember that Halloween house party we went to second year of college? Everyone was going crazy over it because some guy on the rugby team had a free house. I said I'd drive you. I remember that, I say. His parents put out huge buckets filled with Alcopop bottles like they were party decorations. That's the one, Nate confirms. 50 17-year-olds and unlimited booze. It got messy. Oh God, what did I do? I say, grimacing. As annoying as I am, drunken teenage me was infinitely worse. You didn't do anything, but I'd lost you for a bit. I got caught up with Kira and Adnan. When I found you, you were upset. I was? I remember the party, the dancing, the hangover. But not this. Yeah, he says. I'd left you chatting to some guy in your tourism class. You were talking about coursework, really getting into it. You seemed happy. And then, he closes his eyes. He'd kissed you, completely out of the blue. My eyes widen. I do remember this. I haven't thought about it in over a decade, yet Nate is reciting it as though it happened yesterday. I drove you home and you wouldn't stop talking about it. You were pissed off, rightly so, and considering you were drunk, you were surprisingly eloquent. You said, why do guys always mistake kindness for flirting? Why can it never just be about friendship? Why do they have to push their luck? I swore right then that I'd never be that guy. Not that it had ever crossed my mind to back then, but it cemented a thought I'd known but not fully understood. I was the guy you spoke to about all the shit you went through in school, the one you trusted with your future plans. We hadn't been friends for long, but you were amazing. So funny, so much fun to be with. I loved talking with you, hanging out, doing nothing. All my best days had you in them. I promised myself that I would never do anything to ruin it. Ever. It didn't cross your mind even once? I say. He laughs, pressing his forehead against my temple. That's what you took from that? Shit, Rubes. I smile, then kiss him on the cheek. So, new evidence would suggest I might have kissed you first, I say. It was the best moment of my fucking life. He's smiling too, bright and beautiful. Until tonight, anyway. I'm blinking in disbelief, trying to rearrange our history in my mind, using the magic of hindsight, but coming out more confused than ever. Did you really never think about us before? I ask him. Did you? I clamp my jaw. Raw honesty never flows freely. Not before, but since we've been here. Same, he says. It's like I had you protected in my mind. I never let myself go there. I was in so much denial that even when I came to France to surprise you at the end of that summer, I told myself I was doing it because you were my best friend. Because it was a fun thing to do. But deep down, I knew the pain I felt at you leaving wasn't normal. If I only had platonic feelings for you, I wouldn't have missed you the way I did. I stopped sleeping. Dad kept calling me lovesick. Kehrt had to drag me back into civilization. I was a wreck. All I thought about was you. Refreshing that stupid feed, hoping you'd shared a photo so I had something of you. You were always my favourite person, Rubes. But I don't think I ever let myself admit why until this trip. My eyes fill with tears. All year I felt unlucky, cursed by the cosmos. If it gave me this again, this feeling of being cared for unequivocally, I would take it all again tenfold. We lock eyes. There's a countdown until morning, until we leave for the airport. I feel the urge to check the time, but I don't. My fingers are ice cold. Nate rubs them in his hands, then blows on them. What happens when... It's too hard to finish that sentence. To think of a reality where we're not side by side, exploring the world, living out of each other's pockets. I don't know, he says. I truly don't know. I want you to enjoy yourself, I say. The thought of him even looking at another girl turns my heart to stone, but I'm not about to stand in his way. Not about to take his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and make it all about me. It won't be easy without you. But we'll keep in touch and see what happens, I say, with an optimism I don't feel. Just try getting rid of me again. We both laugh, but it's laced with sadness. It's not perfect. It's not the ending of a great love story, nor the beginning of one. It's a comma. The rest of our story, as yet unwritten. He kisses me, angling my face to his with the softest touch. When he pulls away, he presses his forehead into my shoulder, breathless and confused. Rubes, he says. The heaviest word that's ever left his lips. How am I ever gonna leave you? I can feel him hard against my hip, his breath quivering, holding back. One more for the road? I say. You read my mind. Nate sits up, pulling me onto his back. He carries us off the roof and into the heat of the camper, lying me on the lumpy, stale mattress I swore I would burn that first night, but now is the only place I want to be. I kiss him again, not relenting when unspoken words threaten to spill out, when I think I should hit pause and analyze my feelings. I keep kissing him as he slides into me, as he moves against me. I kiss him like this is all I'll ever get, because somewhere deep in my heart, I truly fear it is. Chapter 30. The announcement echoes around the crowded Auckland airport, and we're 18 again, saying goodbye. Like before, I'm leaving, but now I know it's for all the right reasons. Nate shoves his baseball cap into the back pocket of his jeans and feeds his thumbs through the belt loops, like he doesn't know what to do with them. They've announced the gate, he says, eyes flicking between me and the screens. The queue for security is short. I know I need to join it, but I want every last second with him. Where will you go after this? I ask. I want to picture him every moment I'm in the air, like I'm still here. I'm dropping the camper off this afternoon. Then Tane is going to pick me up from the rental place. We're heading to Hobbiton tonight. His smile is flippin' adorable. Then, who knows? Alani, Candace, and a few of the others are all heading to Sydney together, so I said I would try and... He notices the way I accidentally react to Alani's name. Stiff jealousy I have no right to feel. Nate presses the pad of his thumb against my frown lines. Not like that. It's just friends, he tells me. We were just friends once too, I say. Hey, no. His voice is firm. It's not the same. It never could be. This is about me. My dad's dreams for me. No one else, I promise. I feel relief and guilt and confusion all rolled into one. How I wish you could stay, he says. Show me the world. The pang in my chest is visceral, aching. My world has been too big for too long, I say, honestly. He's nodding before I've even finished, before I tell him that I need to see Kira, to talk to Mum, to follow the path home. 6 months, he replies. That's all. 170-ish days. 182, I correct. He taps my arm, laughing. You're so annoying. I know. He grabs my hands, wrapping them around his broad, firm back. My cheek rests against his chest. There's no time for this, but the minutes aren't wasted. Before I forget, he slides his keys into my hand. If you need somewhere to stay, my flat. Wait, what? It's yours, he says. Cooper is staying with Kira, so you'll have the place to yourself if you need it. I show my gratitude by bundling myself into his chest. I take one last long inhale of his cotton t-shirt. On the screen above us, my flight begins flashing. I'm going to need to run to make it on time. I don't want to leave it this way. I don't want to leave at all. But this time it's bigger than me. I take one step back, my fingers still entwined with his. Same sky, I say. He smiles, then clamps his eyes closed, squeezing my hand long and hard. Same sky, he says back. Chapter 31. Economy is long and arduous. I miss Nate so much I can barely sleep. So I watch back-to-back rom-coms and stuff my face with so much sugar I start having palpitations. It's 24 hours later when I land at Heathrow to a sky of grey and a heart of anticipation. I turn on the flip phone again to one single message from an unknown number. 181. I smile and hit call. It's an onslaught of questions. Nate asks how my flight was, how I'm feeling. I ask him where he is and what he had for lunch. We're so deep in conversation that when I collect my suitcase from baggage reclaim, I almost walk straight past the woman at arrivals, waiting for me. I spot her at the last second. Her black hair, her grey bomber jacket, the sign in her hands. Ruby Oliver, my sister. I freeze in surprise, and a woman with a ski bag slams into me. Once I recover, I rub my eyes to check I'm not dreaming. Jet lag has done worse. Kira, I say. I'm a little breathless, a lot surprised. My ear is still pressed to the flip phone, and even in the hustle and bustle of the crowded airport, I hear Nate's gentle sigh down the line. You've got this, Rubes, he says before ending the call. Kira moves to embrace me, then stops herself. Nate asked me to pick up his van. I thought you might need a lift home. Home. Yeah, I say with a smile. Yeah, I do. After 2 weeks in that old camper, Nate's van feels as though it glides across the tarmac. Kira drives us out of the car park onto the motorway, neither of us saying much until we hit the open road heading south. The sign she made sits on the dashboard. My eyes fix on the 2 words, my sister. Was it Nate? I ask. I can't believe he would tell her something so important, so vulnerable without my consent, but it feels like the only explanation. She glances over at me, cheeks puffed with a stressful breath that she slowly releases before speaking. My mum, she says. She asked me about you after I saw you in the shop that night. Wanted to know why you were back. Nate told me about your trip, so I told her. How did she take it? A minor panic attack later, and me and my stepdad got it out of her. The truth about why we'd moved to Lymington. She was terrified you were going to find him and find out about her, about me. She didn't know what it would mean, if it would cause issues for you and your mum. What he would say to you, how he would spin it. She decided to tell me the truth herself. Brace me for what might come. I look her in the eye. Mum and I had no idea, I say. Yeah, I know. Neither did my mum until we moved to Lymington to be close to him. She truly thought they were building a life together. He was with her 3 nights a week. Said he was working in the orchestra for the rest. They were engaged, planning a wedding. She had no idea he was already married. My mum kept that secret for 26 years. She was so ashamed, heartbroken, too. But she couldn't show it. Didn't feel entitled to that pain. But it was him. He lied. He's the one who should carry that shame. I know, Kira says. She's not shocked. She's as emotional as if we're discussing the drizzle misting the windscreen, taking everything in her stride. I can see why she and Nate get along so well. But she thought she'd broken a family, Rubes. She thought she was the other woman. All that time she blamed herself for him leaving. It's not her fault, I say. He let them both believe they were the only one. It's not your mum's either, Kira says. She looks at me then, across the dashboard, and I see the similarity to Stan. Kira and I look nothing alike, both favouring our mothers. But her eye shape is the same as his. Her brow furrows in the same tightly stern way. She smiles, and the similarities end. What was he like? She asks. A shitbag. An old, miserable one. An old, miserable shitbag, Kira laughs. I expected nothing less. There's a moment of release, a second where we can catch our breath. But it's time to face the truth, and we both know it. We have the same dad, I say. It's stupid and obvious, and I don't know why I needed to point it out. But Kira doesn't seem to think so. She touches my arm. I always wanted a sister, she says. She casts her attention back to the road, as if to hide the nerves as she says this. I smile. I did too, I say. It takes almost 2 hours to reach the New Forest, for the endless grey motorway to give way to cattle grids and wandering ponies. We go to Kira's mum's first, then to my mum's, bringing them together as though organising an impromptu playdate, a family reunion. Odette and Kira linger at the top of Mum's stairs, at the entrance to the living room. Mum and I hover by the kitchen door. 2 sides of the same coin. You, Mum says to Odette when I explain everything start to finish. I swear the air in the room freezes at the tone of the clipped word. The axe is falling. We await its landing. Mum blinks a few times, shaking her head in doubt. If I ever wondered if she'd known about Odette, I have my answer. She is blindsided. You, she repeats. Her shaking hands clutch at her flushed chest. You had to live with this, for all that time alone. I feel Kira exhale beside me in mutual relief. There's no battle here, no competition. Just 2 women whose hearts were broken by the same hand. At first, I thought coming clean was the right thing to do. I came all the way to your door, then saw you pushing Ruby in the stroller, and something came over me. A need to spare you both. The pain I was feeling was gut-wrenching. I couldn't make you hurt the way he had hurt me. They move on to a discussion about dates. When Odette met him, when she moved here. Kira's and my dates of birth are dissected. How our mums would have been pregnant at the same time. How Stan pulled off such a grand illusion of love, and how he took the coward's way out, leaving so many lives upended, so many unanswered questions. Until now. Mum and Odette step closer with every complete sentence until they are face to face. "I'm so sorry," Mum says at the same time Odette apologises. "I believed him," Odette says. "When he said he loved me, I believed he was mine. If I'd have thought for even a second that he was already yours, I never would have." "He was never mine," Mum says. "He was never anyone's." The silence is thick. Kehrt and I make eye contact, our jaws tense. I don't think either of us have words for what we've witnessed. But somehow it feels clearer, as though there's light where there was only ever darkness. 4 very different women, united. Odette and Kehrt stay for dinner. Mum didn't have much, so we tear chunks off a bloomer from the bakery slathered in butter. We're sat in the living room like a picnic, an empty bottle of wine between us, another half full. When I left for New Zealand, I say, I knew something was missing in my life, and I thought it was him. I thought finding him would fill this empty space inside of me, put my life on the right path. So I chased him. I dug up the grave, and for days afterwards I thought it was a waste. I thought I should have left it buried. But now I feel different. I feel as though maybe I needed this. Odette turns to look at me, and at first I see the similarity to how she saw me in the shop the night I came home, the fear in her eyes, the mouth that tightened, threatened under the weight of her secrets. But now it looks different. It looks like care and concern. She looks at me as an extension of herself, the same victim. But we're not victims. We will not be defined by the actions of a man who didn't have the guts or grace to face the consequences of his actions. When you and Kehrt connected at college, Odette says, at first I was concerned. I worried things might unravel, but also I was relieved. I saw what great friends you became, how much you leaned on each other, and it warmed my heart. Some secrets are meant to stay locked away, Kehrt says, smiling. But not this one. Chapter 32. The next few days are a complicated mix of relief and pressure points. I spend that first night back with Mum. Not that I sleep for the jet lag, but I want to be close to her. Once I know she's okay, that she's not hiding her tears or masking her pain, I settle into Nate's flat, all navy and white, with dark mahogany furniture and soft cushions. I make myself comfortable, unpacking my toiletries into his neat bathroom cabinet. My perfume sits beside his fragrance. I read his books, I wear his clothes, I watch his favourite shows. On his bookshelf sits a picture of Kehrt, Adnan, Flo, Nate, and me. It's from college. We all look ridiculous. We're at a beach bonfire, dressed in of-the-time fashion. I zone in on Nate's arm around me, his head tilting as close to mine as it can without looking coupley. The content expression on his face. All this time I've been here, in his home. It's not the only picture on the shelf. There's another of him, somewhere sunny, besides a beautiful woman, her strawberry blonde hair shimmering in the light. It has to be Lauren. My fingers flex over the frame. The temptation to put it in a drawer to hide it away is powerful. But in the end, I leave it alone. Because Nate isn't the only one with history. It's a week later when I drive Nate's van up to my London flat. From my brief scan of socials, Ryan has kept his promise. There's been one single post from him, an apology. It painted him in his usual angelic light, which I knew it would. But at least he came clean about his selfish motivations for searching me down. He admits he was in the wrong, even if he doesn't confess why, and says I rejected him. That I did the right thing. That he loves me. That he cares about my well-being. That he wants the best for me. And that includes not being ripped apart by his countless followers. People still do, of course, but hey, that's the internet for you. Maybe one day the vultures will realise they are victims in a game they don't even know they're playing. But it's not today. So I do the only thing I can. I let it go. When I step into the flat, I'm relieved he's kept his promise here too. Everything looks as it was when I left. My things haven't been thrown out of the window, that's something. I get straight to work packing my belongings, putting post-it notes on anything I'm happy for Ryan to keep. Amara comes over in the evening and helps. We drink 2 bottles of wine between us, and where we would usually sit and talk about our jobs and scroll through our phones, sending each other videos to watch while we're in the same room, this time we leave our devices face down on the counter, and we talk, undistracted. I tell her everything that happened, and she listens with tears in her eyes, gasping at the tales of dad number 1, 2, and 3, cursing at the real one, pulling me in for a hug as I tell her how the man was nothing like I hoped to find. We talk about Kira and Odette, how we've had dinner all together twice since that first day reacquainting. New friends, found family. How Kira is looking after Cooper still, but she drags me along on his daily walks. It's new, and we're both still adjusting, but it's nice. I'm opening up, letting her in. And then Nate. I don't even know how to put him into words, how I can possibly explain how amazing it was being with him. He's the only person I don't have to pretend with, I tell her, as I bubble wrap a framed picture of Mum and me in front of Edinburgh Castle. I can say whatever I'm thinking, no filter, straight from the heart, and he doesn't bat an eye. In fact, I think he likes me all the more for it. Amara understands me perfectly. It is the most wonderful feeling. This is what Saturn return is all about, she says. Letting go of what you think you want and replacing it with what you need. That's why he stayed, I say, as I empty the contents of a drawer into a box without even checking what's inside. Because I knew he needed this too. We've both just ended big relationships and our futures are up in the air. I so badly wanted to tell you what Ryan was doing, Amara says. I think back to that day in Milford Sound when she texted me. In hindsight, I probably should have let you, I say. She dismisses me with a hand wave. You did what you needed to do, she says. But you've got to admit this would have made some epic content. Searching for your father and then finding something even better. She moves her hand in an arc through the air as if she can see it now. The return of Ruby Darling. I can't blame her mindset. It's what she does best, it's in her blood. Performance runs through her veins. Yeah, it would have, I concede. Ruby Darling, a 3-part vlog, a race against time to beat her cosmic curse, a love story, a friendship, a sisterhood. It would be quite the story. And it is. Only now it belongs to me, Ruby Oliver. It's not for anyone else. I'm not saying never, I tell Amara. Who knows if Ruby Darling has a place in the future? But for now, I smile and raise my wine glass. May she rest in peace. Amara and I wake the next morning with pounding wine headaches, which makes carrying all the packed boxes down to the van a hellish experience. Before, every hardship felt like a slight against me. But this one I embrace. I'm doing the right thing. I don't need a sign from the universe to know that. What's next for you? Amara asks once we're all done. The air is damp, the London skyline grey. This place never felt like home. It was just another pushpin on a map. I'm going to stay in Lymington for the foreseeable, save some money, pay off my credit card, the car excess. I want a clean slate. You know, I've never been to the New Forest. I'm picturing giant redwoods, waterfalls. Think more ponies and sheep, I say, and pubs. Sounds wonderful. You give me a date and I'm there. And after she leaves, and the flat is quiet and clean and empty, except for the largest furniture which I'm having collected, I feel more alone than I ever have. In the most wonderful way. Like I've shifted the pressure on me. Like I can finally breathe again. I take my engagement ring from my purse and leave it on the kitchen counter. Not to be petty, but because it stands for something. Something I'm leaving behind. I don't leave a note because there's nothing more to say. Then I close the front door behind me, and with it, a huge chapter of my life. One that, given enough distance, I might look back on fondly. But for now it feels like a detour, a dead-end road I spent too long walking down. Chapter 33. I have a 9 to 5. My first real job. I have a desk and a phone number, a salary and a tax code, a business card with my name on it, Ruby Oliver, social media executive. I lift it to the phone camera so Nate can see it in all its glory. I love it, he says. Suits you. Thankfully, I can wear whatever I like, I say. It's not one of those corporate places where I need to wear trainers with my suit as I run for the train. You would be running for the train, though, let's face it. He's not wrong. The agency's based in Southampton, but I get to work from home most days, I tell him. Which is good, because it means when I clock off, I can help Kira with her social stuff for the tattoo studio. Look at you clocking off, you capitalist slave, you, laughs Nate. How the tables have turned, I say. Are you enjoying it? I am. It's challenging in a new way, a good way. I know so much about social media, about how to run a successful campaign, but being on the other side of it, learning the processes and doing it all with an entire team around me is definitely a learning curve. I'm proud of you, Rubes. I really am. Nate gives me a sleepy smile. It's dark where he is, and in the background I can hear the soft voices of others in his shared accommodation. It takes me back to the only hostel we stayed in, the night that woke up every dormant feeling I'd suppressed. We've spoken like this every morning, with me in his navy bedsheets sipping coffee from his favourite mug, him in a new location every time, an Italian restaurant, a bar, around a fire pit on a beach. I've truly lost count. I tell him how his dad is doing, how Melissa is the perfect carer, attentive, intelligent and friendly. I bring Graham pastries from Mum's bakery every few days, and he tells me it's the highlight of his day. He talks about Nate, tells me how proud he is of him, how much he's enjoying virtually travelling with his son. When I relay this to Nate, he goes very quiet, a tear in his eye. But I assure him we're all okay, that he's doing the right thing. What I always wanted to hear when I was on the other side of the world. Every morning, I wake up to the same text message, 180, 179, 178, a countdown of days, and that's how I know it's time to pick up the phone to call him. He's having so much fun that I don't dare tell him how much I miss him, that I've removed the wooden blinds in his bedroom so I can see the sky, that I owe him a new bottle of cologne for all the mindless sprays on my wrist when I'm lonely. But on day 149, the messages stop. Have you heard from Nate? Kira asks as we walk Cooper through the Lymington Sea Air Trail. The January wind is cold and we're both bundled in layers. I have Nate's wool scarf wrapped around my mouth, breathing him in. We've been talking about her plans for the tattoo studio. She's expanding to a new site in Bournemouth next year, and we're fully focused on utilising all platforms to spread the word, to build Kira's profile not only as a brand, but as an artist. But despite the distraction, I can't stop thinking about Nate. And I try to hide it. I do not want to be that girl. I want to be excited for my new job, my new life, my new family. So I hide that misery deep down. But Kira sees right through it, prizing it out of me anyway. Not in the last few days, I say. 8, to be precise. He's probably had a network issue, or he's up a mountain with no signal. There aren't mountains in Sydney, I say, throwing a stick for Cooper, whose golden coat is half brown thanks to the mud. Have you spoken to him at all? We've had quick calls here and there. Kira looks at me as though that's a good thing. For literally 30 seconds before he blames the signal or weather or other people in the room. Other people like Elani. I tell Kira about her. How lovely she seemed. How much Nate liked her. How Nate and I left things open. How we never made this official and definitely not exclusive. He would text me every morning our countdown. And he stopped doing it, I say. I hate myself for it, but I'm jealous and scared. And I don't know if I'm losing my mind or right on the money. It wasn't long ago I was a little jealous of you and him. Jealous of me and Nate, she exclaims. I know I swing both ways, but that doesn't mean I'm not picky, she laughs playfully. Sorry. I blame huge, life-upending delirium. I forgive you, she says with a smile that tells me it would take a hell of a lot for her to be mad at me. We all get jealous, it's normal. It's what you do with the feeling that matters. But I would bet everything I own that he's not going to look at anyone else. From the first moment he laid eyes on you, it was as though he had blinders on. You were all he cared about. While I always felt that protective loyalty from him, I'm surprised Kira picked up on it. He told you that? God, no, Kira laughs. For the longest time, I don't think he was even aware of it himself. But me, Adnan and Flo used to talk about it all the time. All you had to do was give him the nod, and I think his poor heart would have exploded. I make a serious face. I gave him more than a nod, Kira. Ew, she cackles. I want to be supportive, but that vision, the two of you, let's leave it unspoken. 6 months is a long time, though. And when you're travelling, you run away from the real world, the real you. Trust me, I spent almost a decade doing it. Kira stops walking, putting her cold hand on mine. Then tell him how you feel. Remind him of the amazing person back home waiting for him. I shake my head and keep walking. Cooper runs up to me once more, giving me a present of a crushed can. I don't want to bother him. When I left all those years ago, he let me have my space and... He let you go, she interrupts. He went all the way to France and still didn't fight for you. He gave up. And now you want to do the same? If you think I'm going to live through all that moping twice, you've got another thing coming. I laugh. I'm not moping. Her eyes scream at me. If this isn't moping, then God help us when it is. I throw the stick again. So I should keep trying, keep calling. You think that would help? I do, she replies, confident. Call it sisterly intuition. Kira looks me in the eye, and the fear I feel over Nate retreats, replaced with blinding gratitude. All those years I spent thinking I needed to be more, performing like a whale caged in a glass house, when right here was the friend, no, the family, that would set me free. I like you, Kira, I say. Yeah, everyone does, she laughs. Okay, so my turn. On a scale of 1 to 10, how inadvisable would it be for me to screw the woman who lives next door? I consider this. I'm going with a solid 8. But she's so pretty. I put my arm around her. Tough love all round today, I'm afraid. Chapter 34. It would probably be easier to put Nate's lack of contact to the back of my mind if I wasn't living in his house, sleeping in his bed, and staring at a picture of him and his ex-girlfriend every time I sit on the sofa. I'm supposed to be working, I have a million things to do for the agency and for Kira, but I can't focus. I look up Ilani on social media. I see pictures of her with Nate. It all looks friendly, nothing questionable. Nate is one of many in another big group of travellers, friends they've made along the way. I thought having a dose of him would make it better, but all it does is make me desperate to remember. I catch sight of the camcorder from our trip. I unpacked it but had no permanent home for it or the tapes, so left it sitting at the end of Nate's bed. I find a spare lead in one of Nate's TV drawers and link it to my laptop. I download the footage. There's 10 hours in total, and I absent-mindedly click through a few files. There's the luge in Queenstown, a super slow zoom in on one of the fires Nate proudly built, and Lake Marion, which is so blurry it could cause motion sickness. I click on another file. The fjords of Milford Sound fill the screen. My laptop speakers crackle at the loud roar of the catamaran engine. Then the camera fixes on me, on my back. I'm leaning against the boat railings and, if I remember correctly, breathing deep so as not to throw up all over myself. Mission failed. Nate does an excellent job of taking in the full scenery, the mountains, the crisp blue water. Then the camera zooms back to me, on the smile I give only to him. I wave. Tane's voice comes from behind the camera. How do you two know each other? He asks Nate. We go way back, he replies. We met at college. It doesn't feel like it encapsulates even a shred of what we mean to each other. But the answer is so perfectly Nate, pragmatic and matter-of-fact. It stirs a pang of longing in my chest. Oh, I thought she was your girl. You have a date? Asks Tane. Nah, we're friends, he says. The camera shakes. The tip of Nate's shoe fills the screen. There's a silence. My heart is pounding, waiting for the moment Nate will shut off the camera, but he doesn't. It keeps rolling. Then a whisper of words I was never supposed to hear. My girl, he sighs. I fucking wish. I arch back from the screen just as my phone rings. It's Nate. Finally, my heart cries. I hit accept on the call and his beaming face fills the screen. His stubble has grown into a thicker fuzz, his smile is wide, his eyes alive with the thrill of the air around him. God, I miss him so much. But I can't even get reprieve by hearing his warm voice because the call is glitching. It stops and starts. Sentences blend into one word. I can just about make out that he's on a boat. The wind pushes his hair into a small peak. What's going on? I say. The call connects long enough for him to show me where he is. On the water outside Sydney Opera House. The sunrise is a beautiful golden glow. Wish you were here, he says, when he turns the camera back to himself. I wish I was too. I've been watching the footage from Milford Sound. When you said, I'm sorry, I've been quiet. Wait, Rubes, you there? I'm here. I move to the living room window. The signal doesn't improve. I didn't know whether to reach out or to leave you to have fun. I think I lost her, he says to the person behind him. I can only see the top of their head. The black curls. It's Ilani. I am mature and sensible. I know it doesn't mean anything. So then why does my abdomen tense like it's braced for an uppercut? There's so much I want to say, so much to be felt. But before I can speak again, it glitches from his smooth skin to blotchy squares. "Try you again later," he says before the screen goes black. I sit in the silence of his flat. This is how he must have felt when I upped and left. When he would call and I wouldn't answer. When he had to see me having the time of my life knowing he had absolutely nothing to do with it. It's cruel and tough, and he didn't deserve it, not even for a second. But then neither do I. I hold my phone, wondering if he'll call back. He doesn't. I close the laptop, promising myself that on the next rainy day I will compile all the footage and make a mini movie for us. But as I'm packing the camcorder away, a small piece of paper flutters out from behind the viewfinder. It's folded neatly. I know exactly what it is. One last unread affirmation. My instinct is to toss it. I don't need it anymore. I'm doing better. I'm paying off my debts. I'm getting my family back. I'm living as myself. But then I stall. What's the harm? I open the paper, read the words, and laugh to myself. It is not selfish to ask for what I want. The universe sure does love to play with me. For a few hours, I forget all about it. I do the washing up, I fold my laundry. It's only when I'm in bed that I think about it again. I know what I want. And I know what I need to do. I type out a text. "I'm sorry we couldn't talk properly," I write. "I was watching our tapes from the trip and missing you, and then you called. And I thought my heart was going to burst. I have tried to ease off, to let you make the most of this amazing opportunity. But I wanted to tell you something. Something I should have a long time ago. Something that I thought had crept in. But now I wonder if it's always been here. All this time I've been fighting an invisible battle between who I am and who the world wants me to be. You have never needed me to be anything more than Ruby Oliver. Shy, awkward, silly, tired, happy. It's always enough. And when I'm with you, I feel that way. For the first time in my whole life, I feel enough. And that's because of you. The kindest, sweetest, hobbit-loving, violent snorer I have ever known. My favourite person. I am madly, desperately in love with you. And I can't wait to tell you in person. 134. The message shows as delivered, so I close my phone, push it out of my mind, and fall asleep. From that moment on, life continues with lovely mundanity. There's no reply when I wake up, and truly, I didn't expect one. I didn't do it for validation. I did it to be true to myself, to Nate, and that's enough. I head to the office, and I'm assigned my first full campaign to work on, a marketing campaign for a new cruise ship. For preparation, that afternoon I tour the ship, including an overnight stay. I bring Mum with me, and promise her one day we'll do a cruise for real. We eat dinner in the grand dining room, we see a West End show preview in the enormous ballroom. We watch fireworks from the ice-cold dock. It's an amazing opportunity, even more so for my career, and I return to the office the next day brimming with ideas on how we can utilise socials. Things go so well that I'm invited to drinks with a few colleagues after work. Ordinarily, I would have been too uncomfortable to say yes. My shyness would have taken over and I'd have made a feeble excuse. But then I remembered what Nate said to me at the winery. They're just people. Like you and me. Make a connection. and so I do. I get the train back to Lymington late, completely forgetting that I promised Kira I would dog-sit Cooper while she went on a date with the inadvisable pretty neighbour. It's almost 9 when I arrive at Nate's flat, and Cooper is tugging so hard on his leash that I'm struggling to stay upright in my heels and pull my overnight suitcase. "Cooper, sit!" I hiss. His response is to jump at the front door, knocking the keys out of my hands. "Teamwork, Coops. Let's work on it." My breath fogs my vision, so it takes me 2 minutes to get the key in the lock, followed by much swearing, and so much growling from Cooper, I'm beginning to think he's doing a Cujo impression. I get the door open, and immediately understand what all the excitement is about. There's a man standing in the kitchen. And usually this would be the most terrifying thing I've ever encountered. Except I know the shape of this man. The curve of his shoulders, his strong hands on his hips, his leg tensed impatiently. He glances at his watch with the sexiest smirk I've ever seen. "I swear I spend my whole life waiting for you, Rubes." Cooper goes crazy, running over to him, jumping up, licking his throat. I pretty much do the same. "Nate!" The word falls out of me, wrapped in disbelief, in hope, in heart-obliterating love. His smile curves slowly, and by the time I collide with his mouth, it's full. I don't know where his ends and mine begins. You're here, I say between kisses. He smells like aeroplanes and sleep. In the aftershave I've been dousing myself in. I think I'm crying, but all I can focus on is getting more of him, digging my hands into his back, pinning us together. Nate pulls back with a laugh. Did you miss me? I tap him on the shoulder as I sob. He kisses my tears, then my mouth, harder this time, sliding me down until my feet are on the floor, and I'm arching up, begging him wordlessly not to end this, but he does, resting his forehead against mine. I didn't know if I did the right thing texting you. What I said, it was probably too soon. It was only 2 weeks. Rubes, for me it's been 10 years. You stopped replying, I say. I'm shaking, teeth chattering like I'm freezing when inside everything is burning. I didn't know if you'd... It was so damn hard, he says. I knew you were starting your job that you hate waking up early, and doing it for me and then yawning through our calls. It was eating me alive. I want you to be happy, Rubes. You know this. It's all I've ever wanted. I'm happiest with you. And I've always been happiest with you. When I read that message, I was in the middle of Sydney Harbour. I pulled a Ruby, he says with a gentle laugh that I feel in his chest. You what? I made them turn the boat around. People were pissed off, let me tell you. But I couldn't wait another second. I grabbed my bag, went straight to the airport, because I had to be with you when I do this. Do what? Tell you that I love you too. That I've always loved you, in one way or another. From that first moment at the bus stop, I knew you were special. And not just because all you could talk about were random facts about a secluded island, he laughs at the memory, but because you have the kindest heart. I learned it from you, I say. His hands find my ribs and give me a luxurious squeeze. I love you so much, Rubes. Since you flew home, I've spent every minute of every day thinking about you. My heart feeling on fire, missing you the way I've spent almost half my life missing you. I wanted to give you space to become what you need, to find your feet again, but I swear to God I've been miserable. Holding it together for our calls and the videos for my dad. This distance is torture. Not being near you, sharing my day, my thoughts, every last piece of me. I despise it. I thought I needed to travel to find myself, but What I needed, what I've always needed, was you. I love you. I love you. I love you, I say as though I'm making up for lost time. He closes his eyes in sweet relief, then kisses me. I rise to get more of him, and he lifts me, hands on my backside, wrapping my legs around his waist. He carries me straight to the bedroom, only to freeze when he sees what I've done to it. The wooden slats of what were his blinds sit in a heap on the floor. I curl shamefully into the warm space between his neck and shoulder as I explain. I took them down so I could look up at the same sky. You know they clip off, right? You didn't need to leave gaping holes in the wall. Thankfully, he's finding this very amusing. It was just my luck that with one teeny tug the whole thing came down, I say. Just your luck indeed, he says, before lowering me onto the bed. Thankfully, I'm good with wood. So I've heard, I say through a giggle. Before I can even blink, he's pulling his top from his skin, one hand, one motion. He toes off his shoes. Theoretically, I know now is not the moment to be striking up a full, detailed conversation, but it's not only Nate's body I've missed. Tell me everything, I say. I want to know where you went, what you saw. He lifts my dress, looping his hands inside the waistband of my tights before sliding them down in one fluid move. Please, I say. He pauses his whole body, bringing his elbow to the bed, breathing against me. It was amazing. I saw so much, experienced things I never thought I would. It should have been perfect, but... He kisses the soft part of my neck, thoughtful. But what? He smiles before bringing his mouth back to mine. Sometimes, the best part of leaving is the return. You have been listening to The Return of Ruby Darling, an Audible original. Written by Leanne Slade, narrated by Eleanor Tomlinson, directed by Perrin Sledge. This production was engineered by Al O'Connell at Liquid Violet. Dialogue edit by 2020